Well, hello, everybody. Happy Sunday evening. I hope you guys are all having a good day or had a good day, I should say, as you're winding down for the night. I figured it's about that time. It's about that time we take it all the way back to the facts once again because people out here acting like something's going on that isn't really going on. And I just kind of want to lay some things out so people understand what this filing in Pennsylvania, this quote unquote RICO filing, even consists of. So we're going to do the filing. We're going to read through the actual filing right off the court dockets. But in true nonsense fashion, I'm going to take you on a little tour of sorts with some clips and some reminders of what people have misled people to believe is in this filing. Let me make sure I've got all my things. Okay. I think we've got, yeah. Chico, I was like, let me put this on really quick. Just as yeah, my mods deserve a break. And of course, mods, as you guys know, first and foremost, you guys nobody knew I was going live right now. So if you guys are doing something or busy, y'all, I can multitask. So real lives always come first, but I appreciate everybody being here. Whoever can. Hey, Pika. Hey, honey. Hey, Chris. Music City Mom. You guys ready for a journey? That Michelle, Petunia, and just right off the bat, this will be a longer one. Hey, Bo. No, you didn't. Voidier. I can't pronounce your name. You didn't offend me at all. I'm not sure how you didn't offend me. If I came off or sounded like I was offended, I don't even remember what you said, to be honest. So if I was offended or bothered, I would remember, and I don't remember. I know you were making comments in the chat, but I didn't think any of them were offensive that I saw. Hey, malicious intent. Coffee addict. Amy. You can tell I've been around teenagers all day. Aries. My brain is already. Janice in accounting. Muddy. Puddles. Starlight. Your cooking supper. Coffee made. Nonsense. Look at all of the checklists. We got laundry done, cleaning done, dinners. Kenzie's making. We had a frozen lasagna that we had pre-done, so that's in the oven for dinner. All of the kids are situated. Everything's good here too. Hey, Angel. I cleaned bathrooms. Well, I was listening to Duchess earlier. Crazy Aunt Joe. Hello, Ro. Socks too. Toots. Mystic Butterfly. Angel Kennedy. So I've been laying this out for a few days. But then something always comes up and I don't quite get to it. So we're going to try to get through this today. Hey, Sunday Doodles. Hey, that Michelle. Casual Art, Lisa, Margaret, JC, Sarah, Four-Eyed Freak. Yeah, not interested. Sorry, Four-Eyed Freak. Hello, but goodbye. I'm not interested in your guys' weird shit. Hey, reluctant healer. If you're on the weird shit, there's places you can sit. They sit on the outskirts of all the places I hang out. So I'm sure if you maneuver or end up down the wrong street, you'll get stuck on a roundabout, and that would chances are be one of those common sections that you might enjoy, or chat channels like the roundabout that you just keep going in circles with no point. I mean, there's those. They welcome in people that have feelings or emotions like that. Hey, S. My give a fuck is broken. Hey, Elizabeth. You can tell. Hey, Blondie. Kells. Andrea Mama 5. Peanut Shell. Cat's Eye. And just so you guys know, once again, I'm going to get to it just a minute. I'm trying to say hi because once I'm off these screens, I will not be coming back because I'm going to be reading documents. So you know it's going to be a rough one. Hey, MK. And first and foremost, y'all know I don't even pretend to act like I know these big words or know how to pronounce them. I might be smart about certain things, but reading big words that in legal documents are not my forte, okay? We laugh about it, and I usually ad-lib them. Music City Mom. Music City Mom, that is true. You wouldn't join the live if you didn't want. We kind of go all over the place. Hey, Am. I'm taking my sweet ass time reading your guys' comments. Liberty Farmer. Alma, thank you for being here. Larry. Mystic, I'm always busy. That's something people don't realize is I have a hard time sitting still from the time I get up in the morning until the time I go to bed. I am doing something, usually standing up. I don't sit down well. Skedaddling, Twin Thing. It hurts to sit. Like, even when I'm live with you guys, we get up and walk around all over. We're all over the house, from upstairs to downstairs to outside to inside. Like, we're all over the place. Tonka Girl. Tomorrow is your birthday. You think, I mean, possibly Tonka Girl, but I don't know. Maybe she'll do the Marilyn Monroe for you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday tomorrow. I hope it's a wonderful day to all of the Capricorns. Teresa, hello. Anyaka, hello. New Leaf. I appreciate that. Hey, Crafty Girl. All right. Passion for Victims. Let me speed it up. Hey, Bluefish. Hey, Robin. You guys got me actually reading comments, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Hey, Grammy Nini. And chances are you'll get a nickname over here because I butcher everybody's names. Kathy Four. It's just a thing. There's certain things, and we just expect what we expect out of you at this point. Names are going to be wrong, and words are going to be wrong. We roll with it. You have 4 painting projects going on? See, I don't have the patience for that either. Nope. Painting and me do not get along. YouTube Bad Actress, hello. Craft a Girl. Fit Clue. Oh, Fit Clue. Yeah. I don't know if you just recently started paying attention to her or not, but Julie is very concerning to me. 100% agree with you guys. Hey, Elizabeth. She is one that is quite. Hey, Tobeans, it's good to see you. NJ Robin, it's good to see you too. Oh shit, casual art, and those are big projects. Unfortunately, with Julie, it's like, what do you do? What I don't even know. I feel helpless at some points because even pushing, like, nothing changes with her. She is so erratic. It's just, what do you do? I don't know what we do. Like, it's very concerning what she has put out there and is putting out there. And this is not a dog whistle of any sort. So take that shit and shove it up your ass. This is actually, like, we've talked about it over and over again, how concerning her content really, truly is. Fit Clue. No, I was saying with Julie, did you watch her? Fit Clue, did you watch her before she came to YouTube? Did you know of her before she came to YouTube and was on TikTok? That's what I'm saying is like, she's got a platform of people and it just seems to get worse and worse over time. Hey, Revival. Hey, Nita. Hey, LFT. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Chapped. Steph, I see you now too. All right, you guys, let's roll. Let's get into it. Hey, Lady K Talks. Hey, PD. By the way, one thing I do want to make clear to a few people, if you are a creator and I sometimes come out and chat and sometimes I don't, please, especially right now, if I'm not chatting, Lady K, I saw you were live earlier and I wanted to come in and say hi, but I also don't want to cause chaos for a lot of people right now either. So just know that I still appreciate, like, you give me some good laughs. So I just don't want to cause shit for you because there's other people anyways. So if I don't pop in and say hello, I'm just trying not to bring my drama in other places. So there's certain places that I can make sure it doesn't happen and other places I can't. Hey, let's be honest, dazed and amazed. So I'm just a little sparse. All right, let's roll it. So where are we going today? We are going on a journey of this filing. So you guys mostly have been here, have seen the filing, know what's in the filing, remember what's in the filing. But I think people have really distanced themselves from reality in this situation. I mean, we've seen that. And I think it's really important, especially with all of the things that are going on with Castor. In fact, go check out Granny. She did a live stream earlier today. I caught that portions of it on the replay, so I haven't even seen it all yet. But she did provide more information that Castor will be like, there is more to this than them just saying whoopsie about that. And her attorney is handling it great. We read some of the emails last time. I mean, wonderful, wonderful representation. And I'm so glad that she's got it. But go check that out for any current updates. It's her live from this morning. Now, we're going to go on a tour with the filing. We're going to go back to right off the court website. We're going to read the actual filing of what they are asking for with this injunction in these filings. And we're going to read it word for word. But before we do that, I want to take you a little ways back. And I want to remind you, after this was filed, we're going to read it. If you haven't read through this, you're going to be shocked because what you saw and heard from the plaintiffs is completely opposite of what is even filed for or asked for in the filing. So we're going to kick off with Bullhorn Betty. And a little throwback to Bullhorn Betty. This is once again my own video because it was easier just to go pull it right here because we just went over this, but just a quick reminder.
All I want my audience to know at this moment is that we do have a plan. Oh. I don't want anybody worrying about me. We will be leaning on our audience here in just a little bit, and I'll let
they have a plan. When in doubt, they have a plan.
What you guys
title of this live stream from Bullhorn Betty is "Don't Fret, We Have a Plan."
No,
this is after she got slapped with the restraining orders in court, of course. So what do you think their plan was? Well, lo and behold, not long after it came out that their plan was a filing, a RICO action. Oh, you guys don't have the screen. Sorry, here you go. A RICO action.
It's me, Gem, crime story.
Filing, which, just so you know, here, we will be going here in just a moment and reading through it. But to kick it old school, we're going to go back and see what people were manipulated into believing that this was about. The purpose of this filing, and then we're going to match it up with what was actually asked for in the filing and alleged in the filing.
I said Jen. Jen. Hey, my love. Crime Stories Obsessed.
For full transparency, date of this is October 19th, 2024. All right. We're going to speed her up.
I was about to say, it's me, Jen, the real me too. Sorry, I haven't had coffee in like days. Okay. I tried to make that powdered coffee. Ugh, I talked to my neighbor. He said that he was able to get a half gallon from the Winn-Dixie. So I'm going to try to get up to Winn-Dixie sometime today.
Sorry, Revival. I'll have to put him on the screen. I don't have to, but it's easier for people to see what's going on. And I will try to remember to turn closed captioning on also. And if I don't catch it, remind me if you need it. And if it's available, I'll always turn it on the clips I'm playing. Please do not, how can I say this? If you haven't heard this stuff yet, please think of this with a completely open mind. Like, go into this, even if you've heard this before. Because I'm telling you, like, I just caught shit in this. Like, when you hear what she is saying, really listen and take it in. And then when you hear what's actually asked for, like, please, no matter which way you feel about this, look at this with an open mind. That's all I ask you guys to do, because the shit in this is absolutely crazy.
Today to get me some steak and milk. I'm dying over here. And every place from Walmart to every place, I can't seem to get any milk delivered. And I usually don't go to the grocery store. So, but I was me. It's me, Jen. It's me, Jen. There we go again. The real me too. I ended up.
Aries, that's not true. So there's no proof that the woman in the green hoodie or the person that law enforcement interviewed on December 13th is deceased. One of Chris's family members, unfortunately, did pass away back in November, but there is no indication that that person is the green hoodie or has anything to do with this situation. That is the green team. Once again, their name, they call themselves that. Well, Betty corrected it and said it was Sus Army the other day, but there is no indication that that green hoodie person, none whatsoever. In fact, law enforcement said that they know, they interviewed that person that has nothing to do with it. So
doing an interview with her last night, and I decided not to do my actual hair, so I just blew it out, and then I ended up putting it up in a bun during the line. Come on, you know how to get up. Okay, sorry, come on. There you go. You want to say hi to everybody? No? Say hi. No, just want to lay on mommy. Okay, you lay down. There we go. So it's nice to see you. You guys did a great job. Long. You guys were up late. I couldn't hang. I couldn't hang. And yeah. Hello, True Crime with Sweet Melissa. Roxy, it's nice to see you. Melanie, Jessica.
And what I'm asking for is you guys to pay attention to little things that you might not normally catch, because she normally says a bunch of really crazy, egregious things, but pay attention to some of the little finer things in here, because you're going to be like, whoa, wait.
Michelle, it's nice to see you. SRK. The real me too. She's able to be with us. She's been in court all week. Diana, it's nice to see you. Misty Moon, Bren, good morning. Good morning, Debbie. Stephanie, Kelly, the OG, it's nice to see you, my love. Phil, Mally Cat, it's nice to see you. Victoria, as always, nice to see you. Melissa, Graham, Susan, it's Chaos is up in the house. Good morning, my love. I hope you're doing well. Jenna, Deanna, Icy Bama, it's nice to see you. Shining Star, Sonia, beautiful Sonia is up in the house. It's nice to see you. Truth and Time, everybody else, it's nice to see you. I see Barbosa and Eileen, it's nice to see you as well. If I missed you again.
She doesn't mean any of that anyways. Reluctant Healer, thank you for becoming a member.
I am going to discuss as being a litigant in the action.
Oh, hold on. Hold.
I know people are wanting to know, what's going on. And so I just thought I would just bring my thoughts to the platform a little bit. There's only so much that I am going to discuss as being a litigant in the actual filing. Here's the thing, is I've already heard, and people have already started sending me some stuff by one of the Yahoos basically stating that this couldn't be, and blah, 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 this and blah, 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 that. This is well established. I can tell you a lot of people worked around the clock to acquire all the information, catalog all the information, and get a good understanding of what's going on and, what happened in this situation. Now, we all have watched the true crime community go from a good place to a very rotten place to be at times, especially when it comes to avocation. These people have not done this just to Bullhorn Betty, but have done this to multiple creators and multiple people that are non-creators.
They have not just done this to Bullhorn Betty. They've done this to other creators. Miss Leah, it's good to see you. Setting the stage right there.
Or people that support creators and things of that nature. About a year or so ago, I tried to get some of this to stop with a lawsuit that you guys all know about. And that
I tried to get some of this to stop with a lawsuit. But the filing in Pennsylvania is alleging that the defendants interfered and intervened because of their behavior with the search for a missing child.
That has been fought and, we'll see what the judge has to say about a couple of upcoming hearings or upcoming situations. But then it progressed into the Sebastian Rogers case with the utmost intensity of damaging anybody and everybody looking for this child, but looking for this child that could see or had a differing opinion of them, so much so that they lied under oath and had me thrown in jail. These are things that we all witnessed. This is something that's pretty significant. You threw somebody in jail that committed no crimes over lies, over brigading a law enforcement. And I'm one of many stories. Okay. I'm just one.
I am one of many stories. Right, PD? Right? Yeah. How is that possible, Amy? Right? That's what I'm saying. Pay attention to the little, you're going to catch shit that we've all seen this numerous times, probably. But when you hear it again, you're like, whoa.
One person that underwent this. There are many people that have also been, maybe not to the extent, but let's take Nick the Hat, for example. They took my freedom away from me for 19 hours when I committed no crimes, and they were trying to go after Nick the Hat and have him go back and serve the rest of his sentence and have him violated for parole, literally taking years away from him when he's committed no crimes. This is not YouTube BS. Okay?
But what does that have to do with the child being missing and the search for a child being missing being impacted? How?
Okay, this is not just the BS that happens on YouTube. This is real life with real life consequences, and talking about taking people's freedoms away because you don't like their commentary. This is a significant situation. And not only that, but this case emboldened this network of people that were working together to accomplish these things and hinder an investigation.
Oh, it emboldened these. Oh,
there is overwhelming amount of evidence related to this case that's properly cataloged.
We've gone through the exhibits, friends. You tell me, is that evidence? Was there evidence in those exhibits?
I can tell you that. It sounds like the attorneys are ready and willing to go to trial.
The attorneys are ready and willing to go to trial. You think Bruce Castor? Attorneys, because Lesniak wouldn't be plural. So do you think she's talking about Lesniak and Castor, or trying to make it seem like there's other attorneys representing them?
It sounds like this stuff needs to come to an end. And it sounds like there's a lot of people other than me that are sick and tired of this nonsense. These are criminal acts. We've been talking about them for years. And
these are criminal acts. They've been talking about them for years. Okay.
It is unfortunate that all these people can come together for a hate campaign. And
it's unfortunate that all these people can come together as a hate campaign. Meanwhile, what did you say about Katie yesterday? That was probably some of the most hateful rhetoric I've ever seen. And it seems like you've got a coordinated group of people that are in on these attacks of Katie and regurgitating the same things, the vile, disgusting things you say. That seems pretty coordinated. And a hate campaign to me.
Literally try to ruin people's lives over a case of, avocation. You have a right to have your opinion about cases. We have our opinion about the case all the time, but you do not have the right to destroy people's life because of your opinion. You do not have the right to harm somebody's reputation because you don't like them and you want to make up lies about them. This has been going on for years, but this right here, what we're talking about in this particular matter, has happened since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing. It was emboldened and it was fierce. The level of hate and disruption and misinformation and disinformation was rampant. And it was all.
So the two defendants. Okay. Oh, all right.
All geared toward Seth, which is the
all geared towards Seth.
One person that actually has a confirmed and corroborated alibi with witnesses. So a lot of people that have tried to support the truth have been silenced in very barbaric ways.
Any of them been silent yet? Has anybody been silent yet?
This is a serious lawsuit. People are saying they don't have jurisdiction. I don't know if they know the process of federal law.
Again, they tried heavily to make people believe it was a federal lawsuit. Yeah, they've been silenced barbarically.
But they have established that, So there are two people from Pennsylvania, and that's Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, that are the lawsuit, geared the lawsuit toward, including 50 does.
Which currently there is two defendants and a motion to take a timeout and then eventually try to add 2 more people, which would have been Queen and SF. However, that has sat there. Nothing's been done with it. No movement, no nothing. So once again, the only people in this lawsuit or in this filing are Granny and Barbecue, because when they filed for their pause, nothing got done yet. But supposedly there's 50. We've been hearing that. Remember, 50, 52.
There were some of those does revealed in the complaint. There were a lot of does that will be revealed.
So she says that some of the does were reviewed in the complaint. We're going to read it after we watch this.
Revealed over time. Clearly, the objective here is to get the criminal enterprise to stop being a criminal enterprise. What they are doing is wrong. They've known for a very long time what they're doing is criminal. And if you say, no, they don't, no, they don't. Well, I can tell you that for quite some time, we've discussed it on this channel, how it is criminal. We've discussed this on this channel about how a lot of the stuff I do in person, because by doing it over the internet, it is a crime. Good morning, Seth. Good morning.
Oh. By doing things over the internet, it's a crime. You don't say. You don't say.
As a matter of fact, that's a great segue. The stuff that Seth has had to endure is nothing that any parent should have to endure. He's already missing a child. He walked out of work and his whole entire world was flipped upside down. It took a lot of work to get to this point, to get to this filing.
It took a lot of work. Okay.
Very proud of the people that took a stand against this criminal enterprise and what they were doing, not only to me, but to others. And trust me, there's a lot of unnamed victims in this that have.
Oh, there's unnamed victims. I forgot.
Been victims of this enterprise before, and most likely unless.
And then they came out with the 1-800. If you are a victim, call Nick. You too can be added to a frivolous bullshit.
Stop after. What has come onto the streets of social media under the guise of true crime is not true crime. There are true crime channels out there. There are people that want the truth and want the things that.
I thought this was ironic. She's admitting she's not true crime. There are true crime channels out there, meaning she's not one of them. Thank you.
Not being told by mainstream media. And I think that I, as well as a few other content creators, provide that. We provide boots on the ground, a front row view of what.
No. You provide a bias, a targeted hate campaign towards one side or another of victims, loved ones. That's what you do. Leo, thank you for being a member. Welcome to the cabana.
What's really going on, and a continued front row view of what's going on, not mainstream media's version where they do a 5 or 15-minute news clip. People want to know what's going on when they're invested in a case. They want to know every aspect of that case that they can. You know, I think everybody's fairly reasonable that we all understand we can't know everything about everything all the time, right? So yes, Shiloh, we worked very hard for Quentin Simon, and we got that right, and I'm glad that people can see the work that we did and the right side of things that we were on, because we took a major blow over that case, and they tried to use that case as a way to discredit me. And as a matter of fact,
they tried to use that case as a way to discredit her. She was on the right side. Ma'am, law enforcement did their jobs. You just caused ruckus and chaos and found the opportunity to harass and stalk a family. There was no right side in that, because unfortunately a young child lost their life. This is disgusting. Once again,
the silver lining of it is that case actually gave this channel even more credibility. So yes,
Hey, Just Me Sunshine. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Cranky, Earth Angel Travels, Lynn Love and Light, Sasha. Hey, everybody. Thanks for stopping by.
We're just like, I feel we are on the right track with our findings, our earlier findings in the case of Sebastian Windrake Rogers. This has been very difficult, and I feel like I made a lot of great friends working on this with them, because this was a lot of hard work and a lot of hands involved. We had 75 plus people helping collect evidence and get that evidence cataloged in an effort.
It took 75 people to do their exhibits and get it cataloged. You guys have seen it took 75 people. That will never not crack me up. That she admits that it took 75 of them to get what they got. That's embarrassing, buddy. I could have done that on a Tuesday afternoon, one person, and had better anything. You guys had shit. You had links to news articles that prove nothing.
to,
especially about the defendants,
get this filed. I know people are downplaying this filing, saying, "Oh, it's poorly written and this, that, and the other." It established a lot, and it established a very coordinated effort from these channels to discredit and destroy the lives of anybody that wanted to speak about this case. So much so, like we watched Mr.
discredit and destroy lives. Anybody that was speaking about the case. The filing doesn't even ask for them to stop speaking about the case, though.
And Mrs. E, some of the sweetest people. I told you guys, when you meet people, I'm sorry, you just know. And I got to personally meet Mr. and Mrs. E. We sat down for a cup of coffee, and my first opinion of them is they were just dolls. They were some of the sweetest people I've ever met in person. The personality that you guys see on the screen is the personality that I met. These are normal people. You know, a lot of people say that my commentary is overboard or whatever. Well, I've had to live through a lot on these streets for the last 4 years. You kind of learn to get, don't mess with me attitude, so to speak, with dealing with it. They're so new. They are still able to keep that sweet persona about them, the real life, them being able to be on screen. When I came onto YouTube, I was a very...
all I'm hearing is me, I. Hey, Nana L. Revival. This really shows their asses, doesn't it? This right here really shows...
Well, I was very ignorant to this life. I could tell you that. It was rough, but I was also a very sweet person. I was just, trying to advocate for a child. And
Electro, and as she shouldn't. I'm so glad her attorney's on this.
It was the Summer Wells case. I mean, we did Gabby Petito, but I really wasn't on social media during Gabby Petito. I didn't really get on social media until the Summer Wells case. And when I got on the Summer Wells case, it was like vultures attacking. And I remember so many times just, crying and being upset about everything. And it was just one of those, after so long, you just had to get to a point where it's either, you do what you're passionate about and fight back, or, well, there for 2 years, we didn't do anything. We just kept moving forward. We didn't argue with anybody. We didn't address any of the hate. I told people not to send it to me, and we just kind of did our own thing in our own little box and just tried our best as much as we could to ignore the hate. And when that didn't work, they started coming over to the channel and disrupting the channel and striking the channel and doing everything they could to manipulate.
Oh, and you're just this little innocent, does nothing. Okay, Betty. Okay, Betty.
Like the algorithms and try to...
How many times did they try to striking burnt toast? I can't even remember, but I think it's an ungodly amount of numbers.
Apply as much pressure as possible to my family as well as to me, online, offline. And until that wasn't working, they were trying to force me off the platform. That wasn't working.
Oh, Angel, she really does. She thinks people have forgotten. But the sad thing is here we are. What happens in these cases is there is like a turnover. New audiences come in because one case that they might have been following wraps up. So then people constantly are coming in to these cases and they listen to this shit and believe it. They believe it. People are genuinely believing that this filing has something to do with what she's talking about. And when you read this filing, it is so freaking stupid to put these two things together.
Again, this is only one of many stories because there are multiple people that have similar stories like me from these same outfits. It was just a lot. And the more we ignored, the more disruptive they became. And it was causing some issues, my team had to endure. I mean, Sonia and the Real Me Too have been attacked behind the scenes, as well as all of their personal information docs. Sonia, people were attacking.
Yes, Nana. Yeah, she did.
Her business.
Anybody that, she goes, that's the crazy thing. Yeah, that's, I am. And they hit, if I remember, when she was working with Fupa's on the ground, heels on the ground, I'm pretty sure as a coordinated effort, they were striking anybody that was criticizing them for a while. I can't remember the actual amount of times, but I know they went after certain channels.
They were trying to shut her business down that her husband helped her build because he wasn't doing well. And he wanted to make sure that she could.
Sonia, the one that went to the school and recorded. Yep. Yeah, poor her.
Survive, it doesn't matter. But the bottom line is this is a very emotional business for her because it's her attachment to her husband. And these people were trying to destroy it. And it's just like that is their motivation. If they don't like you, they seek and destroy. And if they can't seek and destroy you, they seek and destroy the people around you. That has just now snowballed into this huge, huge organization that sex
And we have watched firsthand other people doing that, but not from,
their eyes on a target and attacks anybody and everybody that associates with it. And I think that the pattern is really what the pattern that was established in this filing is going to be hard to overcome, in my opinion. This is not a laughing matter. This is not a joke. And I am absolutely confident that all the pieces of the puzzle are put together before this filing ever made its way to that court. And I can.
Oh, you hear the confidence in this, right? You hear the confidence. I think putting this right next to that filing was very important because the confidence she exudes here.
Guarantee that is the evidence that they were able to collect without discovery. And it's terabytes and terabytes of information that had to be cataloged. One of the downloads was 9 terabytes of information. That was just one download from the.
Oh, but you didn't have anything to do with compiling this? You didn't have anything to do with an attorney's name getting put on a filing that has nothing to do or no representation? But you're acknowledging here that you had a hand in collecting all of this? Okay.
The information that was collected. Hey, big boy, I haven't seen you in a while. Big hug and kiss to you. I hope you're doing well. So go back and see what she says about Julio Random. I don't know who you're talking about. I guess I walked into a conversation. Sorry about that. The only street credit they get is for being trash. Ignorant as hell, to say the least. Yeah, but these
Janison Accounting, thank you for the factual information. That's when they were working together though, right? That's when her and JLR were still buddies. I'm pretty sure it was like ridiculous amount.
Things that
they've tried to go after anybody.
They're trash, but they were
Betty and crew
really caused disruption. I mean, people reach out to my family. People mail stuff to my family. Recently, have called my sister's job. Recently, have drove by my house for somebody else. These are.
Did they also take your Wi-Fi away? Unfortunately, they gave it back because you were online all day today. I watched some of it. It was pretty disgusting entertainment again.
Are real life things that we do not do. We cover public interest cases. We don't cover content creators. We don't go to their house. We don't disrupt their lives. We don't try to take their channels down. We don't reach out to their family. We don't intimidate people. We cover a story. Occasionally we've had 3 protests that we've done in our life, but everybody acts like because we've done those 3 protests, we do protests. We've covered over 40 cases and only 3 cases have risen to the level of a protest. And those protests were nonviolent and they were all above board. So
oh, they were nonviolent and all above board. How many people went to jail in Georgia? Does anybody remember? Because there was a few of them.
Oh, they're trying to use that as a catalyst.
Dolly happened to be one of them.
For causing all of this destruction. And it's wrong. You can't use that, at least for me. Again, there are more stories.
Thank you, Janison Accounting.
Than just mine, as you can see. There's Seth's story, there's Tony's story, there's Brittany J's story, there's Chase and Crime stories, there's Nick the Hat stories, there's Hom's stories, and there's Dog the Bounty Hunter stories.
Oh, naming all the plaintiffs. Earth Angel Travels, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
That all resemble this.
You must be hallucinating, right, Angel? Isn't the fucking going back, sometimes just going back and hearing the shit that actually came out of their mouth and where we are today. And then looking at the paperwork, it's like, how?
Same pattern of behavior. And that pattern of behavior, I think, is going to is their downfall, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I don't, I haven't talked to the attorneys too much about their opinions. They just collect the information and they do their attorney work. I can tell you, I think the downfall of this enterprise was going after Nick the Hat and trying to take his
NJ, thank you. I can't remember all the story because I don't cover BHB extensively like that, but Burnt Toast went through, I know she went through a lot of shit because of them.
Freedom away. Mr. Petito was threatened too. Yes, lady for justice. And he came out. Everybody called us a liar. Have you noticed the theme here? That every time we tell the truth, they scream louder and louder and put together this huge wave of.
He didn't come out and tell his story. He came out and made one statement about it on Justin on TikTok's channel. I reviewed that. Again, where's the proof that it was the defendants in this case?
People to discredit the true information. And then after they do that, like, because Mr. Petito didn't come right out and say he was threatened. I think it was me that broke that information because I was really upset about that he wouldn't come on because he had been threatened. And I'm just thinking all the work he's done with his organization, and we were going to be Seth was going to be promoting his organization, and they destroyed that. They destroyed Gabby's name as well as Sebastian Rogers' name in that attack. And, Mr. Petito didn't come directly out right then and there on that day and say that he was threatened. So they ended up, dogging everybody that said it and trying to trash their names. And then lo and behold, I think it was like maybe a month and a half after the event happened, and he did tell his story about how he got threatened himself. And
no, again, he didn't tell a long in-depth story like she's making. He made one remark about it and carried on. He didn't say or allege or accuse anybody, but in particular, he sure as hell did not accuse Granny or Barbecue of directly, and that's who the defendants are in this suit.
And that's when you realize they once again lied, and they tried to discredit people that were telling the truth. And that seems to be a common theme with them. The people that are trying to seek the truth and tell the truth are the ones that are most attacked on this platform.
Oh my God. Oh.
Sonia and the Real Me Too have worked tirelessly along with every other mod. The reason why I bring them up is because all my mods have been viciously attacked, viciously. And all of my mods have been doxxed in one way or another, and it wasn't right. A lot of my mods for a while wanted me to say something about it, but at that time, if you did, more would come. And so we had to weigh whether shining a spotlight on it would cause, an opposite reaction to what we intended. So we opted to keep our mouths shut about that. And again, this is all leading up to the Sebastian Rogers case. But we saw exactly what happened when this case started breaking. Is Tony in the chat? Good morning, Mr. Mathis. I hope you're doing well. I know I slept better last night. I'm not sure about you.
Thank you, Janice. Yeah, I know she's gone after a lot. Like, I wasn't around for the crude situation, so I don't know all the details, but I know this is the rewrite here is extensive. In the distancing herself from her own problematic behavior and how they're trying to, and then seeing, this is all such a fucking mess.
Everyone that has been willing to help me concerning Sebastian became a target. Exactly, Seth. And so I just really think that the people that are listed in this should take it seriously and not dismiss it, because
do they have a bullhorn and say, Revival, how's your island?
I can tell you this was a huge undertaking, and I'm confident that it is saturated.
People drive by my house every day too, and I have no idea who it is. Thank the Lord.
In proper case law and proper statute. And if you read that and you know that what you read is the truth and not made up, which I can guarantee every bit of that is the truth.
She can guarantee that every bit of this filing is the truth. By the way, Revival's being sarcastic, you guys. That doesn't happen.
They have a problem because nothing in that complaint was a lie. Right? When we saw the affidavits for these bogus protective orders, we knew immediately they were lies. If you read that complaint and nothing is a lie, and you witnessed those actions being taken and those things being true, then I would say that there's a big problem, because clearly we had no problem telling the truth in the complaint.
Clearly we had no problem telling the truth in the complaint. Huh. That's interesting to me. We had no problem telling the truth in the complaint. Huh. Page number 4 out of 83. Law Offices of Joseph Lesniak, LLC. Vanderveen, Hartshorn, Levine, and Lindham by Bruce L. Castor, Jr., Esquire. Counsel for Plaintiffs. Huh. Well, shit. Page 4. Okay. It's all truthful. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Carry on.
And if that's the truth and you've witnessed it, then I'd have to say that the statutes that accompany those statements are probably accurate and should be taken seriously. Just my opinion, but I'm not legal counsel, and each of those 52 defendants probably ought to seek legal counsel before they get themselves in any more trouble. And that's just
remember, all of the things we're going to hear in the complaint are truthful, according to Betty. She's swearing again to the truthfulness of the affidavit, but we already showed on page 4 there's a lie.
Just my opinion. You guys have watched them do what they've done to me. You've watched what they've done to Seth and Tony. You watched what they did to Nick the Hat. I know that what happened to Hong was kept from the public. I think that was smart. But yes, there was somebody at his home peeking through his windows, and I had an opportunity to preview that video because I wanted to see if I knew the person there, which I did not. So.
Oh, she wanted to see if she knew the person. How would you know the person peeping in his windows? Why would you even think that you would know the person peeping in those windows? That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you for the gifted memberships. You guys, welcome to the cabana.
Oh, that is very concerning. And I wonder how many times that's happened here, at my home. We definitely know people.
Oh, just like you tried to say the other day when your internet went out that somebody drove by and it was probably jamming up,
driven by. People have recorded themselves driving by.
Oh.
For what purpose? Even doing a lawful thing for an illegal purpose is still a problem. Doing an illegal thing for a good purpose is still a problem, right? So I think the people that are involved in this case just need to chill out and quit going real life and quit trying to destroy people and ruin their lives and cause financial and reputational harm.
Oh, shit, the things that were said. They should stop going real life. Oof.
Because that's what they're doing. That is their MO. That is their playbook. And people have witnessed it. And to sit here and say, oh, this is nothing to worry about, this is poorly written, I would caution people, because it is my understanding last night there was a...
She's cautioning us. It's not poorly written. She's cautioning us.
Live stream going on talking about this, and everybody was laughing and joking at the beginning of this 2-hour live stream, but by the end of the live stream, it was a lot of dead air between people's very careful commentary. So if people are thinking that this is a joke, I would probably caution them. It sounds like at least one of the 50 does is realizing this is not good.
Not one of the defendants, one of the does that is still, months later not been named.
I wonder how many others will follow suit. But I can tell you this is not a tactic or whatever is being...
What's funny to me is all the people that scrambled to take down videos and start saying, oh my God, did I say something, and scrambling to get away from it. That said a whole lot to me.
This is definitely something.
We're reaching out to attorneys, people really
that
I sat here and said, can I be a hostile witness if I have to get called to any of this? You can ask Granny. I've bugged her about that for a few times because I think I'm funny.
We are all willing to do. We are all willing to testify under oath about it. I've already done an affidavit in support of this filing. But what has been done to the people, the plaintiffs in this case, should never, ever happen to anybody else again. And
what's happened to the plaintiffs shouldn't happen to anyone else ever again. I would like them to prove to all of us that JLR isn't still involved in all of this, in my opinion. Janice in accounting, thank you for the support, and I agree.
I do pray that this stops it moving forward, where the true crime and the drama community are fully and utterly divorced. We have a right to discuss these cases.
Why didn't you file for a divorce then from a YouTube community that you're not even a part of?
And be part of public interest case. Our Constitution.
You guys are okay, so there's already a community, I guess, that's called the bottom of YouTube. What's below the bottom? 6 feet under? Is there a 6 feet under community? Well, no, I don't want to do that because that's disrespectful to the deceased. So do we have a bottom layer under the bottom of YouTube? Can we name a community for them? Because that's where they all should belong, because they've dug below. They have used missing children's names to exploit and continue a playbook of sorts to create drama and then continue their disgusting behaviors of going real life on families and all of that. That's below the bottom of YouTube. Okay, we need one beneath the Boit, because I don't even think some of the people from the Boit have this low of standards like Betty and friends.
Allows for it. We have a right to be there, boots on the ground. All that public property is all of ours, not just some of ours, and you are allowed to utilize it as defined in our Constitution, called
the sewer pipe community
public property. And on that public property, you have the right to peacefully assemble. It doesn't say you are required to peacefully assemble at a police department or a courthouse. You have a right to peacefully assemble on any piece of public property in this country.
So in other words, the marching band would have been fine. She's telling everybody the marching band would have absolutely been fine. But at night said it was the security threat or something. So they had to cancel their press junket, which is really funny to me.
Hindering the First Amendment and then trying to stand behind it is appalling, because I was arrested for my commentary. I wasn't arrested for threatening people, because I've never threatened anybody. I wasn't arrested because I was going to harm somebody, or somebody was in fear of me harming them with physical harm up to death. We know that because you guys watch me on a daily basis. But yet I was thrown in jail because of my commentary, because I was in a community for 3 days of videotaping and posting flyers. That was
No, once again, you were not thrown in jail because of commentary. No, Betty, you weren't thrown in jail because of commentary. That's Betty, stop lying. You were posting flyers on people's private property and utility poles. On top of that, you jumped out in the middle of the traffic and accosted somebody. You were stalking and harassing the family of a missing child. You were doing a lot more than you claim to have done.
Some type of such a criminal act where I didn't even exit my car but to post flyers, and somehow me not talking to anybody constituted stalking. We know that those were lies.
Oh, you were trying to post a flyer on Terry Bauer's socks. That's why you jumped out of traffic. That was because you were just trying to post a flyer. Were you trying to hand him a flyer and you couldn't get him to pull over? So that's what caused you to jump out of. You said the only time you got out of your car.
And I was arrested for that. That's damage you cannot undo. And that was all part of this overt criminal enterprise's work. So you guys have witnessed it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts that it happened. It did
happen. Oh, there's no ifs, ands, and buts. Okay.
Happen.
This is the power of how they distance things from reality. This is why people do the art of circle talk, because they're distancing you from the reality of what is truly in the filing. She was intentional here. She was playing on emotional manipulation of her subs because she knows that they're not going to go watch it or read it or look it up. They're going to believe what she says. They're not going to put energy in actually figuring out what is being alleged in this filing. What did they say versus what we have seen these people do?
These things did happen. Those statements from all of the plaintiffs are true and can be fact-checked. This is a serious, serious situation. But the time...
It absolutely is a serious situation and just got a whole lot more serious. Buckle the fuck up.
...has come because people are sick and tired of being in fear for their safety. Them doxing locations, there's no purpose of what they did other than to intimidate and put somebody in fear in hopes that somebody would do something to their property or to them. There's no other reason to do that. These people wanted physical harm to come to me. They had me physically arrested for no reason.
They wanted physical harm to come to her, and they had her physically arrested. What's the other way of arresting somebody? Verbally? Can you verbally arrest somebody? Betty, stop trying to play the victim. This was the reasons why video. Remember that. This is the reasons why. Okay.
Reason.
And like I said, if you have stuff to do, please feel free to carry about, because we got a lot to wrap up into this one. You can only imagine after the filing where I'm going.
They wanted physical harm to come to Seth. They wanted physical harm to come to Tony. They wanted physical harm, including taking away the freedom of Nick the Hat. Does this sound like normal run-of-the-mill bantering back and forth between channels? It does not. It does not. I'm not going to take any time, and I'm definitely not going to be speaking on this case too much, as I am a plaintiff in this case. But I did want to give my thoughts to each and every one of you about what was going on. I know you guys are wondering, is this just a tactic or strategy? I can assure you it's not. And the people that have been here, you guys know I don't mislead my audience. I might go silent, and I might tell you I'm going to be home when I'm in Tennessee, just to shake some of these, some of this enterprise, this criminal enterprise. But that's to the extent. Everything I do on here, and I say to you, I'm saying from a pure heart. This is the Betty I would like to be. This is the Betty.
Any thoughts there, friends? This is the Betty that she'd like to be. Oh, okay. Go on and tell us more.
That I have not been able to be because of all the hate and all constantly having to fight and scrap just to get a news story out. It should not be like that. If people don't want to watch your show, don't watch. But to think that you have a right to cancel a show because you don't like the commentary, that's just not American. And while I realize that there are some people that aren't from America here, we all have a common goal of bringing the truth and light to these cases. We wouldn't work so hard. We wouldn't spend the thousands of dollars we spend every single year to go out to these cases and cover them if we didn't have a passion for it. Because I can tell you, I ain't making $1 million here, folks. every penny that I make, literally from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, I'm lucky not to be in the red. Okay, we pay our living expenses, and we're able to cover typically one case a month, or go boots on the ground for whether we're recovering a case or still continuing coverage on a case or what. But we have one trip a month that we're able to do with what we make off this channel. And we budget the crap out of it. I mean, if I have to sleep in my car to cover a case, that's what I do. These cases matter to me. These cases, they for example, let me just give you an example. There's a case that I'm looking into. It's a very interesting case. I don't want to say too much about it. But Ashley Banfield didn't want to really cover the case because of the person. The person was, for a better lack of terms, technically a fugitive. But there's other things that need to be said about that, because I don't really think that statement is fair or true when you look at the case as a whole. So we look at cases that sometimes mainstream media won't even give attention to, and we give it as much of a platform as mainstream media can provide it. And those are important to these families. It is important to these families like Seth and Jen. When mainstream media won't cover it, they or we can give it millions of views and reinvigorate the case again for them on TikTok or YouTube or other social media platforms, and still keep their child's name out there and alive when nobody else will. We care about these cases. We've held parents. We've seen their pain. We've tried to encourage them. And sometimes we provide things that they don't want to hear, in a lot of cases. But at the end of the day,
we all the way home
care. We care, and we care about finding answers and providing those answers to the people that can help. So it's been a long time coming, but I really do, and really thankful for the attorneys that took this case seriously, saw an injustice, and
the attorneys, plural, once again,
were willing to help, resolve that injustice. Now, everything that's contained in those that filing, to me, is true, accurate, and correct, because we've all witnessed it. But the allegations against the parties are still alleged. There hasn't been a hearing yet.
Oh, they're true and accurate.
There hasn't been a temporary injunction filed yet. I don't know about the service of process. I don't know if I will. I think the attorneys will have that information. I'm not sure if they'll let us know or not. But I just hope this criminal enterprise stops being a criminal enterprise. And if they're really wanting to focus on true crime instead of drama, then get focused on true crime instead of drama. Otherwise, pack your bags and go back to the freaking drama community and stay out of these cases. Stay out of these cases. Everybody's entitled to cover the cases that they want to cover. Everybody's entitled to their opinion and commentary and criticism of these cases. What they're not entitled to do is destroy lives because of it.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, please don't misunderstand her. She is saying in her brain that it's okay to destroy the families of the missing children when we have no evidence yet from law enforcement to say that they're guilty of anything. It's okay to destroy the lives of the victim's family. So if the missing is ever found, they come home to a complete shattered, that's okay. That's allowable according to Betty. But how dare you push back on their words? Okay. By the way, that is sarcastic. There is nothing that is okay with what they do to families ever.
Take away people's freedoms because of it. That's what they're not allowed to do. And we all have watched them little by slow attack people in real life, in real time, and profit off of it. And then cry victim when they have to handle and deal with their own shenanigans being turned into litigation. They've all had an opportunity just to stop.
True love has 4 paws. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. You guys have shook so many fucking people out of the bushes. And by the way, no, you don't have to be present to get gifted a membership. You don't, chances are, even have to be subbed to me. So welcome to the cabana. Thank you for being here. And thank you again for the gifted memberships. You guys are amazing.
Stop. They've all had opportunities to review the law that was put in those cease and desist letters. They had a right to do that, but they continued.
Sunday. Yeah, nobody. What about the lady at Ashley Furniture? I mean, she wasn't even, that was just 2 Karens on display, Betty and Molly. I mean, Don Wells, they took his right to work as he's going through the worst time. And I know people have their feelings, but still, like, how do you want a family to provide for themselves when you take their jobs away? It's just fucking crazy to me. KNS, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. Thank you.
On. And they continue to be even more and more destructive. So at the end of the day, it sounds like from some comments that I saw this morning from Nick the Hat, they're open, willing, and ready to settle with each and every one of these 52 litigants. However, they're also prepared to take this to trial.
Oh, they're open and ready to settle. Let's check that one more time. I think this is important for people to hear what was said right here.
Being turned into litigation. They've all had an opportunity just to stop. They've all had opportunities to review the law that was put in those cease and desist letters. They had a right to do that, but they continued on. And they continue to be even more and more destructive. So at the end of the day, it sounds like from some comments that I saw this morning from Nick the Hat, they're open, willing, and ready to settle with each and every one of these 52 litigants. However, they're also prepared to take this to trial.
There's still months later and only 2 litigants. Factually, if anybody is telling you differently, they're gaslighting you. Factually, there is only 2 defendants in this filing. They have named other people in exhibits and things of that nature, but nobody else is listed. There are 2 defendants, not 50, not 52.
And are fully ready for trial. Those are pretty strong language. Fully ready for trial. Haven't even submitted the first discovery piece of paper, request for discovery, and they are already ready for trial.
They're already ready for trial. Okay. You get that, right? But they asked for a timeout before it even started. They're ready for trial. They're ready for trial, these attorneys, even though there's only one technically. But that's a whole other thing that's going to have to get worked out in the court system. But yeah, they're ready for trial. They don't even know who's representing them. The plaintiffs don't know who the fuck is representing them. They've been saying that Castor is one of their attorneys, but these mofos are ready for trial. Okay, all right. Again, let's just go back and take a look at the date of this, because this was October 19th. Ready for trial, and we are at January 19th. Fuck, oh dear.
If that doesn't show you the amount of work the team has done, working around the clock to collect this information. Brittany J on her panel was talking about being up for hours on end, being so tired. People were calling her a drug addict because she was exhausted, being up all night, collecting information, being in meetings. Meetings would go on in the middle of the night at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. We all were working around the clock to submit information. You know, I was still running this channel. I was probably one of the first people that dipped out at night because I sleep early, and staying up even to 11 or 12, my brain starts getting delusional. Like it started last night, you know, watching Mr. and Mrs. E. I fell asleep watching them. I was just there listening. I was awake 1 minute. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in the morning, you know? So the people know what they've done. I think the people are waking up this morning and realizing we have a lot more than they think that we have related to their conduct and this conspiracy, this RICO allegation and organized crime. They think because they can do it online and all this other, there's this, that.
They had sleepless nights. They were up late in the evening. It took them 75 to compile these things. It took them 75 people to compile this shit. Oh my gosh. And then we're going to go to the filing and I'll have a good laugh.
A criminal organization is a criminal organization. It doesn't matter if it's a bakery selling donuts. Okay. If they're trying to stop other donut makers making donuts and create a criminal enterprise over donuts, guess what? Donuts are going to be the basis of the complaint for RICO, right? It doesn't matter what the product is that they've organized. It only matters that they've organized to do these tortious things. And that's what the problem is. They're looking at it like, oh, well, you know, it's just that they need to read that complaint very thoroughly because it outlines exactly the laws that they've broke. And we know that they have been a criminal enterprise for a long time. And we know that this has finally bursted so big that it's hard for it not to be noticeable. I pray to God that all of them just switch, do their quit the criminal enterprise, but do their channels more lawfully, legally, and ethically. And we'll see if that does happen. Hopefully these idiots just stop. But they won't. And that's the problem. Even after this, they think it's a joke and they all go on their channels and talk about this. I don't know what they think a federal.
Hold on, I got to show you guys what Chef Boyardee is up to. Don't mind me because I look like absolute hell today, and that's just the way it's going to be. But look at Chef Boyardee is cooking. Okay, go ahead. She's finishing her lasagna.
Stop showing me.
You're not on.
Federal judge, how a federal judge is going to feel about
Either
that.
one of us are on.
That's rocking a boat. Good luck with that. Because to me, it doesn't sound like these attorneys nor the plaintiffs, including me, aren't going to fight that. That is a problem for them. I would just chill. You know, talk about the case. Nobody's preventing them from talking about the case, right? Nothing in that complaint says they cannot talk about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and they can't advocate for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Not one thing. I just wanted to point that out. Not one thing. The trolls are reporting my TikTok, but they will not shut me up. This is about a missing child. Well, hold on just a second. Yeah. And also, you know, and you guys know
the irony of the statements that they are making, or she made. The irony of all of this coming back around, and then when we get into the filing, you're going to go, wait, but that's nothing that she claimed. Oh, yeah, that's right. Nothing that they claimed.
Notice that there for a little bit, and here going forward, we have chosen not to boot or delete a lot of the commentary in these chats. And I specifically stated that it was because we were gathering them. So, I mean, that still is going forward to this day. So I would keep that in mind with your comments. Is Chase and Crimes in the house? Hey, Chase. Oh, there you are. It's nice to see you, my love. I hope you were able to get some sleep last night.
Oh, we should be careful with our commentary about this lawsuit. Reading it out is probably going to be a bad day for them. I'm sure there'll be a scramble for distractions coming up.
You guys don't understand the mental toll it takes on us. And I got to tell you, you know, one of the things that I do on my show is make sure that I am strong and that I lead by example. But for me to say that this has not been one of the hardest things I've had to go through, one of the hardest walks I've had to go through, you are wrong. And Tony can admit, I mean, when I was in my attorney's office, I told my attorney straight up that I know that my job is dangerous, but they're adding dangerous. And I told my attorney, I truly believe this was months ago, that I truly believe that they're going to try to have me executed. And I meant that because they tried everything else.
Her job is dangerous, and she thinks they're going to have her. She said that. Do you guys remember? Did you remember that she said that? Oh. What? I forgot that she said that. I forgot that she said this. This is why sometimes you go back and review these things, because you're like, oh shit, that was said. Let's listen to it again.
Delete a lot of the commentary in these chats. And I specifically stated that it was because we were gathering them. So, I mean, that still is going forward to this day. So I would keep that in mind with your comments. Is Chase and Crimes in the house? Hey, Chase. Oh, there you are. It's nice to see you, my love. I hope you were able to get some sleep last night. You guys don't understand the mental toll it takes on us. And I got to tell you, you know, one of the things that I do on my show is make sure that I am strong and that I lead by example. But for me to say that this has not been one of the hardest things I've had to go through, one of the hardest walks I've had to go through, you are wrong. And Tony can admit, I mean, when I was in my attorney's office, I told my attorney straight up that I know that my job is dangerous, but they're adding dangerous. And I told my attorney, I truly believe this was months ago, that I truly believe that they're going to try to have me executed. And I meant that because they tried everything else to cancel me. And people need to understand that. And I've said that on here several times as well. And people dismiss that and say that that's just Betty being Betty. She went full on Betty. This is not full. This is serious stuff. And I think people like to downplay the serious stuff because if they can downplay it, they can justify their actions. And there's no more justification of these actions. There's none. There's multiple people. There's more than us. We all know that. There's multiple people that they've done this to. They will not stop. And it's sad that we have to put their pour in.
I just had to pull out the other vape pen because this is some deep shit. Holy shit.
Bad behavior on display for the whole world. And request a federal judge to get this to stop. A federal judge has to get this to stop.
Meanwhile, the filing is state. It's a state filing. Casual Heart, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, whoever got shook out of the bushes. Thank you, guys. Yeah, a federal judge. Meanwhile, once again, we're going here, but in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, Pennsylvania. I mean, there's that. But again, she's banking on the fact that people don't go check. People don't go look at this stuff. People don't even have a clue what the filing says.
It is just too much. Call 800 Machete for a good time. But yeah, you crack me up. I can't even imagine having to go through missing your child and then have to deal with all this insanity. Oh, and then them blaming it on us. And you're like, we're the furthest people that talk about other people. When have you ever just seen me come on here and just pick a random person and
oh, they're the furthest. They don't talk about anybody else. Parents of missing children, fair game. They don't talk about anybody else. How are you freaking creators? There's a creator that has a live stream scheduled for tonight. Let me tell you the title of it. You guys are going to laugh because I saw this and I was like, oh, this has got to be a joke. Somebody's playing a joke on us, right? Because you know what it's going to be. It says, oh, she changed it. She changed it. Oh, examples of harassment and intimidation within these 11 months. Sebastian spotted on February 26th, question mark. Examples of harassment and intimidation within these 11 months. Do you think that examples of harassment and intimidation within these last 11 months is going to consist of what has been done to the parents of a missing child on both sides, Seth and Chris and Katie? Do you think that's where the examples of harassment and intimidation are going to be directed? Or do you think this is going to be a self-loathing, poor me, look at me, I've been attacked, I've been threatened, I've been harassed, they've repeated my words? Yeah, you would think that would be a review of BHP, right? Spanky, his mods, what they've done, other people keeping him under surveillance, Silver's on the scene, you would think? Well, since it's allegedly with BJ, I definitely think that it's probably going to be a poor her, look at all the things, the product of her own actions stream. I'm pretty sure that's what it'll be.
Start demeaning them and try to take their channel. Like, when have you ever seen that on this channel? Never. We try, I mean, out of all the shit that's been thrown on my plate from these channels and all their nonsense and garbage, the only time I engage is for the benefit of somebody else. It's never for my benefit. Think about it.
Oh, the only time she ever engages is it's for somebody else's benefit, not her own. Okay, all right.
I think the only person
who's benefiting from you engaging in this filing,
that I've come clean about for my personal benefit has been JLR, and that was to protect me, you know. But everybody else has been to protect somebody else. Crabtree, you know, J for J. I mean, it was to protect Seth and Tony, because quite frankly, they didn't deserve any of this. Nobody does. I mean, period. Nobody does. But Tony is a pro bono national spokesperson that was just trying to help a father of a missing. That's all he wanted to do. And
you guys have officially shook so many people out of the bushes. We are almost back to the highest number I've ever had, once again, for the second time, of members. I just got to say, like, you guys are insane. I appreciate the support so much. And if you were gifted a membership tonight, last night, whenever, just buckle up for the ride. You never know what you're going to get from my crazy memes in the morning. But thank you to the beautiful Islanders. You guys are amazing. Truly amazing. We are like 150 shy of 1,000 members. That is fucking insane. We have like 850 members in the cabana right now. That is freaking unbelievable. Anyways, carry on.
He wanted to keep him out of the BS channels, because even though he was not a content creator and doesn't have a YouTube platform, he could clearly see that something was not right with these people. And the way they were conducting themselves was not really professional. And he didn't want Seth being...
No, Revival, factually, that's no, I do not. I'm not even going to lie. I don't love everybody, no. Oh, Leo, thank you so much for being a Contessa's cutie. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Miss Upper Thigh, hold on. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Welcome to the cabana.
In that nonsense. And when he got involved, he asked, from my understanding, asked Seth what he'd like to accomplish. And I think Seth said something like, I just want my son brought home, and I just want to make sure everybody's aware of him missing. I'm sure that's not verbatim, but you get the drift. And I think that Tony's next commentary is, this what you want people to see you as? And I think that nipped that in the bud. And I think Seth took a long, hard look at the channels he was on and where they were going in their commentary, and realized that that's not what he wanted to be a part of, and made that decision for himself. I have never known Tony to say, you have to do this or else, right? He always says, well, this is what I would do, but here are your options. You know, which way would you like to go? I mean, he's a salesman, right? He's not the one that goes in.
I mean, what do you guys think of that? FarQ, thank you for being a member for a month. You guys are amazing, truly. I appreciate it. Dexter, I could appreciate you stopping licking your paw. That's annoying. And we're trying to sit here and you're being really annoying, Dexter. I'm going to ship you to Revival. She just admitted Tony's a salesman. I mean, we all knew that. Yep. Snake oil. Yep.
He's not a manager or a boss. He's a salesman. So he gives you your option. No matter which option you choose, you're going to make a good choice, hopefully, but I've never known him to tell Seth, oh, you can't do this. There was a time when I think
Lynn, love, and light. And then when you hear the filing, you're like, how does this make sense? We're going to do, so just in case you guys are just coming in, what we're doing is we're watching a throwback Betty. Then we're going to read the filing, the important pieces of it, like the meat and potatoes of what the filing actually is and what they're asking for in the filing. And then we have a few more walk down memory lane reminders of dehumanized and desensitized, my reasonings, the why, and then some of the recent stuff about the Castor stuff, because that's heating up and that's going to be interesting. And if people keep trying to act like it doesn't exist and distract from it, well, it's a major thing that they need to start paying attention to for sure. But some people refuse to talk about it. Don't talk about it. You could end up going to jail for 20 years. Angel, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Fark you, thank you for the gifted membership. Music City Mom, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Fark you, thank you for another gifted membership. You guys. Oh no, did I get one in there too? Janice in accounting says, guess what, Betty? You can't just protest anywhere, especially in your red state of Florida. Explain how that is constitutional. Thank you, Janice. That one I missed. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you all for this support, truly. Thank you for letting me know. I do miss them quite often.
There were some questionable things that maybe he said he might have gotten a little, like, why were you there and why did you say this? But I don't know if he would have came down. He might have at that point. But I think at the beginning, it was an option. Do you want to advocate for your son on these channels and have this being emboldened as you being the father, or would you like
Miss Upper Thigh? You gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Nobody's going to come to the bushes anymore. They're going to get knocked out. It's okay. You don't even have to be in the bushes to get it. Thank you guys.
To have more reputable channels that are going to put your son in a better light. And I think that the options, the option of having Sebastian painted in a better light was very appealing to Seth, in my opinion. Now, again, I don't know what the intercom,
Okay, let's listen to that. Take that in again right here. This is another interesting piece.
On him to tell Seth, oh, you can't do this. There was a time when I think there were some questionable things that maybe he said he might have gotten a little, like, why were you there and why did you say this? But I don't know if he would have came down. He might have at that point. But
T, I hope you have a wonderful week upcoming.
I think at the beginning it was an option. Do you want to advocate for your son on these channels and have this being emboldened as you being the father, or would you like to have more reputable channels that are going to put your son in a better light? And I think that the options, the option of having Sebastian painted in a better light was very appealing to Seth, in my opinion. Now, again, I don't know what the the inner workings of that are, what the conversation, but I have to imagine with my friendship with Tony as well as Seth that seems more in line with what happened than what was portrayed. GoFundMe is not clickable. It is posted anywhere else. I don't know. My mods are going to have to drop that. We do have a GoFundMe for
how she mixes this into it too. This is another thing that's really interesting. Hey, CK.
Tennessee appeal stuff. We're raising $30,000. I'm not doing the QB fundraising. This is not going to me personally. This is literally once the money is collected, it is going into the escrow account of the attorney. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't want anybody saying anything. We all know what happened throughout this process. We all watched my footage from when I was there for 3 days. We know I did not stalk anybody. I did not harass anybody. And me talking to my audience or screaming at my audience or anything like that is not harassment of any particular person. It's
Oh, she was screaming at her audience. How did we all not get that? She was screaming at her audience, not Terry Bowersocks in public. She wasn't screaming at Terry Bowersocks in public. She was screaming at, hey, Beth, it's good to see you. She was screaming at her audience. Oh, shit.
On my channel, talking to my, in this case, 952 audience members. So they are challenging in Sumner County the freedom of speech, freedom of press, and my rights to bear arms, among other situations that are going on. And we are going to be fighting. It's going to be about, my understanding, to get through this process, it's going to be the upwards of $30,000 or more. So our fundraiser is for $30,000. That should get me through at least the major bulk of what we need to go through with my First Amendment case in Tennessee. And
her First Amendment case in Tennessee. That's what she called that. I forgot. She renamed it.
If you guys would like.
Not the RO appeals hearing. She calls it her for sure. Okay.
You guys know how we feel over.
I mean, pretty little word salad there.
Here, dollar a do. You don't have to like me, but our First Amendment should not be trampled on by our government. And I did nothing wrong. I broke no laws in the state of Tennessee, and I'm in jeopardy of losing my freedom over law.
Broken bougie, yes. She was screaming at her audience, not Terry Bowersocks. That's her audience must be Terry Bowersocks. Up to good. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. I can't even say it. Even she was saying Terry Bowersocks, whatever she was yelling. But that was at her audience. It wasn't at Terry. How did we get that confused? I think we all need to book hearing appointments. Casual Art, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You guys are amazing. Welcome to the cabana, you guys.
Perpetrate.
Hold on. You guys get one button. I try not to be annoying with this throughout, but you guys definitely deserve this again. Thank you.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Half the time, it's really not that fun over here. I try to make it a little bit, but these people are pretty pathetic, if you ask me.
By 4 individuals on affidavits for protective orders, even though I'm not their family and we've had no domestic relationships at all. So we've got some problems. And I feel the judge.
Yeah, you do have some problems. I agree with that.
Judge's ruling was wrong and an error. And I will continue to feel that way until I'm heard and, it need be go further because this is wrong. 3 days,
Yeah, collectively, we all need to call our hearing the audiologist tomorrow and be like, none of us can hear because we were being yelled at and scolded while we participated in being an audience on YouTube, and we all completely misheard and it's all of us. We are the ones that didn't hear it, every single one of us across the country. So we must have had a mass issue with our hearing that day. We need to get it checked because Betty was yelling at us.
An area where I came in contact with nobody and did nothing criminal, and I'm facing close to a year in jail for what? Because somebody decided a month later to try to shut down a gathering of voices that I now have to be in jeopardy of my freedom, and they don't think I'm going to fight like hell. I don't know who they thought they were arresting, but
up to good. It's my favorite chat too, honestly. You guys, hold on. I'm being really sensitive and emotional about this, but you guys don't even know, you guys come in this chat and engage, and very, very little do we have issues. There's always a few here and there that pop in, usually once or twice a stream. But you guys, there's a lot of people that do not necessarily see eye to eye or come from all different overlapping areas. And you guys are so wonderful to each other in the chats over here, and you are great and engaged in conversation. I really appreciate it. I really, really genuinely appreciate how you guys act in this chat. Truly. There's only a few times it gets completely out of control, but thank you for participating and commentating and talking to each other. You guys, the mods, really all of you guys, but you guys make such a wonderful chat, and I'm so thankful for you guys. When was this stream? This was October 19th. October 19th. This is called the RICO Action Discussion, Media Pennsylvania. This is right after the filing came out. This was her first response and discussion about the RICO. What we are doing is we're going to be watching this, and then we're going to read the filing, the actual filing, so people are reminded of what's in the meat and potatoes. And then I've got a few more things to show you. It's going to be a longer stream, but it's very important to me that this all gets done. So buckle in for later evening stream with my ass. Thank you.
I'm a fighter. I fight for people's rights, and I damn sure I'm going to fight for my own. So that's kind of where we are. Again, I pray people quit downplaying this because this is serious. This is with the help of 3 attorneys in 3 separate states, over 75 people. This is not a joke. I can guarantee 100% this is not a joke. But you know what? It only benefits me if they think it is. So I'm perfectly fine. But I just want everybody to know that this needs to stop. It needs to stop, and we have a right to talk about Sebastian and advocate for him as we see fit, including posting flyers for the young man.
And then turning around and going getting tattoos. But the irony.
Including posting flyers for the young man. I'm very saddened by the state of affairs that we have found ourselves in, and I pray that people do better, that humanity as a whole does better. And I want to impress that
Michelle, we are glad you are in the building. I know Revival is very glad that you are in the building. Chico's in the building. Pika's in the building. Amethyst might still have one toe in the building and one toe out, but she's somewhere around the building. We are glad to have all of you in the building. How the fuck do people listen to that shit? Seriously, though, sometimes I really wonder. Are you all okay? No. The answer collectively, once again, is no. No, we're not okay. If anybody is listening to that type of intro, are you guys okay? How do you listen to that and go, yeah, this guy's really serious. This guy is absolutely just like somebody I'm going to sit there and listen to. And what the fuck? That guy drives me nuts.
If you don't like somebody's commentary, it's perfectly fine. Change the channel. Quit engaging in the drama. Quit hurting and wanting to see people damaged and thrown in jail because you don't like them. Because that could happen to you. And how would you feel if the shoe was on the other foot? Thank you, Jen. Put that up. Oh, I missed you. There we go. There's the GoFundMe. I just pinned it. But we are a dollar will do channel. We don't like.
And if you guys don't know who I was just impersonating right there, that's John QQ. John QQ, his intro to everybody is, he says the names as they roll in, and thank you. Welcome to the building. Glad you're in the building. You're in the building. You're like, it's. Oh yeah, YouTube bad actors. In that same rant, that's from yesterday. I went over that yesterday too. She also goes on to say that she wouldn't have any emotions if Katie was to take her life. That's summarizing what she said, but it's extremely foul. Yeah, Tempest, 100%, 100%. If you get a tattoo of a kid you've never met, you're in too deep. Get therapy, 100%. No bushes, no building, no business, no building. Right. Yeah, YouTube bad actors, it was terrible.
Robbing our subscribers blind right before Christmas. And so all we say is if you have a few bucks to give, there's a lot of people that have already given through PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo, and I appreciate every bit of it.
Oh, yeah, she is. Yes, she is.
So for the people here, you're not obligated to help in any way, shape, or form, but just understand that this is related to our First Amendment, our freedom of press, and my freedom as a whole. And even if you don't like me, the cost is too great not to fight this fight, because this is a First Amendment issue. Without a doubt, without a question in my mind. And if you believe in the First Amendment, you cannot stand by and let this happen, because I may not like your commentary, but I will defend your right to say it. Thank you, Triangel. God bless you.
It made me think you guys are talking about the tattoo because I mentioned something about that too. But you guys know I just got some of my ink started to be redone. It's a multi-step process, but you know how weird it would have been to go into a tattoo shop and say, okay, this is what I want. And him go, okay, is there a meaning behind it? Because when you're getting a tattoo, there's usually conversation. Sometimes there's meaning behind it. They try to get a gauge of their customer and what you're getting and stuff like that. Can you imagine saying to your tattoo artist, I've never even met this kid. Didn't know nothing about him until he went missing. Still have never met this kid, but I'm going to get his name tattooed on me because how would that conversation go? Can any of you tell me? Because that would be the most uncomfortable, embarrassing conversation, because that is such an overstep of boundaries for any grown adult. The guy, just so you guys know, the guy that just tattooed me might tell me that I've lost my ever loving mind. I don't think he would have been able to keep a straight face and be like, you're doing what? It wouldn't have connected, I'm sure. But I don't know how that conversation would have been really interesting and gross.
My nephew wants a $200 pair of shoes for Christmas.
Right?
Can you put me on the list? I want some too.
Sunday, yeah. And we only support one side, and we think the other side, is there evidence of that? No, they haven't been. No, but we believe that. Oh, how cringe.
Mama needs new shoes. Mama needs new shoes. I'm just joking. Purple. It's
oh, my Michelle. That's 100%. They see everything, every type of walk of life you could ever imagine. The stories that they hear and the meaning behind some of them. But just how when there's no way that they were going to be able to answer that without being like, oh, this is just a simple little thing, because there's 6 of them in there. So that poor guy was probably, oh, that conversation had to have been weird. And he was probably just like, sure, I'm going to do the tattoos, make my money.
Civil, not criminal. Yes and no. Yes and no. It could definitely turn criminal
Are
very,
you
very,
the
very quickly.
artist? Oh my
So
God.
yes and no. It depends on their behavior. But anyways, guys,
Amy, Mercedes girl, I hope you're feeling okay, and I hope mom's doing better, and your brother and sister-in-law are getting better.
I think that's really all I have for go get your rabies shots. Sure, why not? My money tree is back. Oh, good gracious.
Rihanna, and there are some people like that. There are some people that are very, very specific and won't do shit like that. Like, they have the right, of course. There was a lot of people that wouldn't finish my sleeve because a lot of tattoo artists don't want to touch other people's work. So they do have a say, but depending on where they were, I don't know where they got them.
Gracious. Oh, I did not, Carrie. I did not. You go somewhere without BS. Sonia, we need shirts that say "We back the fight, stay strong, all green." Ooh, that is a good one. That would be a good one. Don't worry about unicorn. We can't instill common sense in idiots. That's why I say I don't argue with them. If they need to use people's videos, they need to be nice or don't use it. Find their own. They can make their own commentary, and nothing stopping these people from getting off their ruckus or whatever, their tuckus or whatever my mama used to call it, their behind, and get out there and get their own commentary over this. There's nothing stopping them. If they want to talk about me, come out there and videotape me out there on public property while they're on public property and talk all the mad cash crap that they want. But doing cyberbullying and cyber harassment is a criminal act. So, I mean, and we've been screaming this from the rooftops for over a year. I mean, we know that wannabe officer, Duty Ron, that doesn't believe in.
I was, okay, in all fairness, I was just recently trying to explain what my YouTube channel is about to my tattoo artist. And he was so confused. Let me just say that. And I spent 6+ hours with the guy in a chair next to him having conversations. Some people don't even realize this world exists, like with the true crime arena and what segments off of it and what happens in these cases and stuff. Some people have, which is crazy to me, but then you'll start being able to piece it together. But for a little while, he was like, you do what? Who are these people? I was like, yeah, see, I don't know how to explain it besides they're pretty much the underbelly of society. Like, they exploit missing children's cases. I don't, what do you say?
Protecting or upholding the Constitution knows nothing about.
That's exactly pretty much what I said, of course. I mean, I can give you the rundown real fast, but it's still, ugh.
But maybe we'll slap some sense into him with these filings, maybe he'll understand that this is a real thing and we have a right to freedom of press and freedom of speech. And you know what? It doesn't make us psychos.
Once you start saying that victims deserve better, people can start like, oh yeah, like, okay, now we get it. And then you can tie it into like the bigger, like, podcasts and stuff that people know, like Nancy Grace and Vinnie Politan. Like, you can start tapping into like cases that have been in the media and the documentaries and people around us. That's how I usually try to explain it and like break it down into segments. Hey, Brantley, it's good to see you.
Demanding our rights. For following the law, we have a right to do things, whether they agree with it or not. If the Constitution allows us to do it, and he's supposed to be an officer that upholds that Constitution, and he doesn't even believe in the Constitution, what does that say about him upholding it? Pretty sad state of affairs. Sad state of affairs.
They walk amongst us. That is the scary part.
So, thank you, Lisa B. Always. God bless you guys. I really do appreciate it.
They're lurking around every corner. So those families that don't know that this part of the world exists, that have no clue and are completely disconnected from it, when those families go through something traumatic, they're their next victims. That's the unfortunate part, is people need to know that this exists, because anybody's family could be their next targets, truly.
Appreciate all your love and all your support. Don't forget to pass around the GoFundMe today. We need to raise $30,000. We're not a dollar will do or a dollar will do. We truly believe in the benefits of crowdfunding and crowds.
Jenny, that's an interesting. I don't know how that's going to be all seen. I don't know. I don't know if they will really put much into these guys saying and naming him, or if this will be a problem for the plaintiffs, like how this will all play out. I don't know. There's a lot of things that were said by a lot of them over the time about their representation. So very interesting.
Sourcing. It's a way that everybody can give a little and make it the biggest and most impact. So I do appreciate all your love, all your support, and understand that we are fighting. And we're fighting for somebody else's life, because there have been people that lost their lives dealing with stuff that we've been dealing with, that promoted.
You guys, she said she was going to be, felt like she was going to be executed.
This lawsuit to begin with.
Let me back that up one more time. Let me go a little bit further.
Little and make it the biggest and most impact. So I do appreciate all your love, all your support, and understand that we are fighting. And we're fighting for somebody else's life, because there have been people that lost their lives dealing with stuff that we've been dealing with, that promoted this lawsuit to begin with. And there's going to be somebody that this bullying will end up losing their life.
Can anybody make that make sense for me, what she said right there? Does that make sense to any of you? Ooh, Rochelle, I love a good me, or I love me a good artist. But I can't wait. I'll show you guys. I don't want to. Well, I guess I don't give a shit. People know where I should just post my video and tag him in it, truly, because he's freaking incredible. He's incredible, and he's already started, so he's going to finish. He knows people are weird, so. Somebody called 3 times while I was sitting in the chair in 30 minutes and asked about how much a price for a piercing was. It was the same phone number all 3 times, asked the same question and got the same answer. It was just crazy. Tattoo artists see all the crazy shit. So, but I'll show you guys some of his work. Remind me one of these days, and I'll show you guys some of his finer work. Sorry, segue off. I was talking about her tattoo comment.
And it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. We're doing it for ourselves, but we're doing it for the future of these platforms as well. And I hope you guys understand that. I love you guys. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you for sticking by my side. Thank you for being my rock of Gibraltar and picking me up when I'm down. Thank you for always being here for me, and I for you. So we're going to continue to advocate for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And I can't think of a better way than tonight. We're going to go over the case and can continue to start talking about the interviews. We're going to pick up where we left off. And we're going to start looking at all of this stuff. Is there a nugget of information that might help lead to the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers?
Okay, so I'm going to segue us now, because I do want to smoke one cigarette before I start reading this, because once I start reading it, we're going to be sitting here for a minute. So I'm going to transition you guys to another video really quick, and then we're going to read the filing, the meat and potatoes part of the filing. But I want to do this before I get stuck, because I don't want to have to cut through reading this. It's going to annoy me as is. So we are going to go over here to where they've been recently trying to say, well, actually, where they've been trying to say that there's nothing going on with this. Basically, their filing is fine. We're going to read their filing. And nobody did anything wrong, so on and so forth. We're going to go to AWBJ. At the end of this, after we read the filing, we'll be finishing up with her reasons why she joined the filing.
Polygraphs. Hong is a proven fraud and liar. Recently, he was caught filing he was caught filing an injunction and lawsuit and forgot the name of former PA attorney. Wait a minute.
Right, unhoused, right?
I'm confused on this part. Hong is a proven fraud and liar. Recently, he was caught filing an injunction and lawsuit and forged the name of a former PA attorney general, Bruce Castor. That's not true. Claiming that he was the lawyer on the case. Bruce Castor has since said that he knew nothing about it and his name was used without his permission.
Now, I don't agree with everything that SF wrote in this, as far as like what his details were about, because I think the signature part, it'll be interesting to see what all was actually done. He probably knows more about some of the ins and outs than I do. The forging of the name to me, the signature on that looks like a computerized thing. It'll be interesting to see their communications and stuff, how in the know people were, who did what part of the filing, who filed it or used the computer generated signatures to sign. Like, that will be interesting to see if we do ever find out.
He never said that.
Will you pull the
Wow. How are they blaming Hong for that? I'm confused.
Electro, what do you mean? Stop what? No, I'm just saying, like, this is all under control. Granny's attorneys has this under wraps. That's what I'm saying. Is I'm not concerned about the stuff that SF is alleging because there's probably more to this than I know. But Granny's attorneys, like, he's got this under wraps. Like, he is not letting up on this Castor situation. Oh, trust and believe. I'm very, like, the attorneys are going to figure this out, you guys. Yeah, everything's fine.
Do we not have furniture?
I don't understand 90% of the stuff where Fisher gets his.
Bruce never said that either. Bruce Castor
No,
never
he
said
never
that.
said that.
What? So that's the source of information. And look at Wong's Twitter feed. Wow. What? Also, look at Hong's Twitter feed from yesterday, and then he went manic and tweeted about 200 times in a few hours. Hopefully, Hong is feeling better today. Okay, here's what I got to say to
Yes, thank you. An e-signature.
SF Investigates. You have a lot of time on your hands, buddy, to be deflection. Yes, deception. Exactly. Exactly, Betty. He has a lot of time on his hands. Hey, Shayna.
I thought he was fighting fires in California.
I thought this was really funny that they got so bent out of shape over this. Okay, now one more spot here about this filing. This is January 13th, 2025.
Call you the channel holder.
Yeah, the channel
Bing
holders and the
bong.
chatters.
Bing bong. I'm gonna call you the channel holder.
All right, so SF Investigate says Bruce Castor has formally informed.
Oh, I'm so glad that Granny has her representation and she is, yeah, I am so glad. 100% agree.
From Joseph Lesniak.
I am super thankful that she's got representation that is not just like letting this like blow over too.
That his name was fraudulently used in connection with the lawsuit. Castor stated unequivocally that none of the plaintiffs, including Hong at Night and
Oh, gee, I don't like to armchair diagnose, but we could have a whole like 5-hour live stream on the list of things that I could give you that I think are wrong. And we never get to the bottom of it.
Nick at Night, Nick the Hat. I'm sorry, Hong at Night.
Stupidity, ignorance. I don't know. I have nothing nice to say.
Nick the Hat are his clients. He clarified that he only represents Dog in the single matter in Texas.
They are, Kim. Yeah, they're worried.
Castor has demanded that Lesniak notify all plaintiffs and parties involved that the suit in the suit and inform the court about this misrepresentation.
Proves, Electro, in my opinion, that some of them might not have known as much as others did. I bet plaintiffs know different things. But to me, it also shows that they were either getting memos not to talk about it or they don't know what's going on and scared shitless. I don't know.
Lesniak,
They were they're aware that something's going on for sure. They're avoiding it like the plague.
is now obligated on behalf of Hong at Night and Nick the Hat to notify the court that they falsely claim Bruce Castor as their counsel when in fact
Brittany, you need to read get Locker's comment.
All right,
Confirm.
hold on 1 second.
Oh yeah, they absolutely know.
Falsely claimed that Bruce Castor, as their counsel, when in fact he was not. Castor also confirmed he had no knowledge of the injunction or complaint filed. This constitute fraud upon the court. Furthermore, every plaintiff who signed a verification is now liable. That's not true, as they swore under oath to statements without even having a retainer agreement with Castor. Hong knows it's all over and he's just burning it down before he goes. Jesus. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Sorry. All over, and he's just burning it down before he ghosts all the suckers that believed him. It's over. I'm further pressing this complaint against Lesniak and Castor.
Oh
Watch
Lord,
Home spend 100+ tweets per hour.
help us all, Lord
my
Jesus.
God. Boy,
help
he
us
is
all.
he is so bold, isn't he? Okay.
Bold.
I'm not
What is that?
afraid.
He's bold. Did you hear what Betty said was the reason for the filing? He's bold. Did you hear what Betty said? Why you guys filed this? Oh wait, you have your own story too. Let's let her finish so we can get to the filing.
That doesn't scare me in the least little bit.
No.
I don't know exactly what you want from me. I'm not going to give you a response. I read the post. There you go. That's all you're getting from me.
No reaction.
Mm-mm.
And man,
No.
get Locker. What's up with you, hon, tonight?
What's wrong?
I
Let me
wanted
see.
you to post, and I didn't get a chance to see it.
Hey, Kimmy Lou. Good to see you.
We don't want you to leave.
What is going on? Where
I'm
is she?
telling you, chat's flying. I didn't
I
get to see her.
Yeah, I can't find it. I tried to go
What's
back.
the problem? Did you get to read it? Do you know what it said, Reality?
No, I just seen what Marlena said.
Oh,
Esther,
okay.
I see you, honey.
You notice they're scrambling? Yeah, they're scrambling. So this one was, let me tell you the date on this one right quick. This was January 13th again. All right, let's go. Let's read it. Let's do it. Ready? Oh shit, never mind. I got one more. Here you go.
And I can tell you, I can go into almost every one of her shows, and barely 2 minutes of the entire show's time is actually designated to Sebastian. So I'm just, it's very disheartening to see this stuff. But we're also realizing that the people surrounding the mom and stepdad aren't good people and are lying. And what brought this up is because the unscrupulous PI has been on this diatribe for weeks now that, in the RICO case, there's an attorney that was fraudulently added and states that he has this letter. And I've said it looks fake to me. I don't know where he got.
She forgot the technique called blending. Blending is the technique she's missing in her makeup routine, just in case anybody's wanting to know. Or plucking eyebrows. Those are two things she hasn't got the memo on.
All I know is Bruce Castor I was never under the impression he was my attorney.
Oh.
But he's been going on this to make this case look bad or try to devalue what's going on inside that case. And so all of these lies for at least a month just got stopped yesterday or maybe it was earlier today, with Nick posting the email from Bruce Castor, which in all fairness, I wouldn't have advised him to do that. I don't engage in providing receipts to people that have no receipts. But either way, I think it's important to know that once again, this unscrupulous PI is caught lying. And I truly believe he's caught lying again when he's talking, when he was on panel.
However, we've got this right here that says Vanderveen, Hartshorn, Levine, Lindheim by Bruce L. Castor Jr. And then we've got emails that go something to the effect of, Kiki, get down. That's not what the email says. That was just me saying, Kiki, get down. Thank you for your email. I have nothing to do with this case. I represent Mr. Chapman in another matter in the state of Texas. I never entered an appearance nor signed a pleading. My understanding was that an amended complaint was filed, that they did not have my name on it. Any hint of my participation was a simple mistake on Mr. Lesniak's part. While I continue to enjoy a cordial relationship with him, that might change if it does not take steps to ensure I am no longer bothered with this. And it carries on from there. We read through that the other day. But who was lying there, Betty? I think you got your tongue caught in a trap again.
In talking about whether or not he has contact with law enforcement. We know that Hong with At Night challenged him on that.
Okay, that has nothing to do with anything, okay? So instead of wanting to talk about your attorney that you guys claimed, well, At Night Media One World Corp claimed in a media release was representing the plaintiffs, you being one of those plaintiffs, you want to switch it to, well, we caught him lying about his relationship with law enforcement, not about the fact that this attorney doesn't represent us. Look over here, though. He got caught lying that he's not communicating with law enforcement. None of that matters. Law enforcement is on the case. That's fine. You are trying to distract from the fact that this attorney don't rep you. Good try, though.
And while I don't want to get into the weeds, I think it's important for truth and transparency that these people have been caught lying about many, many things throughout this process.
Oh.
When are people going to start realizing that these are...
What? Again, he is not even on the filing with this attorney. There was a motion filed, but it hasn't even gone anywhere because a timeout was taken. What are you talking about lying here? In what process?
Are lies, which is i.e. for misrepresentation,
You're misinforming and misrepresenting the truth right here, Betty.
Information and disinformation.
You are intentionally misleading your audience, once again, of what is in this filing and who is named in this filing. And
why would anybody need to lie if that's the truth? And they're being caught in these lies over and over again, week from week. And it seems like their audience is moving the goalpost and trying to justify the lie from one lie to the next. Here's a good example of what I'm talking about.
Deflection. A clip of SF has nothing to do with the filing. A clip of SF has nothing in him saying something about law enforcement. It has nothing to do with the filing. All right. Just so you guys know, I did talk to Granny and I asked her if it was okay if I showed this rolling through like this. It's got her full name in it a couple times. But there's going to be some pages that I do show you guys. So just so you guys are aware, I'm going to try to make it, she don't care about her name, but anything beyond that, I'm going to try to make sure is not coming up on anybody's screen. Okay, let me make sure to go through this. Okay, so most of this in the beginning is just like the standard forms that they file with it. It has nothing. The first part that we're going to talk about is the complaint for injunctive. Let me put this up. Oh, let me go larger. Sorry. Okay. The complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief, the parties. At Night Media. Oh, God, this does have freaking stupid shit. Hold on. It does have addresses right here. At Night Media LLC is a Pennsylvania limited liability company with its principal place of business, One World Trade Center, floor 85, New York, and is in the process of relocating. Plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman, I will put it back on the screen when there's not addresses, is an individual in his professional capacity as a bounty hunter. If you want to follow along, let me do that really quick too. Hold on, really quick. Sorry. If you want to follow along, it is co.delaware.pa.us. That is the website, co.delaware.pa.us. The case number is CV2024009083. You can pull it up on your own. You just go in. It's a public document. It's the first complaint filing if you want to follow along on your own. Again, case number CV-2024-009083. Public filing. Okay. Plaintiff Dwayne the Dog Chapman is an individual in his professional capacity as a bounty hunter and a public figure with an address blank in Florida. Plaintiff Seth Rogers is an individual residing in Clarksville, Tennessee, and is the father of Sebastian Rogers. Tony Mathis is an individual residing or in his official capacity as national spokesperson for Mr. Rogers, residing in his state. We all know they've talked about it. Plaintiff Hong is an individual in his official capacity as an officer of At Night LLC. Plaintiff Andrew Griffin is an individual residing in Florida. Plaintiff Brittany N.J. is an individual residing. Plaintiff Christina, individual residing. Julia Valente, Nick Hatzenfaustu, whatever you say his name. Barbecue Lady, and then Defendant Granny's watching. Or Defendant Barbecue and Defendant Granny's watching. All right. So now, let me make sure 1 second here. I think we are good for that part of it. Sorry, I'm trying to, I could have gone in and like edited this stuff out, but I didn't. Okay, facts. Plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Plaintiffs are engaged in a sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a 15-year-old missing child last seen on February 25th, 2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Even though the missing flyer in the Amber Alert says the 26th, you notice that they have the 25th. Despite extensive efforts, Sebastian remains missing, necessitating a coordinated and uninterrupted search. The search for Sebastian Rogers has proven far more difficult than a typical missing teenager investigation, as a few ill-intentioned individuals have sought to cast Mr. Rogers as a villain. Meanwhile, others have conducted Salem witch trial-like panels aimed at intimidating potential witnesses or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. Some of these individuals uncomfortably close to Mr. Rogers include his ex-wife, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Christopher Proudfoot. Others are so-called content creators whose sole aim seems to be inviting, inciting, instructing, and destroying the lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. As set forth below, defendants have engaged in reckless and unlawful actions, including the dissemination of false information, harassment, threats, and interference, which have all severely disrupted the search operations. Defendants' actions have caused significant harm, diverted critical resources, and impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian. What are they being accused of? Dissemination of false information, harassment, threats, interference, and it's claimed that those have severely disrupted the search operations, that they've caused significant harm, diverted critical resources, and impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian. Interesting claim. Timeline. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15, was last seen with his biological mother, Kate Proudfoot, at Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Should be Katie Proudfoot. On February 25th, 2024. A true and correct copy of the TBI's official updates page is attached here too as Exhibit 1, which outlines the latest information about this case to date and is incorporated by reference herein. What's interesting is they attached a copy of the Amber Alert and the TBI updates, but in the very opening of this, they say he was missing on the 25th instead of the 26th, completely contradicting the TBI's timeline. Just an interesting little note. After leaving the restaurant, Sebastian disappeared, effectively vanishing without a trace. He was reported missing the next morning, prompting a multi-state search involving local, state, and federal law enforcement. On March 21st, 2024, Mr. Rogers organized a search at the Natchez Trace State Park, located 100 miles from Sumner County, after receiving a tip suggesting the family search that area. Unfortunately, nothing was found. A true and correct copy of this news article is attached here too as Exhibit 2 and incorporated by reference herein. Why is the first thing after they're talking about the local search by law enforcement to jump to March 21st, when it was JLR that was contacted to come and search with him on that search? Did anybody else ever wonder why that paragraph was included? March 21st, we jump from the local search efforts to the next part in the timeline that is of significance for them to include is when Seth searched with JLR. JLR is not a plaintiff or a defendant. I find that to be interesting. Next one. On March 23rd, Mr. Rogers felt a glimmer of hope when the United Cajun Navy deployed a team to assist in the search for the missing teenager. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 3 and incorporated here by reference herein. Interesting. However, as the days went on and the situation grew more challenging, Mr. Rogers made a public plea for help, reporting that threats, intimidation, and other questionable tactics were being used to disrupt the search efforts. However, he went on the Pascal show and talked about how nobody had threatened him. He doesn't put up with that kind of stuff. Okay. But don't worry, a true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too in Exhibit 4, incorporated here by reference herein. Okay. The nightmare worsened on March 29th when the United Cajun Navy withdrew from the search, citing death threats and interference from a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time. Emboldened by online keyboard warriors. A true and correct copy of this news article is attached here to Exhibit 5, incorporated by reference herein. Why are they mentioning an ongoing issue that was created between JLR and the United Cajun Navy? And I think Dolly Vision was out there too in the same time frame too. But JLR and the United Cajun Navy were the ones that were having back and forth words and things that were escalating. Why again is an issue with JLR and stuff he was doing by running people off or having interference with people on the ground, because that's he who was on the ground there. Why is that again mentioned in this when we're talking about barbecue and Granny's watching as the defendants? This is once again something that is significant with JLR, not with the defendants at hand. Another interesting note. On April 2nd, 2024, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation spokesperson Susan Nyland cautioned the public during a press conference that misinformation could damage the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too, and as Exhibit 6. We saw that. She sure did. That was the woman from the TBI. On April 16th, 2024, 50 days after Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, Mr. Rogers initiated a petition on change.org calling for a criminal investigation by the FBI. A true and correct copy of the change.org page, which as of today has garnered 19,472 signatures, is attached here too. As Exhibit 7 and incorporated by reference herein, the petition reads, "We want the FBI to take over the investigation of the case for missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. It has been 50 days since Sebastian has gone missing. No scent trail from dogs, no video footage of Sebastian leaving his mother's house. Yet no criminal investigation at all by the TBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Again, what does that have to do with the complaint being attached to Barbecue and Granny? What is Seth's petition for the FBI to take over a case have anything to do with the defendants that are named in the suit? Anybody? On or about April 17th, 2024, Mr. Rogers hired 2 licensed investigators, Chloe and Heather, to assist with the search. Unbeknownst to him at the time, at least one of them had connections to the enterprise. A true and correct copy of the news report is attached here too as Exhibit 8 and incorporated by reference herein. So again, how does Mr. Rogers hiring PIs relate to Granny and Barbecue, the defendants in this case? Because him hiring PIs, again, has nothing. But there's an exhibit of a news article saying that Seth Rogers hired PIs. Don't worry, they got the evidence that he hired PIs. Can't tie it to those 2, but sure. Okay. On or about April 23rd, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained a private investigator to assist in the search for his missing son, Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 9 and incorporated by reference herein. Around that time, Mr. Rogers began a relationship with Michaela Cleveland, aka Michaela, who, based on information and belief, was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive of using sex as a manipulation tool, similar to tactics employed by intelligence agents, but without any legal authority. Michaela and Mr. Rogers' sex life has to do what with Granny and Barbecue? During that course of the relationship, she covertly emailed herself confidential files related to Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, is attached here too as Exhibit 10 and incorporated by reference herein. I was having sexual relations, Your Honor. And I am attempting to blame my poor judgment on who I'm sleeping with on these 2 women that live in another state that don't know her. Oh, yeah, that lands makes sense. I get it. Sorry. Following the timeline here. Sorry. Back to it. On May 1st, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained Tony L. Mathis on a pro bono basis to assist with media requests, allowing him the space to mourn and continue searching for his son, Sebastian Rogers, with peace of mind. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Tony L. Mathis is attached here too as Exhibit 11 and incorporated. On May 20th, 2024, as the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers approached the 3-month mark, his father, Mr. Rogers, called for renewed efforts and urged the FBI to take over the investigation, seeking a fresh perspective on his son's case. A true and correct copy of the article titled Sebastian Rogers' Father Calls on FBI to Take Over Investigation is attached here too as Exhibit 12. On May 27, 2024, Mr. Rogers planned 3 additional searches to further the effort to locate his son. A true and correct copy of the news report is attached here too. In an emotional interview on June 19th, 2024, with News Nation's Ashley Banfield, Mr. Rogers stated, "There has been no contact between me and the Proudfoots. It's like I'm the only one that misses my son." A true and correct copy of this interview is attached here too as Exhibit 14, incorporated by reference herein. On July 11th, WKRN Nashville reported on a search being conducted by Mr. Rogers, during which he stated that he is not sharing a lot about the search due to worry over continued harassment. A true and correct copy of this report is attached here too as Exhibit 15. You know what's not attached? Police reports that were filed because of the harassment and the stalking and the searches. There's been no police reports attached yet. There's just news articles that source like Seth and Tony as, interesting how that happens. No police reports yet on these harassment, though, that searchers were receiving. On or around August 7th, Kate, not Katie, Kate, And Christopher Proudfoot pursued legal action by filing a protective order against plaintiff Griffin. A true and correct copy of the filing is attached here too as Exhibit 16 and incorporated by reference herein. And that has all fuck to do with what to do with anybody but BHB and her actions. Okay. August 21st, 2024 at night was engaged by a private client of the plaintiff with an address in Brentwood, Tennessee, to assist in the search for Sebastian Rogers. So on August 21st, 2024, somebody contacted At Night Media, a private client out of Brentwood, Tennessee, to come along and search. Interesting. Again, last I checked, you filed in Pennsylvania against 2 residents of Pennsylvania. So what does that have to do with the defendants? On August 26, 2024, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information on Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the FBI missing persons poster for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, which showcases a $50,000 reward, that's redundancy, and indicates he is classified as a runaway, suggesting he is alive and not deceased, is attached here to Exhibit 17 and incorporated by reference herein. So, okay, again, trying to link this. A true and correct copy of the original post from Nick the Hat on X, dated September 2nd, 2024, announcing the agency's intent to cover the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, is attached here to Exhibit 18 and incorporated by reference. So Nick the Hat's post on X announcing their intent to cover the case is the same as assisting in the search. Covering the case, you mean assisting in the search? Or causing chaos in a public optics game? Because if you need somebody's that's been involved, or if you've been involved in a scandal and you need a fixer, who's the people you call? What was Mr. E telling us about? I can't remember all of his exact words. Interesting. On September 3rd, 2024, at approximately 11:17 a.m. And by the way, you guys can see when I'm ad-libbing too. Not all of this shit's in there, so if you're just listening, this is, of course, not written. You can tell when I go off script. On September 3rd, at approximately 11:17, Mr. Hat emailed Special Agent Bobby Simmons of the TBI to begin coordination efforts involving Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, and Mr. Rogers' interests in assisting with the search for Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of this correspondence is attached here too as Exhibit 19. That same day, At Night entered into a letter of engagement with Mr. Rogers, the father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. A true and correct copy of the engagement letter is attached as Exhibit 20 and incorporated by reference herein. I know that they say that that's the whole thing, but knowing, I don't know if that's the only contract that's been signed. If I bet there's more to those contracts, I would say. At Night intended to represent the entire family by reaching out to Kate and Christopher Proudfoot. Well, maybe if you actually got her name right and stopped reaching out the wrong people, because her name's Katie, not Kate, as well as Mr. Rogers. However, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot declined the services offered by At Night. On September 4th, 2024, plaintiffs bolstered the FBI reward with an additional $50,000, raising the total to $100,000. A true and correct copy of the press release from At Night and One World Corp is attached here too. I mean, say it ain't so, your own press releases. At 3:31 p.m. that same day, plaintiff Dog Bounty Hunter Chapman announced the increased reward on his social media platforms, capturing nationwide attention. A true and correct copy of the article from TMZ, of all places, announcing Dog's involvement is attached here too as Exhibit 22 and incorporated by reference herein. On or about September 5th, 2024, plaintiff Dwayne the Dog, the Bounty Hunter Chapman, joined by plaintiffs Mr. Rogers and Tony Mathis, appeared on News Nation with Ashley Banfield, declaring their belief that Sebastian was alive and would be found. A true and correct copy of the News Nation article is attached here too. Still not landing the plane. Yep, we're not there. Hold on. I'm sure we're gonna connect the dots, right? It should be really clear what this is about. So far, not about anything but their actions. Okay. On September 10th, 2024, at night, emailed the United States Department of Justice, IOD/SOIB, Missing Child Unit, to inquire about Form USM 641, which activates the assistance of the United States Marshals Service. A true and correct copy of this correspondence is attached here too as Exhibit 24 and incorporated by reference herein. Within the hour, Katie Akame, Resource Director for the United States Marshals Service in Washington, D.C., provided the form to At Night, which was later sent to Agent Simmons at the TBI. So you reached out for a form. Okay. And that made it to the filing. All right. There we go. Important details. On September 10th, and how does that have anything to do with Granny or barbecue? You reached out for a form? Just wondering, did they affect your signal? Did your mom move on the roof with the antennas and the Wi-Fi go out for a minute and it was hard for you to get to your computer to load it, to print it off? Is that what happened? I'm not really sure how this has anything to do with. Okay, anyways, moving on. On September 10th, 2024, plaintiff Griffin appeared in court for allegedly violating a protective order issued by the Proudfoots, citing hashtag Chris Proudfoot and accusing her of being a nuisance to their privacy. A true and correct copy of the relevant documentation is attached here too, and it's Exhibit 25. Again. Okay. On September 16th, 2024, Barbecue Lady received a cease and desist letter addressing her defamatory conduct, which included numerous violations of federal law and related criminal behavior. So it included numerous violations of federal law and related criminal behavior, but yet she is not facing criminal charges. Huh. A true and correct copy of this letter is attached here too as Exhibit 26 and incorporated by reference herein. Okay. Makes sense. On September 17th, 2024, Judy Coleman, aka Judy the Lawyer on TikTok, responded to a cease and desist demand on behalf of defendant Barbecue, stating at no time has her conduct extended to active interference in any legal or investigatory process. The demand that she ceases protected speech under guise of obstruction allegations is unfounded and without legal merit. A true and correct copy of this response is attached here to Exhibit 27. Okay. Attorney Coleman further asserts that Miss Defendant Barbecue is actively conducting her own search efforts with the dedicated team, fully supported by the Proudfoot family. See Exhibit 27. This admission only strengthens the allegations made that the defendants, in this case, as coordination with the Proudfoots, is central to advancing their unlawful enterprise with social media, serving as their primary tool. Can anybody help me for a minute? Where's Granny coming in here? Have you guys heard yet where Granny links into this? Because none of what has been alleged has been even, those aren't searches Granny was a part of. Those aren't forms Granny was a part of getting. These aren't conduct. Where is the part that it links here? I'm sure it's coming up, right? Sure it's coming up. The same day, the undersigned served as C&D to Cluminati as she continued to propagate hateful rhetoric. A true and correct copy of the C&D letter sent to Clue is attached here too as Exhibit 28 and incorporated by reference herein. Well, shit, that's not Granny. That's not Granny again. So Clue was sent to cease and desist, but Granny's on the filing? There must have been a typo. How'd they get confused? On that same day, defendant Barbecue uses the cease and desist letter shown in Exhibit 26 to her advantage by leveraging it to solicit GoFundMe donations under the false pretense of being silenced from covering the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the GoFundMe page created by Barbecue Lady on September 17th is attached as Exhibit 29. Wait, that didn't have nothing to do with Granny either. I'm sure we're getting there. That evening, the undersigned replied to Attorney Coleman's letter, reiterating the demand that our client cease and desist from reckless behavior. A true and correct copy of the email to Attorney Coleman from the undersigned is attached here too as Exhibit 30. Shortly before 8 p.m. on September 17th, 2024, Attorney Coleman emailed the undersigned writing, I've never made a post or a video of any kind on the Sebastian Rogers case, so I'm wondering if you actually watched any of the posts on the account linked in your email. I've never removed a post about it either. I've not commented at all, as I am a moderator for a different creator and agreed not to address the case at all since Mr. Mathis's involvement. I have kept my word on that. A true and correct copy of this email is attached here too, as Exhibit 31. However, this statement is demonstrably, here we go with the butchering of words. I've done good so far. Demonstrably false. Attorney Coleman has advised Defendant Barbecue about raising funds as evidenced in the following exchange. Defendant Barbecue, or that might want to, donate to it. Attorney Coleman. Yeah, there's lurkers like me that are going to be driven over to your GoFundMe campaign. So it's like, this is brilliant. Thank you. This only helps. End quote. And 2, regularly participates in panels and discussions on the very channels being brought before this court. Oh, a true and correct copy of these interactions is attached here too as Exhibit 32 and incorporated by reference herein. At this point in time, I don't think I've seen Attorney Coleman or I don't think Barbecue had been on Granny's before this either, if I'm being correct. Interesting. Between September 17th and September 20th, Attorney Coleman assisted Defendant Trude in locating legal counsel to defend against this matter. She also continued to email the undersigned, emphatically distancing herself from any direct involvement in harmful activities, including harassment, incitement of interference, or inappropriate remarks. I'm not really sure. She claims she did not participate in specific live streams, denies making public comments about the Sebastian Rogers case, and demands defamatory statements about her cease. Can anybody tell me how that has anything to fucking do with anything? Anybody? Can anybody fucking tell me? The fuck am I reading at this point? I forgot how bad this was. I forgot. Attorney Coleman routinely participates in the Enterprise. Starship Enterprise. As a matter of fact, she likes to play Legos and build the Starship Enterprise. The fuck are we reading? I forgot how bad this is. Attorney Coleman routinely participates in the Enterprise by representing various members. Who? Who the fuck even knows who she is? And who are the members of the Enterprise? That must be the TikTokers that know who she is. I forgot there were supposed to be 52 people in here. Ensuring that victims are discouraged from seeking legal recourse through the courts. A true and correct copy of a photo showing Coleman on a panel with Defendant Barbecue, along with the Enterprise members Jane Doe's 1 through 5, is attached here too, Exhibit 33, and incorporated by reference herein. The individuals, Granny's going to be named here. It's got to be because she's a defendant and we're already page 12 and nothing. Okay, hold on. The individual featured are Brett Norton. Definitely not Granny. CI, don't know who that is. Katie, still don't. Jill, no. Body movement, definitely not. And character analysis, with a name like that, how could you go wrong? Character analysis. Well, that's Jane Doe number 3. I mean, truly, we have no idea which one's which. All active on TikTok. Were they active? Are you sure they weren't inactive at the time of this filing? You sure? During this specific live session, Attorney Coleman participated in a panel that was doxing a victim, referred to here as Oceans, to prevent further doxing of her, to prevent further exposure of her identity. Okay. During the live, it was stated that someone supplied them with info on Chase and Tony. And this has fuck all to do with what? On September 18th, instead of accurately representing the nature of this legal communication, Defendant Barbecue engaged in a GoFundMe campaign to raise $25,000, falsely claiming the funds were required for a federal attorney's retainer to defend against litigation. That did happen. Defendant Barbecue publicly stated, "Yeah, I do have a GoFundMe for $25,000. I am retaining a federal attorney. For the retainer is $25,000. A true and correct copy of the 2-hour, 17-minute audio version of Defendant Barbecue discussing this on a live stream is attached here too and referenced here as Exhibit 34. Okay, and despite these assertions, no lawsuit had been filed against Defendant Barbecue as of the date of her statements. Her false characterization of the cease and desist letter as litigation was a deliberate attempt to deceive her audience into donating money under the pretense of impeding legal action. When pressed by her audience about the nature of her legal troubles, Defendant Barbecue repeatedly implied that she could not disclose details due to ongoing litigation. I can't discuss any of the details. I'm trying to think of my verbiage because I know everybody's watching and like to twist my words. See Exhibit 34. These statements were made to create an aura of secrecy and urgency, misleading potential donors into believing the defendant Barbecue was involved in an active, significant legal proceedings, when in reality, she had merely received a cease and desist letter, a non-litigation communication demanding that she stop defamatory conduct. Defendant Barbecue attempted to distance herself from the GoFundMe by claiming somebody made the GoFundMe on my behalf and wrote the whole thing, and it was witnessed with an attorney. Exhibit 34. However, despite her admission, Defendant Barbecue publicly promoted and benefited from the fundraiser, rendering her responsible for its fraudulent content. Defendant Barbecue misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as an active litigation constitutes both as fraud and unjust enrichment, as she solicited and received funds under false pretenses. 64. The same morning, the undersigned received several concerning reports, including one stating that influencers on YouTube were claiming that my law firm was corrupt. This was being broadcast during a live stream with creators on panel openly making these accusations. One of the creators even called my office. The channels identified were Clue, Granny, and Queen Bee. A true and correct copy of the email from the call service is attached here too as Exhibit 35 and incorporated by reference herein. Furthermore, I did not consent to having calls to my office broadcast on social media, which demonstrates the extent to which these creators are willing to go. Additionally, I experienced a particularly troubling incident when Granny's watching stated during a live stream that she was driving to Media, Pennsylvania with the intent to visit my office. This was perceived as a threatening action. However, following a brief phone call between Granny and the undersigned, she subsequently decided to return home. On September 19th, 2024, plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter, accompanied by co-counsel the Honorable Bruce Castor, appeared live on Court TV during the morning show to discuss the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. During the interview, Mr. Castor made it clear, hold on. On September 19th, 2024, plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter, accompanied by co-counsel, the Honorable Bruce Castor Esquire, appeared live on Court TV during the morning show to discuss the disappearance. They forgot to put in there co-counsel only represented in a case out of Texas. Isn't this fucking wild? I'm sorry, I just had to stop. Like, you guys seeing that? No, this is the original, Kathy. This is the original. Roro, she is Brett Norton's one of the ones that they say are does 1 through 5. Yes, Kim, that's what Body showed. Yeah, isn't that interesting? That's fucking interesting. Isn't it amazing to go back and look at this stuff after listening to what we've been gaslit that this was all about? Huh. Interesting. Honorable Bruce Castor. Mr. Castor made it clear. As more than a 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and a former attorney general, I understand the frustration local authorities must be feeling. From my own experience, I know that sometimes you need experts like Dog the Bounty Hunter, experts who are willing to give their time and energy to assist law enforcement in doing their job. I was stunned when I learned the facts of this case. A young boy is missing and the mother and stepfather don't seem to be particularly distraught. I'm sure that's something many people are questioning. What's also striking is the death threats and threats against safety that the search team, including the dog handlers, are receiving. This is unacceptable. We need to encourage people to step forward, whether they are donating money for a reward or volunteering their time. That's good citizenship, not something to be punished. Yet some individuals are behaving in ways that, in my opinion, are not good conduct. The people involved in this case, the handlers, the dog handlers, the team, the entire crew, are doing a tremendous job. If things worsen, I will recommend they take legal action because the situation has become totally unreasonable. Law enforcement and the community working together will solve this crime. A true and correct copy of the court TV audio is attached here too as Exhibit 36 and incorporated by reference herein. That same day, Granny's Watching hosted a 2-hour, 42-minute live stream dissecting the 17-minute interview with plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter and counsel Bruce Castor. Counsel Bruce Castor. Counsel Bruce Castor, during which she disregarded the law and its protocols. A true and correct copy of the live stream is attached here too as Exhibit 37 and incorporated. But what parts of the law and its protocols did she disregard? What are we looking for here? That's a very broad statement. So what are the allegations that you are alleging? Oh, you can't narrow them down just here's the whole thing, go watch it. This is just filler fluff type shit to throw her in here. Is that what we're doing here? Don't really fucking know what law she broke, but there's got to be something in here that we can say, right? So here you go. Gotcha. Well, Mr. Castor and Dog the Bounty Hunter, plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter, were on national television advocating for the search of Sebastian Rogers. Plaintiff Nick the Hat was summoned to the Pennsylvania Department of Probation and Parole due to an alarming flood of false reports concerning his involvement in the case. That's interesting that it was at the exact same time that Castor and Dog were on TV. These reports spiraled into outlandish allegations, suggesting that Mr. Hat had made repeated contact with Chris and Kate Proudfoot, and even more bizarrely, that he had traveled to Tennessee with Dog the Bounty Hunter in an attempt to kidnap individuals and inject them with truth serum. all in a supposed effort to extract confessions. This fantastical narrative, worthy of a conspiracy theory, promoted unwarranted actions by authorities, despite the absolute falsity of the claims. Meanwhile, Tony, the national spokesperson, has talked about the truth serum thing numerous times over and over again, so there's that. As a result of these unfounded reports, Mr. Hatt was slapped with extraordinarily restrictive and irrational conditions by the parole board. Sounds like that's a Pennsylvania problem. First, he was forbidden from working with any law enforcement agencies without explicit written permission from the parole board itself, with the order stating emphatically, there are no exceptions. A true and correct copy of the order from Pennsylvania Board of Parole, barring Nick the Hat from working with law enforcement, is attached here to Exhibit 38. And okay. Sounds like that's between him and his parole officer. The absurdity of this restriction is self-evident. Despite Mr. Hatt's role in assisting with the search for a missing child, he was effectively barred from collaborating with the very entities tasked with finding that child. Finding that child? Local law enforcement and federal agencies. Such a restriction, particularly in a high-stakes situation like this, not only handicaps efforts to locate Sebastian, but also raises serious questions about the motivations behind the enforcement of those orders. Sorry, I'm getting cotton mouth from reading this bullshit because all it is bullshit and fluff. Can anybody tell me though, really quick, can we take a pause for a moment and just have a class meeting for a minute? Because I feel like we're being instructed to not take this class ever again. Don't take this legal jargon 101 by anybody. Like, I feel like that's what we're learning together. But how does any of this have to do, like, this is the complaint. Remember, Betty said that this was going to defend all of the things that had happened to her and all the places and all the times, and how is any of this landing? Is any of it landing? Any of this landing? Because if you listen to what Betty said this filing was all about, are you going to get here? Is this what you would expect? If you hear Betty saying, oh, this is what we're going for, is this what you would expect to see in this filing? No. No. Fuck no. This is wild. I've read this like 4 times and it gets crazier every fucking time I read it. Backing it up to like putting it right next to Betty and her like rational thinking for this filing and what they claimed it was going to do to their audience and like how it was going to protect people, like, and then reading it again is like the biggest slap in the fucking face that anybody believes that this shit is real. And as far as it's very real, it very much impacts people's lives, grannies, barbecue ladies, like people are really impacted by this. It's fucking real. It's not a joke. But the fact that anybody is giving credence to what these fucking twats are twisting and turning this about and what they're lying to their audience and saying that this is what this is about, you're going to even get more pissed because we're only 2.5 hours in, and you guys know I like to just run my mouth here. So we got about 60 more pages. We're probably not going to read the whole thing because we don't even need to. You're going to get the meat and potatoes, and then we're going to go watch Dehumanized and Desensitized to wrap it up like a bow, her reasonings and the why. Because I think following this filing up, oh, yeah, we're going to be able to land, right? We're going to be able to make the filing make sense to what they say. Oh, hell no, it doesn't. It doesn't work. But we're still headed there. Let's go. Adding to the insanity, a second order was issued barring Mr. Hatt from contacting Christopher Proudfoot and his family in any form, directly or indirectly, via social media, phone calls, texts, or even through third parties. The language of the order was as severe as the first. There are no exemptions. A true and correct copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Parole Board, barring plaintiff Nick the Hat from any contact with Christopher Proudfoot and his family, is attached here too. And again, how does this have anything to do with the defendants? I don't know. As noted by Plaintiff Hong, which makes all this the more incredulous, is the fact that there had been minimal contact between Mr. Hat and the Proudfoots. No more than 3 calls in total. And in an ironic twist, several of those calls had been initiated by Christopher Proudfoot himself. Despite this, Mr. Hat now faces severe restrictions based on nothing more than a web of fabrications spun by individuals intent on diverting attention from the real search for Sebastian Rogers. None of this impacted law enforcement search. None of Chris Proudfoot telling you he don't want to fucking talk to you, get lost, impacts law enforcement search for Sebastian. Okay, never mind. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Hong, managing partner of At Night, is attached here too as Exhibit 40. The combination of these conditions, the ban on working with law enforcement, and the restriction of contacting the Proudfoots is nothing short of bizarre and raises serious concerns about the influence of malicious parties feeding into the narrative. These restrictions, based on fictitious reports, have only served to obstruct the search for a missing child and undermine legitimate efforts to bring justice to Sebastian Rogers. The combination of all these conditions, I'm reading that again, the ban on working with law enforcement, that's on Nick, and the restriction of contacting the Proudfoots, solely on Nick, is nothing short of bizarre and raises serious concerns about the influence of malicious parties feeding into the narrative. These restrictions, based on fictitious reports, have only served to obstruct the search for a missing child. Nick can't leave the state of Pennsylvania, and that was a condition of his parole before he inserted himself in this case. So how is him being restricted by his PO have anything to do? Yeah, fuck, whatever, never mind. Thank God there's no exhibit attached here to you. On September 20th, 2024, News and Networks reported that plaintiffs Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, and Tony Mathis had issued cease and desist demands to certain content creators. Plaintiffs Matthews, spokesperson for Mr. Rogers, emphasized the importance of At Night's involvement, stating, they bring a social media team, they bring an investigative team, and they bring a legal team, not a lawyer, a legal team. And those are things that we all desperately needed. In addition to Dog's passion and overall horsepower of his organization, the case has been amplified tenfold just in the last 2 weeks. A true and correct copy of the CBS 42 News article reporting this is attached here too as Exhibit 41. Same day, it was reported that the plaintiffs At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter expressed their belief that they know who is responsible for the disappearance of the Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers and discussed their plans to assist in tracking down the 15-year-old with autism. A true and correct report is attached here too as Exhibit 42. They put it in their own filing that the same day it was reported that plaintiffs At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter expressed their belief that they know who is responsible for the... Okay, yep, that's all there. Oh, and here you go. However, that afternoon, co-counsel Bruce L. Castor, co-counsel. Need that bigger? However, that afternoon, co-counsel Bruce L. Castor notified the undersigned that Dylan McCandless, King Coulter, and Graham LLP of Butler, Pennsylvania, had entered their appearance on behalf of defendant Barbecue. A true and correct copy of this notice is attached here too as Exhibit 43 and incorporated by reference herein. On the same day, Dylan McCandless, King Coulter, and Graham LLP entered their appearance for Barbecue. Attorney Coleman sent an email that reveals a clear attempt to suppress further discussion about her involvement. In the email, Coleman insists that plaintiffs refrain from discussing her practice, or her clients on social media, citing serious missteps in their representations. A true and correct copy of the attorney Coleman's email is attached here to Exhibit 44 and incorporated. This pattern has been evident in defendant Barbecue's previous conduct, and now attorney Coleman's own correspondence aligns with these methods, contributing to the enterprise's overall strategy of intimidation and legal maneuvering. Oh, interesting. Strategy and legal maneuvering. Now that I have entrusted this matter to Mr. King, I will no longer need to receive copies of any correspondence or emails. I am confident he is more than capable of handling you and your clients. However, I respect Respectfully request that your clients refrain from engaging in any discussions or making comments on social media about me, my practice, or the clients I represent. They have already made several serious missteps and represented me in false light. Please caution them against discussing, responding to, or commenting on any aspect of my professional experience, education, law firm, or clients. I also strongly advise that you and your clients ensure that any future allegations are factually accurate. Unlike the incorrect statements made in your previous emails, they should choose their words carefully and realize that if this continues, I will have no choice but to retain counsel as well. Holy shit. What the fuck? In the broader context of this case, the enterprise's repeated attempts to use legal mechanisms to intimidate and silence plaintiffs, from cease and desist letters to direct legal threats, fit squarely within the framework of obstructive tactics aimed at impeding the investigation or intimidating individuals. I didn't see Coleman listed, but I saw Granny listed as a defendant. But she didn't even get a cease and desist, nor did she send a cease and desist. That's interesting to me. On September 30th, 2024, an individual identifying themselves as an FBI postal inspector wearing a badge attempted to question Michelle Amperito after she and her husband received constant threats and harassment online. A true and correct sworn declaration of Amperito is attached in reference 45. On October 1st, 2024, Uncle Taco called the Oklahoma City branch of the FBI to report an incident involving the individual posing as an FBI postal inspector. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Uncle Taco is attached, Exhibit 46. On October 2nd, 2024, Plaintiff at Night issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel, representatives, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. So on October 2nd, at night, issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel, representatives, social media moderators of whose? Public figures, all public figures like John Bon Jovi, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. A true and correct copy of this litigation hold email is attached as Exhibit 47. Unfortunately, you can't tell where it even went because who got those? Did you guys get those letters? Y'all get one of those mods? Social media moderators? You guys got one? Got them? Contractors? I mean, if they're claiming that they're involved with the search because they talk about this, then I guess that includes everybody in the general public, right? Every single person in the general public. So that's why I'm saying you guys all did that, right? Okay. Just making sure. Jeez. These are crazy. October 5th at approximately 7:16 p.m. a white Chevy truck pulled into Hong's driveway, which is hidden from the road. A man exited the vehicle, leaving his door ajar, and began peering into the windows of the home. He knocked on the door, and after noticing the security camera, quickly left. One thing you'll not notice is a police report. But what you will have is Exhibit 40. You'll have a true and correct copy of the video showing the truck arriving as Exhibit 48. You'll have a true and correct copy of the video showing the man walking to the door, Exhibit 49. You have a true and correct copy of the single angle video of the incident, Exhibit 50. A true and correct copy of the still photo of the man is attached as Exhibit 51. But no 52 with the police report. Okay, cool. Seth Rogers. Defendant Granny repeatedly twists Mr. Rogers' words, portraying him as insincere, manipulative, and unfit as a parent. This is not just a personal vendetta, but a part of a larger coordinated attempt by the enterprise to discredit Mr. Rogers in the eyes of the public. The mocking and distorting of his words serve the dual purpose of undermining his credibility and citing further harassment from defendant Granny's audience. Defendant Granny mocks Mr. Rogers for stating, "I just want a divorce so I can start again," turning this into an opportunity to paint him as someone dismissive of his responsibility. Why are you saying that? Why are you trying to tell them what this is painting? Why is that what you took it as? Just because you... Anyways, she sarcastically thanks him for being so nice during the divorce, encouraging her audience to view him as deceitful. A true and correct copy of the speed up 2 times audio recording is attached here too as Exhibit 52. The distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflects the broader strategy of the enterprise, with defendants Barbecue and Granny coordinating efforts to undermine victims' credibility through mockery, manipulation, and defamation as tools of harassment. So, to link them together, this distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflects the broader strategy of the enterprise. Granny and Barbecue coordinated efforts to undermine victims' credibility through mockery, manipulation, and they haven't proved that there's any coordination. They haven't linked them together in any coordinated event here. Okay. But, okay. Defendant Granny's persistent sarcasm goes beyond mere commentary. It is a tactic used to diminish Mr. Rogers' character and portray him as an untrustworthy, echoing the sarcastic attacks frequently employed by Defendant Barbecue and other members of the enterprise, where sarcasm is weaponized to belittle and the audience is encouraged to join in the public degradation. Oh, he's such a good guy. Thank you for being so nice during the divorce. Mocks Mr. Rogers' efforts to present himself as a responsible, twisting his words to imply hypocrisy. See Exhibit 52. The use of sarcasm and ridicule aligns with the enterprise's broader strategy to public character assassination. Defendant Granny mocking tone not only serves to discredit Rogers, but also to mobilize her followers to further participate in this coordinated defamation. Defendant Granny actively engages her audience in the harassment by prompting real-time reactions and contributions of the defamation of Mr. Rogers, mirroring Defendant Barbecue's tactic of encouraging public shaming and transforming private matters like custody and divorce into a public spectacle. But, sir, didn't you give your divorce papers to people such as Sweetie Pilo for them to read out way before? Anyways, forgive me. I'm just asking questions. Defendant Granny invites her audience to engage in the narrative of Mr. Rogers' unfitness, creating an echo chamber of public judgment. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the divorce papers. Put a 2 if you did not. See Exhibit 52. But how, again, does this impact or affect the search for Sebastian? How are her words about his character affecting the search for Sebastian or interfering in the search? Because that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that their behavior impacted the search for Sebastian. How is that happening? The orchestration of audience participation in defamation exemplifies how the enterprise operates on a broader scale, with Defendant Granny engagement mirroring Defendant Barbecue's incitement of followers, making a public humiliation central to the group's collective goal of silencing and discrediting their targets. Defendant Granny continually mocks Mr. Rogers' emotional struggles, particularly his trauma from the divorce, aligning with the enterprise's broader tactics of dismissing mental health and personal issues, as seen in the targeting of plaintiff Griffin and others. Oh, thereby reinforcing the strategy of belittling victims' emotional distress. Defendant Graney dismisses Rogers' claims of trauma, sarcastically suggesting, get a therapist because it is years later, sir, and you're still not healed. So in this section right here, just quick question. Would this be a place to insert defendant or plaintiff, plaintiff, I forgot she's a plaintiff, Andra Griffin, when she mocks and belittles Katie Proudfoot's emotional state and actually makes a claim as if she was to take her own life, she wouldn't be upset? I think that would be a good place to insert that. The mockery of trauma across multiple victims demonstrates a continuous and related pattern of behavior by the enterprise, with defendant Granny's constant dismissal of mental health aligning with defendant's barbecue's similar treatment of plaintiffs, highlighting the orchestrated nature of the enterprise's psychological harassment. Psychological harassment. Oh, that's what they're calling it, huh? I wonder if that's what you would call repeatedly calling a missing child defective, saying that some children should be euthanized, calling missing children packages, saying that parents of missing children with no evidence have harmed their children, saying that you hope they suffer from great addictions. Is that psychological harassment? Would that all be, would getting a tattoo of a missing child to spite the mother of the missing child, getting that child's name tattooed, would that be considered psychological harassment? Asking for a friend? Defendant Granny distorts the legal context of Mr. Rogers' custody and divorce issues by falsely implying that he was deemed borderline abusive by the courts. That was a direct quote from Seth Rogers himself on Bullhorn Betty's channel when he was being interviewed by her. And he also made another statement on Pascal's. A deliberate misrepresentation that aligns with defendant Barbecue's similar tactics of distorting legal proceedings to mislead the public and discredit plaintiffs, illustrating how the enterprise manipulates legal narratives to harm their targets. Defendant Granny falsely claims Mr. Rogers states that the courts deemed him borderline abusive, which no such legal finding exists. Exactly. It was his own words that he said about what was going on in interviews such as on Bullhorn Betty's. It was what he was saying, not what the court papers say. And that's what she was, yeah. Anyways, this intentional misrepresentation serves to undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility and paint him in a negative light. The deliberate distortion of legal facts by defendant Granny is part of the broader enterprise strategy seen in defendant Barbecue's campaign. The deliberate distortion of legal facts by Granny? Wait, calling an attorney co-counsel, counsel, misusing his name, would that be deliberate distortion of legal facts? Would that be a deliberate distortion of legal facts? Stating in a filing that an attorney is your co-counsel, your counsel representing the plaintiffs, is that legal distortion or distortion of legal facts? They use the false legal claims to discredit victims, shows a coordinated effort to manipulate public perception and attack the reputations of those who challenge the enterprise. Defendant Granny uses Mr. Rogers' divorce and custody battle as a key point of attack, twisting the narrative to portray him as an unfit father and husband. This tactic of weaponizing personal legal matters is commonly employed by the enterprise, turning private family issues into public spectacles to discredit and humiliate. Wait, this tactic of weaponizing personal legal matters is commonly employed by the enterprise? Are you talking about Chris's custody battle that you guys keep bringing up? Or CPS reports? Personal legal matters? Tactic of weaponizing? That's got to be what you're talking about. The enterprise. Oh, sorry, wrong group. Turning private matters or private family issues into public spectacles to discredit and humiliate. Defendant Barbecue has similarly exploited family disputes in her attacks on other plaintiffs, indicating a shared strategy within the enterprise. Defendant Granny mocks Mr. Rogers for allegedly seeking alimony and being a nice guy during the divorce, stating, "You asked for alimony, but you were so nice." This sarcastic remark is designed to undermine Mr. Rogers' character by framing his actions as hypocritical. Granny saying that you asked for alimony, but you were so nice. That made it into a filing. Okay, then. Sure. Carry on. Defendant Granny focus on Mr. Rogers' divorce aligns with Defendant Barbecue's broader strategy of using personal legal matters as a tool for defamation, reinforcing the organized and continuous nature of the enterprise's attacks. Interesting. Defendant Granny often resorts to baseless speculation to further undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility by implying drug use, neglect, and irresponsibility. Defendant Granny encourages her audience to view Mr. Rogers as a flawed, untrustworthy figure. These speculative attacks mirror Defendant Barbecue's false accusations against other plaintiffs, where unfounded allegations are presented as a fact to sway public opinion. Defendant Granny falsely implies that Mr. Rogers is hypocritical regarding his stance on medication. But you sure fuck had no problem taking those pharmaceutical medications for yourself. And again, can anybody enlighten me how the fuck does any of this have anything to do with searching for Sebastian? Anybody? Am I boring you guys all to tears yet? Do you want me to keep going? This is a fucking shit show. I forget, like, I read it for one part and then I go back to it and I'm like, oh yeah, this is here. And then reading it all together, I'm like, the fuck? You guys doing okay? Do we need a collective woosah? Kathy, thank you. Why the fuck? And this is why it drives me nuts that people support this shit. Like, what does any of this have to fucking do with anything? What does this is so nonsensical. You're doing good. You're doing good. I'm doing good. I think it's important for people to see it. I think it's important for people to fucking see this. I know most of you because you guys care and you guys pay attention. So you guys want to know. So a lot of you have seen this already. But I think it's important because here it is. People don't have to go look it up for themselves. People don't have to read it by themselves. They can hear it all. I think it's important. Oh, Mind of Monsters, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Not legal or factual, right? It's the epitome of frivolous, right? You hurt my feelings. Like, these aren't even defamatory statements either. And that's why, like, when people are talking about, like, well, she said things that were too far, they're not even, that's the fucking part here, people. They're not even claiming those allegations. They're not even saying, like, some of the, when people are like, well, they did say this, that's not even what they're saying. They're saying, but you sure as fuck had no problem taking those pharmaceuticals medications for yourself. He said shit like that. That might not be verbatim, but he has said shit to the effect of his stance on medications. These aren't like defamatory these had context with them. Guaranteed she was reviewing Betty's interview when he was on there and saying shit about his stance on medications, or one of the interviews. And how the fuck does any of this, at the end of it, have anything to do with interfering? Again, we're on page 23. We're at 106. Let me go back up here. Let me shut this off for just 1 second. I want to find this one spot one more time. I want to go back right to the allegation part. It says, there's the timeline. Oh, Dexter. Okay. It claims plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian. Last seen on February 25th. It claims that the search for Sebastian Rogers has proven far more difficult than a typical missing teenager investigation, as a few ill-intentioned individuals sought to cast Mr. Rogers as a villain. Meanwhile, others have conducted Salem witch trial-like panels aimed at intimidating potential witnesses or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. How would any of what they have said so far stop people from coming forward to law enforcement? It has nothing to do with law enforcement. Some of these individuals uncomfortably close to Mr. Rogers include his ex-wife, Kate Proudfoot, and her husband, Christopher Proudfoot. Again, not the defendants. Others are so-called content creators whose sole aim seems to be inviting, inciting, instructing, and destroying lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. As set below, or fourth below, defendants have engaged in reckless and unlawful actions. Where's the charges if they're unlawful? Including the dissemination of false information, harassment, threats, and interference. None of that. You're looking for false information, harassment, threats, and interference, which have severely disrupted the search operations. Defendants' actions have caused significant harm, diverted critical resources, and impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian. How has any fucking thing that we've read in this done any of that? How? This is fucking insane to me. I'm like, every time I read this, I catch new pieces of it and it just drives me nuts. I'm thankful that you guys are allowing me to like sit here and read it with you, because I seriously just roll my eyes. And every time. Oh, sorry guys. Let me go big. Oh, so frustrating. So fucking frustrating. Okay. We'll read a little bit more of it because I want you guys to see how this doesn't tie together. And then we will go to watching BJ's reasons and see how they match up, okay? It goes on to say, the repetition of unfounded accusations across multiple plaintiffs demonstrates a pattern of defamation that is central to the enterprise's racketeering activities. Defendants Granny's speculative attacks align with a broader strategy of spreading false narratives, revealing a clear connection to the continuous and organized effort by defendant Trude and Barbecue and Granny to discredit their victims. Defendant Granny does not merely mock and insult Mr. Rogers. She actively encourages her audience to join in, fostering a culture of public humiliation designed to amplify the emotional and psychological harm, mirroring defendant Barbecue's tactic of mobilizing followers to intensify the impacts on victims. Defendant Granny calls on her followers to put out your declarations, pushing Mr. Rogers to expose more of his personal life to public scrutiny. This public demand is a form of intimidation and control, echoing defendant Barbecue's similar efforts to humiliate other plaintiffs through the exposure of personal information. Now, come on now. Oh, God. The coordinated effort to publicly humiliate victims shows a continuous pattern of racketeering activity. As defendant Granny's role in encouraging her audience to participate in the harassment demonstrates the enterprise use of public platforms to amplify harm and silence opposition. Defendant, not just one, she is defendant, Granny. Defendant Granny, harassment of Mr. Rogers, and is intricately linked to the broader efforts by the enterprise led by defendant Barbecue and associates. Defendant Barbecue Granny. God, I'm going to have them backwards. Defendant Granny's mockery, manipulation, false accusations, and incitement of her audience are all part of a coordinated strategy to discredit and defame Mr. Rogers, aligning with the larger pattern of racketeering activity in this case. Holy shit. Tony Mathis. Defendant Barbecue frequently discusses her access to resources, referring to it as a chain of command. She bragged, I forgot the name of it, but it's like that domino effect. The person who originally took the video leaked the video and sent it out to somebody. Then somebody sent it to somebody else. A true and correct copy of the audio version of Defendant Barbecue discussing this on a live stream is attached here too. And reference herein is Exhibit 53. And what the fuck does that have to do with shit? It just says Tony Mathis. And then it says Defendant Barbecue frequently discusses her access to resources, referring to it as, what does that have to do with anything? The domino effect described by Defendant Barbecue demonstrates a pattern of racketeering. Oh, okay. Activity under the RICO Act, as the coordinated sharing and distribution of the video indicates a conspiracy to engage in a continuous and organized criminal conduct. Oh, okay. Each act of sharing the video, what's on the video? What kind of video? What video? What exact video were they discussing on this live stream? So they didn't, here's the funny thing here. You see what they did here? They attached the video of her talking about this, but they didn't attach the video that supposedly has these illegal things in them. Distribution of that video, though, indicates a conspiracy to engage in continuous and organized criminal conduct, even though it could have been a video of a cat. Could have been. But passing around a video of a cat, that could be criminal behavior, right? I mean, sure, makes a lot of fucking sense. They're not even telling you what video they're, what the fuck? Each act of sharing the video constitutes an overt act of conspiracy in violation of both RICO and Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy statutes. You know, if you share a TikTok stream over here and you share a video over here of the same cat video playing with the ball yarn, getting stuck in it, you too. What the fuck? Each actor, what? We don't know what video. We don't know what video. Do you guys realize? Oh, I just caught that this fucking time. I'm sorry. I just caught that this fucking time. That they're not even identifying the video that they're claiming is being passed around. They used an exhibit of her talking about some video. They don't even identify what the fuck this video is, but it's, yep, it's sharing that video constitutes an overt act of conspiracy. Defendant Barbecue asserted, yeah. Well, well, kind of, but there's a legal term actually for it. And every single fucking person that shared the video of Caleb can all be fucking prosecuted. See Exhibit 53. So a video of, unfortunately, Caleb Harris. Finally, there's the video. But again, a copy of her stating something. Yeah, right, Sunday? Right? And again, they're using a conversation that she's having about this video, and they're saying that this is a conspiracy. Are they fucking... This is fucking way worse than I even realized. It gets worse every fucking time. Defendant Barbecue's acknowledgement that every single person that shared the video of Caleb can all be fucking prosecuted demonstrates her awareness of the illegal nature of the enterprise's conduct. Her statement indicates active involvement in a criminal conspiracy to commit harassment and defamation in violation of Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy laws and RICO's conspiracy provisions. So a video that Tony shared initially. Kathy, this is just crazy. Right? And again, she was having a conversation about a video that Tony shared. That's the crazy thing. You guys understand why this is like, she's talking about a video. Like they provided, the exhibit that they provided was her talking about a video that Tony shared. Not that they oh God. What a fucking mess. Right. Lisa, exactly. But it's originally a video of from him. So how is he not a part of, wouldn't he be a part of that criminal conspiracy because he's the initial sharing? Am I wrong there? Wouldn't he be a part of the freaking RICO because he's the one that had the video to begin with? The fuck? These people. Each participant in the chain of distribution is a conspirator. Each participant right there. Right fucking there. Each participant in the chain of distribution is a conspirator furthering the enterprise's unlawful objectives, exposing them to criminal liability. He's the first person. Yes. Jennifer Lynn. Yes. Yep. So isn't he considered a conspirator then? In the same live stream, Defendant Barbecue declared, and you know what? It's my fucking mission. And it's been my little undercover mission. I know you guys are probably wondering where we're at, but we're up to something. See Exhibit 53. Oh, okay. What are they fucking talking about? Getting sprinklers on their ice cream? Getting matching outfits? I mean, it's my fucking mission. It's been my little undercover mission. Okay. And Defendant Barbecue's statement about an undercover mission to target individuals within the context of sharing harmful content demonstrates a premeditated conspiracy. Is that what she was talking about in her undercover mission? This satisfies the elements of... Wait, they're saying that in the same live stream, Defendant Barbecue declared, and you know what? It's my fucking mission. It's been my little undercover mission. I know you guys are probably wondering where we're at, but we're up to something. Her saying that. Defendant Barbecue's statement about an undercover mission to target individuals within the context of sharing harmful content demonstrates a premeditated conspiracy that started with Tony Mathis. Okay. This satisfies the elements of racketeering activity under RICO and a criminal conspiracy under Pennsylvania law. Throw the whole fucking thing away. Throw it all away. Throw it all away. Under Pennsylvania law, criminal conspiracy is established when two or more individuals agree to engage in unlawful conduct with at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So Tony and the next person in the chain that he sent it to would be all that was needed. How many more down the chain? I wonder. I need ice cream after this. And I don't even really like ice cream, but I need sugar of some sort. The overt acts in this case involve the deliberate dissemination of harmful content, which violates multiple provisions of Pennsylvania law, including harassment and defamation. Additionally, Defendant Barbecue's statement reflects a calculated, organized effort to harm others, demonstrating the continuity and structure required for establishing a pattern of racketeering activity. This aligns with Pennsylvania's broad definition of conspiracy, where intent and action to promote or facilitate illegal conduct suffice for prosecution. Oh, do they now? Do they now? Furthermore, each participant in the dissemination of harmful content is implicated as an active conspirator in furtherance of the criminal enterprise, exposing them to substantial criminal liability under both federal and state law. Well, holy shit, why did they just name Tony a co-conspirator in their own fucking filing? Holy shit. Defendant Barbecue and her panelists continued, okay, we're not avoiding being on TikTok because we're afraid or scared. We've been working. And all I'm going to say is if anyone thinks they're going to fuck with us, I'm fucking dare you. Exhibit 53. Okay. All right. Defendant Barbecue's overt threat. I fucking dare you. constitutes intimidation and extortion. Or it could be that she's playing Connect 4 and she says, I fucking dare you to put your white one in my red one spot or whatever the fuck it. I mean, come on. But it constitutes intimidation and extortion under federal law. And Pennsylvania's extortion statutes, we don't know exactly what she's even talking about. It's so vague. Extortion in Pennsylvania involves using threats of harm to coerce behavior, and her statement is designed to intimidate and deter opposition to the enterprise's activities through threats of retaliation. What are the enterprise's activities? Can you name them for us? Because you're kind of just like throwing a whole bunch of fucking words here, and we're supposed to just like drum up some like picture of what is going on. This conduct, reflective of organized criminal behavior. What conduct? What are they doing? Aims to prevent interference or exposure, thereby advancing the enterprise's unlawful goals. What's their goals? Do you have a sheet? Do we have them listed 1 through 10? This is the enterprise's goals. This is how they accomplish those goals. This is where they're at in the progress. Like, what the fuck? In a live stream, Defendant Barbecue declared, fucking dare you. I dare you. This shit right here, though, those foul fucking human beings, birds of a feather flock together. In a live stream, Defendant Barbecue declared, fucking dare you. I dare you. This shit right here, though, these foul fucking human beings, birds of a feather flock together. The continuation of intimidation tactics in Defendant Trude's language, coupled with derogatory remarks, highlights a clear pattern of harassment in violation. Pattern of harassment to who? To what? What for? Who, what, when, where, why, how? Can we ask the basic principles of what the fuck this word salad is for? Her repeated threats, I dare you, aim to intimidate and coerce others. Who are the others? Into compliance or silence, punishable under Pennsylvania's criminal harassment statutes, and also form part of a broader criminal conspiracy within the enterprise. So saying I dare you is now a problem. Defendant Barbecue further stated, it's my fucking mission to take Tony the fuck down. So however that looks for you, or whatever you want to imagine in your God-given brain, whatever. When I say take them down, I mean like he should not be a fucking spokesperson for anybody's missing child, in my opinion. This statement demonstrates Defendant Barbecue's intent to cause significant harm to Tony Mathis through a coordinated campaign of harassment and defamation, further supporting a criminal conspiracy and a racketeering activity under RICO. Her admission of a mission to take Tony down reflects the calculated unlawful objective of the enterprise to discredit and harm through intimidation and defamation. How do her words... Never mind. I'm done asking questions because there's never any answers that make any sense. Under Pennsylvania law, fraud occurs when the party knowingly makes false representations with the intent to induce others to act. No fucking way. Like, I would seek legal representation. Like, this is the federal filing. Like, this is Trump's ex-attorney. I'd get legal. You could spend 20 years in jail. This is fucking insane. Defendant Barbecue's public solicitation of funds based on false claim that she needed $25,000 to retain a federal attorney for ongoing litigation constitutes fraudulent misrepresentation. Despite receiving only a C&D, which does not constitute litigation, Defendant Barbecue knowingly implied that she was under legal threat to justify her fundraising campaign. Defendant Barbecue's actions constitute unjust enrichment by collecting funds under the false premise of a non-existent lawsuit, misrepresenting the cease and desist letter, and fabricating a false narrative to unjustly gain financial support from her audience. Why is this under defendants Trude's deliberate misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as ongoing litigation in her fundraising campaign constitutes fraud, demonstrating a pattern of deceit in an attempt to unjustly enrich herself by misleading her audience. The court should enjoin defendant Barbecue from continuing to solicit funds under these false pretenses in order to return all the funds raised through the fraudulent campaign. My head hurts. This is some absolute fucking mockery right here. This is absolutely... Okay. I'm going to play this really quick while I take a quick break before I take you guys back downstairs for a minute and we go smoke to get through the next part. But I'm going to give you guys this part to remind yourself right quick, and then we will go on a little tour downstairs and finish reading this, because this is fucking insane. All right, here you go.
All right, let's read what SF has to say. Lord have mercy.
I'm gonna call you the channel holder.
Yeah, the channel
Bing
holders and the
bong.
chatters.
Bing bong. I'm gonna call you the channel holder.
All right, so SF Investigate says Bruce Castor has formally informed Joseph Lesniak that his name was fraudulently used in connection with the lawsuit. Castor stated unequivocally that none of the plaintiffs, including Hong at Night and Hong at Night and Nick the Hat, are his clients. He clarified that he only represents Dog in the single matter in Texas. Castor has demanded that Lesniak notify all plaintiffs and parties involved that the suit in the suit and inform the court about this misrepresentation. Lesniak is now obligated on behalf of Hong at Night and Nick the Hat to notify the court that they falsely claim Bruce Castor as their counsel, when in fact
Brittany, you need to read Lockers. Get Lockers come.
Don't worry, she's still there. She just doesn't want to read it out loud anymore, because this is why they don't want to talk about this shit anymore. Can you imagine? You wouldn't want to talk about this anymore either. Look at this fucking filing. How embarrassing.
All right, hold on 1 second. Falsely claimed that Bruce Castor as their counsel, when in fact he was not. Castor also confirmed he had no knowledge of the injunction or complaint filed. This constitutes fraud upon the court. Furthermore, every plaintiff who signed a verification is now liable. That's not true, as they swore under oath to statements without even having a retainer agreement with Castor. Hong knows it's all over, and he's just burning it down before he goes. Jesus. All over, and he's just burning it down before he ghosts all the suckers that believed him. It's over. I'm further pressing this complaint against Lesniak and Castor.
Oh Lord!
Watch Home spend 100+ tweets per hour.
Help us all, Lord
Oh
Jesus.
God. Boy, he is so bold, isn't he? Okay, I'm not afraid that
he's the one that's so bold. He's the one that's so bold. He is the bold one. How are you guys doing over there? How do you guys feel about this, rereading this again? Sorry, it's really annoying to listen to me read. I know it is. I really appreciate you guys. And I'm like probably monotone as fuck as I'm reading this and fucking up all the words and shit. But I appreciate you guys. I start reading it and then I get louder and louder because I'm like reading it and it's connecting in my head. And I'm like, what the fuck? But I have to say, listening to me read isn't as bad as listening to this one, if I don't say so myself. I'm not as I can listen to myself more than I can listen to this one read.
Doesn't scare me in the least little bit.
Nope.
I don't know exactly what you want from me. I'm not going to give you a response. I read the post. There you go. That's all you're getting from me.
No reaction.
Mm-mm.
And man,
No.
get Lawford, what's up with you, hon, tonight?
No reaction. Okay, let's go back. Let's go on here. Let's read. I came down to smoke a cigarette, so we're gonna have a little cut in and out here. But I needed tobacco after this. I'm telling you what, this was. Kathy, I'm glad you've been here. You're glad I'm reading it? Okay. A lot of people won't read this type of shit by themselves, so thank you guys for bearing with me. I'm not this like voiceover reader or anything like that. There's people that are amazing readers. I'm not, but you guys are putting up with me, so we're getting through it. All right, here we go. We just heard her. She ain't scared. She ain't scared. In multiple live broadcasts on YouTube, defendant Granny engaged in a concerted effort to defame, harass, and intimidate plaintiff BJ as part of a broader coordinated attack with her associates. These statements are not isolated incidents, but rather form a sustained campaign of targeted harassment, threats, and defamation, violating both Pennsylvania and federal laws and fitting into a pattern of conduct that constitutes as a part of a corrupt enterprise, as defined under in her live stream. Defendant Granny directly threatened BJ, stating, "I will make you a fucking victim. You want to go legal? I will give you a reason to go legal. You have crossed every fucking boundary there is." Oh, I wonder if the date on that. Oh, it's from May 9th. I wonder what the date of the message between BJ and CJ is, where Brittany was encouraging legal action back then. I wonder if that's before May. A true and correct copy of Granny's watching live stream audio lasting 16 minutes and 54 seconds from May 9th, 2024 is attached here too in Exhibit 54 and incorporated. Defendant Granny's intent to make BJ a victim and provoke legal retaliation demonstrates a malicious targeted attack designed to intimidate and harass, further supporting a claim of racketeering under 18 USC. These threats made in public also serve to escalate the level of intimidation, forming part of a conspiracy to obstruct Brittany's efforts to defend herself legally. These threats made in public also serve to escalate the level of intimidation, forming part of a conspiracy to obstruct Brittany's efforts to defend herself legally. Defendant Granny continued her attack on BJ's character in a public forum, stating, "You are a lazy, wasteful piece of shit. I don't speak on you, Brittany. I don't fucking talk about you." Wait. That's an attack on her character to say you're a lazy, wasteful piece of shit? I'm suing. That's it. You called me a petty Betty trash bag. Oh, simple bitch. I'm a simple bitch. Defendant Granny's acknowledgement of her involvement in a coordinated retaliatory effort against BJ and her associates further highlights the presence of an enterprise engaging in racketeering activity. Defendant Granny states, then I'm going to fucking be. Wait. Defendant Granny states, then I'm gonna fucking be, and I'm gonna do to you every single thing that you and your fucking YouTube associates do to me and mine. See Exhibit 54. Okay. Defendant Granny's statement demonstrates her active participation in conspiracy and involvement in a corrupt organization defined under, with reference to Brittany's YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals collaborating to attack and harass Brittany. With her reference to Brittany's YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals. Yeah, Brittany's associates would be collaborating to attack and harass Brittany. So am I reading this wrong? Somebody help me. Is that really worded that fucking way? Is this what is really worded here like this? Let me read that one more time. Defendant Granny's statement demonstrates her active participation in conspiracy under 18 PA blah, 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 and involvement in a corrupt organization as defined under, with her reference to Brittany's YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals collaborating to attack and harass Brittany. Brittany's associates are, oh God, hereby forming the basis for a civil conspiracy claim under Pennsylvania law and supporting the RICO elements of a coordinated enterprise. Granny said, then I'm going to fucking be, and I'm going to fucking do to you every single thing that you and your fucking YouTube associates do to me and mine, indicating that the fucking organized, corrupt organization, Brittany's YouTube associates, is the broader network. Are you guys joking right now? The grammar is terrible. They are indicating, yeah, that's what it says. That's exactly what that fucking says. Defendant Granny attempts to downplay her actions by stating, plain your own words isn't harassing and bullying. You know what harassing and bullying is. First off, we're adults. A true and correct copy of Granny's watching audio from May 9th, lasting 4 minutes, 32 seconds, is attached here too, and 55. It's plain your own words isn't harassing and bullying. That made it in here. Oh, wow. This is crazy. This dismissive statement is part of an ongoing campaign of cyberbullying disguised as plain words back to deflect accountability, falling under the scope of PA or 18 PACS and contributing to a RICO claim by forming part of the sustained organized harassment aimed at causing Brittany emotional distress and reputational harm. Oh, yeah. Defendant Granny also targeted BJ by spreading false and inflammatory narratives implying that Brittany neglects or abuses her own children. You won't find bags under my kids' eyes. You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up. A true and correct copy of Granny's watching audio clip from May 9th, lasting 44 seconds, is attached as Exhibit 56. So that statement, you won't find bags under my kids' eyes, you won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up, is implying that Brittany neglects and abuses her own children. All right, that's a leap. These statements constitute further defamation aimed at discrediting Brittany as a mother and a person, fostering public animosity against her through malicious and false insinuations about child neglect, and are designed to damage her reputation both within her community and online. I would insert like 1,500 clips of her doing that to herself and saying how, okay, never mind, let me just shut up here, because there would be a whole lot I'd have to respond about that. Defendant Granny's statements demonstrate a clear intent to manipulate public perception and discredit BJ's reputation. She's done that to herself. Excuse me. She has done that to herself, as seen in direct statements. How dare you, Brittany? How fucking dare you put this shit on me? If you know I came so she can hide that she fucking does it. How dare you, Brittany? How fucking dare you? You put this shit on me. If you know I came so she can hide that she fucking does it. That is, yeah, how that demonstrates clear intent to manipulate public perception and discredit BJ. I'm okay. Defendant Granny has employed coordinated defamatory tactics to harm plaintiff BJ's as part of a broader enterprise involving multiple individuals aimed at discrediting and shaming her. In a live stream, Defendant Granny falsely implicated BJ in the tragic death of a man outside of her home, using strategies consistent with those employed by Defendant Barbecue and others in criminal enterprise. That never happened. Granny, I never have heard Granny implicate BJ in the tragic death of a man outside of her home. Defendant Granny repeated and malicious actions violate Pennsylvania's harassment statute, the Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations, and Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act. Defendant Granny's mention of the tragic death of a man outside Brittany J's home is deliberate attempt to weaponize personal misfortunes to manipulate public perception and defame BJ. I thought it was to dox her. I thought it was to release public information. I thought she was scared for her life because that information was put outline. Oh, it's her public and reputation. Okay. Let's talk about the man that died outside her home and what happened with that. A true and correct copy of the 40 seconds of Granny's watching live stream clip from July 24th is attached. Defendant Granny uses this tragedy to suggest that Brittany J was at fault or behaved inappropriately following the incident, mirroring the broader strategy used by Defendant Barbecue and others in the enterprise to exploit personal events such as family disputes or tragedies for defamatory purposes. This pattern is consistent with Defendant What? It just kicked off. Lord bless it. Did you guys hear that music? Did you guys hear the music playing? Brittany J's live stream. I just went over there. I don't know if you guys heard her intro or not, because when I pulled up her title of her video today, I left that tab open. Oh God. Yeah, this is all I start hearing. Hold on. Let me show you. She's live right now, and this is all I hear.
Holding on to your shoulder. Where did that go? Oh, I hope.
It's the whatever song she's playing.
So many things that I wish I could say, but I don't. Fuck, I just don't.
That's her intro song these days. Interesting. It just started randomly playing out of anywhere, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Shut it off. And then I looked at all my tabs, and that one had the audio up, and I was like, oh my God, what is happening? Yeah, she's live. Anyways, okay. Carrying on. This is more interesting. But that about made me jump out of my pants for a minute. I almost pulled a Betty on you guys and lost my britches. Defendant Granny uses this tragedy to suggest that BJ was at fault or behaved inappropriately following the incident, mirroring the broader strategy used by Defendant Barbecue and others in the enterprise to exploit personal events such as family disputes or tragedies for defamatory purposes. This pattern is consistent with Defendant Barbecue's attacks on Mr. Rogers, Mr. Mathis, Mr. Hat, Mr. Hong, Miss O'Donnell, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Miss Griffin, and many others, where she similarly weaponized their personal experience to discredit them. Okay, so Granny gets BJ and all of the rest of them are under Barbecue. Okay, gotcha. Defendant Granny exploitation of this tragedy as part of the enterprise continuous scheme to defame individuals by manipulating personal stories, fitting the continuity prong of RICO, as it represents not an isolated incident, but a pattern of ongoing defamation and harassment aimed at the plaintiffs. Defendant Granny also employed sarcasm and false sympathy to insinuate that BJ failed to respect the family of the deceased. Sarcasm. Fucking don't be sarcastic no more. Or do not give false sympathy. Defendant Granny remarked, yeah, it must have been horrifying. But let's talk about how much respect was shown to the family that was mourning. This sarcastic commentary pretends to express concern while subtly suggesting that BJ was callous in her response to the tragedy. This tactic mirrors Defendant Barbecue's use of sarcasm when mocking Mr. Rogers, Andrew Griffin, Mr. Mathis, Mr. Hat, Mr. Hong, Miss O'Donnell, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and others, attempting to twist the narrative to damage their reputations while maintaining a veneer of objectivity. Defendant Granny's statements also function to incite her audience to join in the public shaming of BJ. She describes the death outside Brittany J's home in detail, encouraging her followers to focus on how BJ handled the tragedy. Yeah, she called me and told me some poor younger guy died outside her home. This tactic of rallying her audience to reinforce the narrative is part of the enterprise's strategy to mobilize collective attacks, while Defendant Granny and Defendant Barbecue both inciting followers to participate in coordinated harassment, such as reporting plaintiffs' GoFundMe accounts. Where's the proof? This mobilization for public shaming satisfies the enterprise element of RICO, demonstrating the organized and coordinated nature of their activities. Defendant Singh's narrative about the man's death is part of a broader, Defendant Granny, Granny, broader effort to craft defamatory stories that cast plaintiffs like BJ in a negative light without any factual basis. Defendant Granny's comment, let's talk about how much respect was shown to their family that was mourning, is intended to portray BJ as morally lacking, even though there's no evidence to support such claims. Really? This tactic is used throughout the enterprise by Defendant Barbecue, who often twists personal stories such as Mr. Rogers' custody battle to create damaging narratives and undermine the plaintiff's credibility. The use of deflection to frame plaintiffs for events they had no control over is a coordinated strategy within the enterprise. By twisting narratives to cast blame on the plaintiffs, Defendant Granny and Defendant Barbecue engaged in a continuous scheme of defamation and harassment, further supporting the RICO claim. All right. Can we insert, can we segue here? Can we go back to Brittany's reasons right quick? Can we go back to, are you guys okay with me pausing on the reading of this? I think it's time we do that. I think it's time we go back over here. Because honestly, this is where we need to go right now. Give me 1 second. This is fucking stupid. I forget how frustrating this is to read this, let alone be named in this. I can't even imagine how frustrating this is, Granny. Keep your head up. You got this. Like, this is so much fucking bullshit right here. All right, let's go. Let's listen to BJ's reasons. Now you've seen the complaint. Now you've seen what they've alleged. We've still got Betty's, Julia's, and some other ones, but I think that I need to take a break from reading for a minute. And here we go. This was back to when she gave her reasonings for being a part of this filing.
The way I feel, because like, you know, like the bashing and all of that, what does it do? It's if you don't like the way you handle a channel, I handle a channel, Josh handles a channel, Mr. E, whoever, what does just going and, you know, like trying to bash a person do? It doesn't do anything for the case, because that's clearly what the person says they have a problem with.
Yep.
And if they have a problem with that, then do better, right? Do better with it.
Yep.
Why continue? Like, I don't know. I just don't give people the.
I don't even know how to answer this one, Mish. So, Mish, there are aspects of this filing that to believe.
My brain is about to like shut down, just so you guys know. I'm listening to Betty and then going into this, or listening to Betty, then listening to like their excuses recently, and then going and reading this filing. It makes you so flustered. I will say, like, I feel flustered.
Believe it or not, like this, I just want to let anybody know. I don't even know if people have this perception or not, but I think it's greatly, extremely important that people realize that not every aspect of the filing are we a part of, right? So, I have nothing to do with Seth and Tony's.
Can you just start from the beginning of?
Actually, no, that's exactly what they're doing. That's where you're fucking wrong. They're trying to lump all of your experiences into a coordinated effort. That's exactly what the filing is about. That's the purpose of it, you dipshit. That is what the purpose of this was for, was to say that there's a coordinated, your part would have something to do with theirs if there's a coordinated effort. There's not, and you know that. That's why you're saying yours has nothing to do with theirs.
About like what happened today, because I think some people's like, what are you talking about?
Yes. Okay.
Maybe that's what we should do.
So, today, there was a request for an injunction filed.
Federal.
A federal injunction. Yeah, go ahead. You do it.
Well,
You go ahead. You do it. You're not even listed as a plaintiff because you got shit to lose. So you weren't about to sign up for this, were you, Spanky? But you were sure as hell able to lead other people into, good for you. Great idea. Great idea. It's not federal, by the way, either. It's filed in the state of Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas.
No. I mean, you can probably explain it better than I can, but there's a federal injunction against I guess it would be a YouTuber and.
Oh, Roro, you haven't seen this? Oh, yeah, because she took this down. This is interesting. Well, she might have this up still. I don't know.
A TikToker? I guess a TikToker. And 50 John and Jane Does that are not, I don't know if they're publicly mentioned.
Why'd she arrogantly just turn her camera on? Why did she arrogantly I didn't realize that. Why did she arrogantly just turn her camera on and start nodding like that? That's fucking weird. Okay, carry on.
On that or not. But, this, they line it out about from A to Z. It starts with literally the day Sebastian goes missing, and it leads up to For instance, yeah, people being harassed, since, so, these groups coming in, trying to find Sebastian, pulling out group after group, pulling out.
So that has nothing to do. That's not what's being accused. That's not what's being alleged. They mentioned those groups, but those groups had nothing to do with Granny or barbecue. That was JLR at Natchez State Park. When I mentioned the March 21st thing, and the United Cajun Navy was the bullshit between JLR and the United Cajun Navy. Again, having nothing to do with the defendants that are listed on this filing. Tell me again, you're not fucking lying about what's in here, misrepresenting what is actually in this legal filing. Sorry, I'm irritated hearing this.
Since Sebastian went missing, because they're being followed, harassed,
Yes.
tire slash, all of that. And so
that was Terry Lynn that made that claim of the tires being slashed. And no, there's no proof of that. And she's not a plaintiff in this filing, so it has nothing to do with what is even being stated.
And then, it leads up into things, Betty's had going on, and just the, it's really gotten off the track about, this is just my opinion, by the way, of it's no longer about Sebastian anymore. It's been more, at least in my opinion, about trashing the parents. And, like I was saying today, Brittany, when it comes to, take Seth, for instance. Seth, let's make this crystal clear. None of the parents have been named a suspect or even a person of interest. So we have that. But then take, for instance, Seth, who has not been named a person of interest or anything. He's actually even went farther than that and showed his timesheet, and that he could not have been anywhere. Then he takes a lie detector test on national television to prove to, a lot of the naysayers that he has, nothing to do with it, even on top of.
Quick question, you guys. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. This is so crazy. This is just absolutely insane. Is any of what he is saying what we read? Do you think either one of these two read the filing, the complete filing? Do you think they read this filing and said, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's what this leads to? How did they read the same thing we are reading and got to this point? Where did they get to this point in that? Where did they come away with this is what is being talked about? Do you think they read it? Yes or no? Tell me.
Authorities saying that there's no suspects or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you can talk about the case. Talking about the case and having an opinion is one thing, but then once you, for instance, Seth was at work. We know that. We've seen his timesheet, took a lie detector test. Once that happens, it's out. He had nothing to do with that night. So why does people keep dragging this father who's done everything he can publicly to prove to the world that he has nothing to do with this? Why is he being dragged through the mud? I mean, just really, really awful things.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then, and then it's just been people who have, who try to, who want to come out and speak out. They won't any longer because of the hate that they get. Take Bobby, for instance, right? When she went on JLRs.
So witness intimidation went from witness intimidation. They can't tell us who the witnesses are supposedly intimidated, but they have lost content, clicks, and views because people don't want to come out and talk anymore, like the neighbor that you guys have been trying to get out there to talk. So it's not true witness intimidation. It's you lost content there, Spanky.
It was nothing but hate once she came out, and the neighbor said, "Oh God, sorry, I'm not doing it any longer."
Yep.
And then, Betty's, the I forget her name, who was the lady that was associated with,
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She was in my chat earlier, and she says,
Or Yada.
yeah, I mean, she's gotten a lot of things, and it's just been,
Y'all
why
got to delete
people
her
who,
Facebook page the
yeah,
next day, the
mhm,
very next
yeah,
day.
everyone who is, it seems like everyone who's, if you stand a certain way and you want to search or you want to help, it's like, it feels like, it's this campaign of hate at times. And I just don't understand why. I have literally supported anyone who searches, no matter, if we believe the same thing or not. I've always, I've tried to keep it consistent in that.
Yep.
So
Yep. Here, let me catch this one real quick. I know she did, Nicole. I've got everything documented. R. Taylor, R. Taylor, my throat's been doing this weird crap all day. I think I'm trying to get sick.
I've
Sorry.
been sick all week.
I was trying to talk to Justin earlier and I barely even had a voice.
More like a fur ball in your throat because what you just did was fucked up.
Taylor says, thank you so much, by the way. She says, find Sebastian Rogers, bring Sebastian Rogers home. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And here's the thing though, because when this first was brought to my attention, that what was going to happen, that was my question. I was like, how would me or any of some of these other people, because I see some of the comments, somebody had asked how, why am I taking part in a filing and how does that have anything to do with Sebastian Rogers? I'd like to explain that because even though my situation has been taking place a lot longer, this all kind of comes in together because you have a separate situation, which is my situation, which all y'all know about. And then we have Sebastian Rogers' case, who all of us have been covering. And we have a group of people who have taken this case and used it as a way to bash others on YouTube. And so we have this situation where I'd already had issues with Granny's watching, right? And then
her reasonings are definitely lining up with what's in the filing. Not anywhere, shape, or form. The filing states that these people's behavior affected the search. Where has she ever searched or done anything to help find this missing child? Shut the fuck up, BJ. Shut the fuck up.
Since Sebastian's case has started taking front street, it's become a major talking point and you basically used as a weapon to come again, and not just
the people who support this fucking twit after all of this shit. I don't give a shit what you think about Granny or any of those other people. If you sit there and hate bond with this person who used a missing child's name for what she has done, please, you don't have to tell us any more about where you sit or who you are.
Against myself, but many others who support Seth Rogers, to the point where, all of the creators that support him can't talk about, Sebastian or the case without having a live stream done about us the very next day. Our live streams are recorded. Our, anything that we post, whether it be a community post, is looked at. Our words are critiqued. Our chats are critiqued. The subscribers have been attacked. And it's a situation to where I told you guys this the other day. Just think about it. As soon as Seth and Tony announced that there's going to be a vigil, what happens? You have all these people that start looking up everybody who's going to take part in the vigil. They pull up all their names. They try to go, find out what organizations they affiliate with. Are they legitimate? Where's this money going? And to the point where a private vigil for a 15-year-old boy has become a circus show, and you have multiple live streams on the day that Sebastian's vigil is taking.
Kathy, that's exactly like your responses to all this, Kathy, is exactly why I went back and did this today, because I thought I was losing my mind. Like, I have gotten in arguments with people over this filing. Like, people are like, how could you? And I'm like, it's not about defamation. It's not about, they're blaming these people for being involved in harming and interfering a search for a minor missing child. And then what they're claiming it's about and what they're trying to tell their audience is completely different. This is so much fucked up bullshit to be done. And this is as far of real life as you can ever go on somebody. This is crazy to me.
Place, and it's no longer about Sebastian and bringing awareness, something beautiful, a vigil where a lot of people are coming together. They have this awesome bike ride, even down to the shirts, Justin, were made fun of that day.
What do you mean?
When they did the vigil for Sebastian, there was nothing that wasn't mocked or critiqued about that day.
Yeah, that's people being petty.
People showing up, but that's the thing is, like, you have people that are literally going to the actual vigil that weren't welcome and recording it. My whole point of saying all this is, it's a problem. It's become an absolute problem.
Right.
And so what do you do? What do you do? And if people say that this doesn't, block or get in the way of,
Janice says, this reads very similarly like a certain pro se pretend lawyer civil complaint against Queen Bee. It is similarly all over the place, and I find it difficult to believe a licensed lawyer wrote it, in my opinion. I don't believe so. I mean, she hasn't ever, Revival, she has never searched, never been at a vigil, nothing, none of this shit. And it didn't affect BJ either. Like what she's even talking about here doesn't have any effect on her. None of these things have effects on her. Janice, thank you for the support. I'd be interested. The metadata supposedly links her to a lot of this bullshit too, but we'll see. She's trying to part herself from it now, but this is insane to me. I mean, sugar, sorry.
the goal to try to find him, it absolutely does. It causes a big issue. And then you got to remember, not only is the people that are inciting hate against Seth, but you have their followers who believe every single thing that these creators are saying. And so then they go and perpetuate the hate and the drama even more. People are allowed to review and that won't change. No, people are allowed to review. People are even allowed to, well, let me read it off to be fair. People are allowed to review. That won't change. It's public posting. You're talking about commentary. Sorry, it won't. Public actions are allowed to be spoken on. Conflating these things to your issues. Nope. No. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it is a part of the bullying and harassment. It's been perpetuated. And don't blame me for tying these things together. The people that are tying these things together are the ones that are actively coming against creators like myself who are supporting Seth. But to say that it's merely commentary, that's not true at all. You're not allowed to sit there and call somebody a predator. You can't sit there and tell people that Seth Rogers, how do I even say this?
But we just saw Seth's complaint. We just saw, was any of that quoted? Was any of that quoted? We have not seen that quoted yet. That wasn't even in there, that they were calling him that. You understand that, people? That's not even quoted in there yet in the filing. We have not even came across where that's quoted. You realize that? We all do. They don't. They just believe what they say.
Engaged in, relations with a child. Those things are being spoken.
That was said.
They
I
accused him of
got you.
sleeping with
Okay.
Katie.
I got you. No, that's
And-
consent. Yeah.
And then let's not forget Sebastian has been labeled as someone who is essaying
Right.
other people.
Yeah, I got you.
That's not commentary. I don't know if y'all have read and shout out to Mr. and Mr. E. They did an incredible job reading those documents. And if you guys were listening or you've read them yourself, it stated in one part of that the things that are being said have very real consequences. If one of those prisoners were to have caught wind of what one of these creators were saying in regards to Seth, that could get him unalived. And it's blatantly false.
Well, and there are also special laws when it comes to the police force. He is part of the police force, and how you and what you say about someone who is an officer and what you do, just that can change things as well. There's that, so.
No, and as far as I'm concerned,
Okay, I even feel, if I'm going to be honest for a moment, I feel gaslit. I even feel fucking gaslit after listening to all these creators talk about this shit for so many months. When you put it together, when you start with BHB and what this RICO filing entails, then you go into the RICO filing, you see exactly what they're saying, what they're alleging. Granted, we still have like 50 more pages to go, but you go in and read what we've read so far. We've read a bulk of it, 35 pages we're on. You see what's said, and then you hear her. They don't even fucking have a clue what they're doing. They just think they have a gotcha. That's all they think. They have a gotcha because of personal vendettas on the internet using a missing child's name. This has nothing to do with what's best for Seth or the search for Sebastian. Has nothing to do with it. They're masking their own fuckery by using a victim and a victim's parent. You're fucking sick. You can't get sicker than this.
So I don't even know how I say this. First, I need to clarify this because this is a comment that I've seen several comments, enough to where it concerns me, and I want to put this to rest. While I appreciate everything that Nick and his team are doing, I'm absolutely not a partner to Nick and
No, Rochelle, that's completely incorrect. We will still be here. I will continue to disagree with people because it has nothing to do with who is right or wrong and who did what to Sebastian. That has nothing to do with this. Victims deserve better. Victims' voices deserve better. Families, we have a justice system that does. These people deserve better. It doesn't matter whether we like them or not. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing. It's about the fact that they have used At Night Media and the plaintiffs on this filing have used a missing child's name. That's not just agreeing to disagree. These people came in as contrarians, as intentionally. They do this to case after case after case. That's the thing, is it's sadly amplifying. And they're just finding more ways to exploit the emotional presence. No, I understand that. But Rochelle, that's what they're amplifying it. They're taking it to the next level to bring public attention to things. They are going to the extent of the RICO because they are trying to interfere and exploit a missing child's name. That's the sad part of this. And we will continue to be here until laws catch up to prevent companies like At Night Media and other people from exploiting these cases like this. It's horrifying to see this. It's absolutely horrifying because they're exploiting Seth. At the same time, he's willing to exploit his son's dignity. And all for games. Crazy.
At Night Media. That's not.
This company, it was never about, like, if people could, they were just taking up the next playbook piece. Let's put a new playbook piece involved.
True. Taking a break from stream to say, hey, Miss E, thank you. Thank you for all you guys are doing.
Miss E.
Love you so much. Mr. E is going to have to gurgle with some warm salt water tonight.
Oh my God, I know. I got a headache from reading it earlier. And I just was like, guys, I gotta go. I did the live earlier I've been doing it all week for the Sebastian Roger. Quentin Simon case, pardon me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, a true psychic. Thank you, sweetheart, for becoming a member. You are beautiful. And Miss E also wants to clarify that neither are they. Okay. None of us are. None of us are. Not that I think that's a bad thing. I don't want it to come off that way either, but none of us are legally or we're not aligned with At Night Media or Nick in any way more than a friendship. There's no transactions, nothing.
And I think that should be put to bed as well, because after you've stated this, that's it. There is no payroll either.
Miss Hubbard, that's your opinion. You're allowed that opinion, you guys. You guys are completely. I just think both things can be true. Does it make what he's doing acceptable? No. Do I have any sympathy for what no, he's allowing this shit. But if you think back to when you go to the timeline, he came in, lined himself up. Yes, choices, but both things can be true. Both things can be true. He allowed it to happen. He intensified it. He asked for some of it. He didn't say no. He hasn't shut it down. None of the things. But at the same time, we don't even know, like, this company is absolutely exploiting him. This company is absolutely, Dog the Bounty Hunter, in essence, in my opinion, too, is. They are still exploiting this whole public persona of a grieving father. Well, he is playing the games just as much as anybody. 100% agree. But both things are true in this one. In my opinion, but you're entitled to yours too.
No.
That's ridiculous.
If nothing at all, absolutely. None of us there. Look, we're a group of creators who have supported Tony and Seth and what they're doing, what their goal is. And there's that right. I mean, that's what it is. I mean,
I missed a different one.
Now, to just for the sake of transparency, I do want to share with y'all that I did.
Janice, I saw that one. I read that one. Did I miss another one? Guess what, Betty? You can't just protest anywhere, especially in your red state of Florida. Explain how that is constitutional. Yeah, though, there's that too. Sorry, I might have missed that one earlier. I think I got them all though. All the ones that are showing. Thank you.
And this is also another one that they can, take in if whether they want to believe it or not, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is what you guys know and what the courts know and think. But I did not have any control over who and what Nick and his team decided to go against. Even if I wasn't a part of this at all, they were still going to file these I don't want to say charges. What would you call it? These complaints against Granny and Barbecue.
This injunction, a federal injunction, and this injunction it's a federal injunction, and you've got Lesniak on there. You have attorney Bruce Castor, who is the former I can't even think right now, Secretary of State of Pennsylvania. He was also a Trump. I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now. He's an American lawyer and retired Republican.
Speaking about Castor again, which we know is a huge issue right now. Yeah, major issue. But notice how she says, yeah, isn't this ironic? I love this for them. I wonder if this video is still up. Dehumanize and desensitize my thoughts and my reasons.
Politician.
If it's not, there's a reason why.
From Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. He was appointed as a Solicitor General in Pennsylvania in 2016. Also the first Deputy Attorney General in the following July. Castor became an acting Attorney General less than a month later. He led the defense of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump, along with American lawyer David Strogan. I think that's how you pronounce it. They are taking this case, and I think that speaks a lot in itself.
Yep.
That speaks a lot in itself. This is an attorney who led for Donald Trump, President of the United States. Okay. And I don't know how to make it any more clear. Right. You know what I mean? And these people, it's best to just everybody needs to chill out. That's the thing. Just chill out. Everyone put your egos aside and just chill out.
There I go again. Sorry. Scott Bulldog Mama. Said,
why in this one did she turn her camera on? Is this that I'm relatable? Look at me, I'm a victim. It's gotten so bad I have to file a lawsuit. Or was this that arrogance of, I filed something free in court, but I don't even know what the fuck it is. So I'm going to look like a stupid ass because I don't even know what the fuck it says. But I'm so arrogant. I used a missing child name to get free legal shit. And I have no idea what, look, yuck.
Yeah. Says you had to be a part of something to be listed as a plaintiff in these court proceedings. What do you mean? Are you saying that I had to be like a partner or something to be a part of this? No. So how do I even say this?
I don't think you need to say anything.
No, but I'm absolutely not a part of anything other than one of the people that they were filing the injunction against just so happened to be a person that I have had a ton of issues with. And I was asked if I would want to be a part of this because, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what all was going on. It's been awful. It has been awful. For the last, and these are reasons, I'm going to list reasons why I decided to do this.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist yet. I consider myself pretty close to a rocket scientist. I've watched some things fly in the air. It might be a freaking broom, a hat. I'm pretty close to a rocket scientist, okay, in my own realm. I've gotten things off the ground before. Let's just put it that way. But I can't figure this out. I can't fucking figure this filing out. It makes zero fucking sense in the same goddamn paragraphs. 0 cents. Facetious as fuck too about the rocket science part, but I consider there's a lot of real fucking intelligent people in this chat right now. Real intelligent, like educated, intelligent, like legally minded. And they're sitting over there scratching their asses right now. Might be because they've sat on it a long time for 4 hours and 13 minutes being here with me, but chances are it's because it doesn't make sense to them either. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, and I said, let me think about it. I don't know if that's something I want to do. Now I have thought and tried to look into ways to handle this on my own, even prior to all of this. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you
Because
need
it
to
has been
defend
forced.
yourself. You don't need to
Yeah.
defend yourself. I'm just going to tell you.
No.
Yeah, Rochelle, supposedly that's what she said over and over again is because she was doxxed. Yeah, we just read through her entire section in there. There was more in the end, but did you see anything about her safety or her address so far? Not one thing.
No, and I'm not going to, because it's like I told you today, Justin, if any of the people, I don't care if it's people that dislike me or people that support me, if anyone has endured the things that
I'm going to up my arsenal this spring and summer just for my lovely haters revival.
I have on this platform, especially when it comes to your children and your family, they would have done things a long time ago to try to make it stop.
Duchess, thank you for the gift and memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you, guys. Rochelle, not that she's been able to prove, no. To my knowledge, no.
Years this has been going on. And so I was asked if I wanted to be a part of it, and I said, let me think about it.
Sorry, Chico, it was stuck in my teeth. Could you tell? I'm over here like quietly trying to chomp on it. I was eating almond roca. I needed some sugar. This is like taking everything out of me. I've guzzled a Diet Coke and I've eaten some almond roca now. I needed some sugar because this is draining me. Sorry about the chomping in your ear. I'm done.
Let me figure it out. I need to pray on it and just try to, really, and Justin can tell you, I didn't just jump at this. I thought things
You
through.
really did.
Wow. And then let me tell you what happened. What ultimately made me decide to go along and do this was my property. Okay. That was my last straw. It's one thing to argue and fight with somebody online. Fine. People can talk. Trash talk is just that, right? And as a creator, I very well know that that's something that we have to be willing to expect and accept, right?
To an extent, yes.
Yes. But it's a whole nother story when trash talk progresses from that to calls, whether it's dog whistles for CPS, which has happened multiple times. I have just from this person, and I have proof. I want to be clear about this. There is proof.
I want to be clear about something that's not mentioned either. It's mentioned that it hurt your character. That was it. There was no mention of CPS or her place being doxxed thus far in the filing. Just to be clear on this, we're on page 35 so far. Carry on.
Proof for every single thing that I state and every single thing that is stated in this filing. There is physical proof from her words. Okay. We have it all. I have been called an animal abuser. I have been accused of streaming while I was streaming. She said that I was.
What does any of this have to do with interference of a missing child?
Quote, so wrapped up or so obsessed with YouTube that I stepped on one of my cats and killed them. Well, there went my monetization. I meant to say unalived them. And continued to stream. Even though my animal was unalived, she has used a video of me shooing a cat with my foot, never making impact with it.
And everybody else under the sun, but just magically. Okay. Man, you are a fucking fifi hurting fucking whiny crybaby bitch. I tell you what, my level of disrespect for this one just went so far down the drain. I used to carry it at like for me, a level like 3 with my dislike of her. It is definitely up in the 5 to 7 range right now of how much dislike I have for her, seeing the scummy bullshit, the words that are coming out of her mouth versus what's written in this document and what she is claiming and what she has publicly tried to manipulate her audience into believing has been done and said, and her using a missing child's name. The justification of using a missing child's name for this bullshit, there is no justification, period. And she has done all of this and justified her actions of using Sebastian's name for fucking Fifi's being hurt.
And accused me of kicking my animal. I have been called homophobic, transphobic, racist. She has spread that rumor to quite a few people that I'm racist.
Ma'am, you allowed racism on your panel. There's that. The transphobia, we showed a display of that last night. Any other questions? Those are your behaviors and your actions.
I have been accused of not feeding my children, locking my
Where?
autistic son in a room, or I don't know what she was saying.
Where? That's not, what does that have to do with anything about Sebastian being missing? What does that have to do with anything? Because the complaint is that these people, their coordinated efforts and their planned concoction affected the search for Sebastian. Where?
And in a room or out of a room, either way it goes, locking my child away so that I can stream. And then all of that's bad, right? But even with that,
Hey,
I tried
titanium.
to rise above. And I'm going to be honest with you, my turning point when I said things have got to stop and I have got to do something about this was the day that she went live and she showed my property on her live stream. Okay. Not only did she show my property, but she showed the street name on the Google. She used Google Earth to show my property. And
Yeah.
then she shared a obituary of a young man who passed away on my property, which anybody who would want to find my house at that point, she basically laid it out for you. And that was I said, you know what? This is only going to get worse.
And that's her reason why. That's her reasoning. This is her justification for using a missing child's name to file this. Okay.
What I thought was interesting is, you say it's that, but then, you're working your butt off the last couple weeks, and then you're tired, right? You're tired. And then all of that happened, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
And then you get blamed for something, what falling asleep or something like that, saying you were on something. But
yeah. Well, for anybody that's telling me not to speak, I've already gotten permission to say all of this, you guys. I wouldn't just come talk about all this if I didn't have.
I know, but I would still,
Yeah. And I mean, there's not really even a whole lot to say about it other than, what I'm saying now. I just want to tell you guys, hey, these are, and there's way more than this. This is just the basic, this is just a little bit that I can share with you guys. There's more. There's things that I completely forgot. And so my whole point is, I asked her to take it down and she didn't. She refused. And then like Justin just said, the very real allegations that I am on some type of substance, which this right here, me doing this filing and stuff is going to prove that was defamation as well.
The very real allegations. As you've continued, Betty tried to use the excuse that you were falling asleep because you guys were so hard working, getting all of your stuff together for this filing. So what's the excuse now? Because the filing's over. So why are you falling asleep every night on your panel? The fuck is this shit? And people support this. And people support this and think that this is okay because they dislike Granny. Oh, what's happening? We don't like Granny. So this is okay. Fuck out of here. Shit pisses me off.
And it's not fair to put that on my head. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. And like I said, I stand on it. I do not. There's nothing in me that I'm not doing this from a callous point.
She stands on this and isn't doing it from a callous point. Gotcha.
I'm not enjoying this. I'm not over here celebrating. It is not within me to want to bring pain or heartache to another person. I don't want to do that. I don't want any money. I don't want anything. I simply just want to be free to stream on my channel and not have to worry about, what someone's going to do tomorrow. That's all. I don't think that's a lot to ask.
I don't think it's a lot to ask.
Hey, Castleberry, that you're damn right. It was on my screen earlier. I scrolled on past it and put the blocker screen up, but I could have left that shit up. It's on a public filing, just like all of the green team has done to the plaintiffs and defendants in this case. All of them put their shit up there and blasted it all over. I tried to move past it, but public filing. But she would claim, oh my God, look at what's done to me. You notice she didn't have that complaint when Josh did it, though?
For just people to
Yes, Cassie.
There's so many stories out there that need to be told. I don't understand why everyone kind of gets obsessed with, you or Betty or whoever, and just doesn't. stop.
Chico, 100% all of that. They did all of that to you.
Yep.
She sat by and allowed it to happen.
Rita says, I apologize, and I trust you know what to say. I'm only going to pray. No, you guys are good. But I did before I even scheduled this live stream, I reached out and I asked, you know, what I'm allowed to talk about and what I'm not. So I would still rather find out through the court proceedings. It's best to let them sweat out rather than giving them all the. Oh, I didn't. Everything I just named is in the filing, you guys.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
they have
Yeah.
have that. I didn't just share anything that's not public.
Isn't there like, when it's all said and done, like 700 pages or something?
Oh God, it's a lot. I don't even, like. I would imagine it would take you to a couple of days to read it all.
It's like 700 pages, and then something else is like 1,000 pages, and then there's I think 3 drives, like hard drive, like is a
Oh man, it's a lot. It's a lot. When I tell you entire channels worth of stuff. And I do need to give a shout out to my
Yay, clip channels that made it.
moderators, and to everybody else who have, because if it would have, like, we can't do this alone. There were a lot of people that have helped, try to, you know, help as much as we could. But I do want to talk about, like, real quick, kind of off of me for a minute. Did you listen to that, to Seth's part? That broke my heart. Oh, I cried. That made me cry.
what?
When the part of Seth's part of the filing where he's, you know, his complaints about, you know, documentation being stolen out of his phone when he's asleep, and how,
Mhm.
oh
Well,
God.
And just to clarify this, Brittany, Seth, this is filed under the penalty of perjury
Yes.
as
None of
well.
us. Mhm.
So let me tell you something. Trust me, they better have proof of everything that is in there, because it's filed.
Oh, it's filed under perjury. Isn't that funny? And she turns her camera on to nod her head yes. I'm glad that moment exists for everybody to see.
Under the penalty of perjury.
Yep.
You're not going to put something in there that's not true.
Yep. And due diligence, let me tell you, just from my part, I can tell you, they did their due diligence, and we all did. For every single accusation that is made, there is physical, like I said, there's physical proof of the person saying it for the most part. You know, there may be some in there that I don't know, because like I said, we didn't take part in everything. But hey, Tony, good to see you.
Hey,
Tony. But yeah, when I heard Seth's, like, there was some stuff in there that I didn't, I'm trying to be more personable with y'all by turning my camera on, but my son's making me nervous, y'all.
I would
Sorry.
just turn it off tonight if I were you.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my I have a double desk though. So
Oh,
this is
why
gonna
don't
be
you
a
put the
pain.
blur thing on the back?
It is, but he's still, like, you can still, it's
Like,
not enough.
You don't put the blur background on?
Yeah, it's blurry. That's what it is. But
Oh.
you can still see him. Like, you can still see
Oh,
the
really?
outline. And yeah, it's closing stuff. Yeah, somebody gave me an idea. I'm gonna turn my desk around to where my wall is behind me. But I have a double desk, like a his and her desk. So this thing is going to be a witch to turn around.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. I just need to get that little desk I have and go in my closet. turn my closet into a little streaming room. Okay. But
Very
yeah,
good.
there was something that was said. I'm trying to remember because I wanted to talk to you guys about it. I was shocked by it. Oh, that I told you this on the phone. See, in Seth's filing, it said that CP told him that they needed to get their story straight. I was shocked by that.
He was telling me about that. I was like, what? That's filed again under the penalty of perjury. So I assure you that. This is the notice to defensive one. It's against, the defendants and versus, the plaintiffs versus defendants. It says you have been sued in court. If you wish to defend against the claim set forth in the following pages, you must take action within 20 days after this complaint and notice are served by entering a written appearance personally or by attorney and filing in writing with the court your defenses or objections to the claim set forth against you. You are warned that if you fail to do so, the case may proceed without you and a judgment may be entered against you by the court without further notice. For any money claimed in the complaint or for any other complaint or relief requested by the plaintiff, you may lose money or property or other rights important to you.
Oh, wow.
And they have it in Spanish too. Damn.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But I'm telling you, like I said, I'm pretty sure that they did the same thing with Seth and Tony and anybody else who has one. For every allegation made, there's proof of it. They just took everything that
I mean, people, when it comes to Tony, even like when I was, a little bit sidetracking Tony. You know, I still would not say that that was his, you know what, on a camera. You know, that's just ridiculousness. That, you
Oh,
know,
I know. It was horrible.
that this people saying that, you know, this, and I'm just like, what? What's wrong with people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was absolutely freaking horrible. Sorry guys, give me just a second. I just got a message.
Meanwhile, she forgets that she actually left and talked about it too.
So did I.
Hold on one second, y'all.
Exactly. Yep.
I do want to say you guys are amazing. Y'all always, you never let me down. I'll tell you that. I'm so incredibly grateful to be surrounded by such a loving and amazing group of people. You know, it means a lot to me. Thank you all so much. Because this is very, I've never done anything like this before. You know, this is uncharted territory for me. So having support, it really means a lot. Let's see. Nice. Marie says, Britt, if you use your closet, where's the stuff in the closet going to go? I'm cleaning out my room, fall cleaning. I'm about to close my eyes and start pitching. So
I would suggest probably getting an attorney because you're probably going to need one.
so much clutter, girl. I have so badly wanted to become like a what is that called? A minimalist. But I can't. I buy too much stuff. Like I'll go to the store and just like it never dawns on me. Okay, you're gonna have a place for this. 750 plus pages of receipts in total, you guys.
Yeah.
750. Now I'm going to tell you too, like something very interesting to me is, never mind. This is going to be I've said it from the beginning. Sebastian's case is a case of revelations. Like a lot of things that we didn't know, people's true intentions have been shown. Hello, Mr. Seth. Hello, how are you? Good to see you.
Oh, they sure have.
Okay. I want to tell you that you're
John Q just told me to tell you, can you tell Miss Brittany I said hello and for her to stay strong? Thanks, bro.
Oh, thank you, John. If you're listening to this, I appreciate that. That means so much to me. I really do. Thank you. You know, I want to repeat this because there's nothing about this that makes me happy or, you know.
Well, listen, Brittany, nobody wants to be in a lawsuit, right? That's the thing. That nobody wants that.
Oh, I think BJ did. BJ absolutely was willing to be in one. This is proof of it.
So.
No, we are. I do. And, you know, I was thinking about this yesterday. It's just like Justin says, we are on the right side of history. Yes. I've been thinking about this for days going through this whole process. You know, that I can genuinely say, I know that Justin feels the same way, and many other creators that have went through this. We've stood by Seth because we know that he is a father who is hurting and who is in pain and who desperately wants to know what happened to his 15-year-old son. You know, haven't.
And I know the man's innocent. I know the man is innocent. And he has done everything he can humanly possible do to search for his son, to speak out for his son, to continually, non-stop, right? And, you know, take lie detector test to, you know, show the public, show the people, I hate to break it to you, even though they're saying, you know, he was gone for 2 or 4 or 5 hours or whatever like that. Oh, here it is. Because when you are on the right side of history, you can show it. You can just flat out right there. Okay, saying that, let me just show you this.
Yeah.
Let me just show you this. Did a lie detector test on national television with Nancy Grace and an FBI polygrapher.
Yep.
The best of the best.
Yep.
And so, you know, whenever someone says, oh, well, you know, he's, you know, they keep saying that. Well, no, because it's literally shown and proven that he was at work by the public, right? And
man, if I don't say so myself, this live stream right here, what we just laid out, needs to be played over and over and over again. Every fucking person needs to put these streams together like this, read the documents, and show these videos. Want to see their true intent? Here you go. This is absolutely disgusting to see what we've seen today. Completely just fucking gross.
You know, talking about the case is one thing. Talking about the night that Sebastian went missing, that is one thing. If there is not a question answered, right? Like, you know, if there's not been any proof shown about where someone was or might have been or whatever, asking a question, that's one thing. But once it's out there that it's just not possible, it's
Right.
then it just becomes hatred.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, that's what I, you know, think that Mr. Foote should do. You know, show the time card so the public can be quiet about it.
Right.
Right, just show it. You know, and that just like Seth did, because once you have that out there, nobody can argue with that. You don't.
Exactly.
Nobody's required to. You don't owe anybody anything. But I think, you know, it stops a lot because you can't argue with, you know, a time slip. You just can't do it.
Exactly. Exactly. Even though they still try to say that that's not,
Sorry, now you guys are doing my face routine and my bedtime stuff, so I'm bouncing around.
you know, legit somehow.
Well, all you gotta do is, you know, I'm sure Seth would direct you to the right place. That's where you can, because I'm sure it's possible. Certainly tell you.
Right.
He can't argue with his own words spoken, and that's another thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
It's just, I'm going to talk about, oh, real quick, Country Guy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the green team. All right, I have to figure out that my daughter's driving me nuts about her Halloween costume. Thank you so much for becoming a member, my love. Welcome to the green team. I want to talk about how YouTube, I don't even want to say this community. I'm just going to say like people on YouTube kind of goes with my title. I made my title tonight, Dehumanized and Desensitized, because I feel like the drama has gotten so toxic. Like it's so heavy and widespread. Even in true crime now, it's pretty much taken over. And the bar is raised up each time, you know, when a fight escalates, that I think that a lot of people on this platform has been desensitized to what's right and what's wrong anymore. And it's like after you go after, let's talk about Seth for an example. You go after somebody so much that eventually there's just no, you know, it's like where most people are like, wait a minute, that's not right. You shouldn't do that. It's like that's non-existent. They've dehumanized Seth so much that anything goes. You know what I mean? Anybody can do anything and that's okay. There's no, and it's like I feel like we've reached that point in this community where you can just, you know, you can show my house on a panel, I mean, on a channel, on a live stream. You can show my property and nobody says anything. Nobody just stops and thinks for a minute. Well, how is that going? She has little kids. What if, you know, some weirdo's watching this video and they decide to go to her house? Then what? They don't, it's like nobody even thinks about that. Or, you know, calling him a predator and saying he did these horrible things. Well, he works at a jail. What do they do to people that do things like that?
I'm reading this right now, and I'm reading the thing in Seth, and it says, defendant dismisses Roger's claims of trauma, sarcastically suggesting, quote, get a therapist because it is years later, sir. You're still not healed, end quote. Talking, you know, and this is, you know, people make it to where it's like, they make it sound like Seth isn't over a relationship.
Yep.
He just wants to speak to the mother of his missing child. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah, but they got to turn that into peace and
to
love.
talk about nothing more than their missing child.
Yep.
Nothing more.
That's it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense why it has to be something like that. Stephanie, thank you so much for becoming a member, sweetheart. Welcome to the green team. Turtle Talk, thank you, my love, for joining the green team.
Make it make sense, huh? Make it make sense. Make it make sense that you know as well as I do, BJ, you're not concerned about Seth. You're concerned about your own BS.
Oh, welcome. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to pull that up because there's another thing in there I want to read on Seth's part. Because, I mean, that if there's anything to show proof of what I was just talking about in regards to being dehumanized and desensitized, it's Seth's, his entire part of the filing today.
Well, I feel like they attack
Seth getting his feelings hurt over people's words does not interfere with the search for his son. First off. Secondly, it definitely doesn't impact you or anything.
Seth, because there is nothing to speak about him on the night Sebastian went missing. You know what I mean? There's nothing. Like there's nothing. He was at work. And
another question, do you think they had their spouses, the ones that are involved in this, that are married, do you think they had their spouses read this, or do you think they filed this behind their backs? Because let me tell you, if anybody ever sent me stuff like this for me to sign, I would make sure Kyle knew, of course, because that's just how we operate. And he'd be like, the fuck is this shit? No. Like, he'd be like, what the hell is this? No.
Yep.
because you may not like someone, it's like they've got I don't understand it, but
well, Kyle thinks that's fine.
it's just it and that's why I say it's no longer even about Sebastian. It's about
good night, LFT. Sleep well.
Just hate.
I feel cold.
Yep.
Bob, it's not like it.
And whenever you I don't know. Okay, I need a charger. Where's my charger?
Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna pull the filing up real quick. And let me read this. Let's see. A news conference.
Well, even not married, Kyle and I are married, but your partner, like your other half, like the person you do life with, you would think you would rely on them for huge decisions that could impact your family, like a lawsuit. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Will take place on Tuesday, October the 22nd, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. on the steps of the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, located at 201 West Front Street, Media, Pennsylvania. Attorney Joseph Lesniak, Esquire.
BJ has a partner. Tony has a partner. I don't think Hong or Nick do. I don't know about Julia. I thought she had a boyfriend. Tony's married. I don't know about Chasing Crime or Julia. Yeah, Tony's married. And BJ has a significant other. I don't know about the other ones, though.
We'll discuss the latest legal actions concerning the ongoing search for Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy who went missing on February the 25th, 2024, and was reported missing the following day. So they are going to be doing a presser on the steps.
Well, right, Angel. I get that. Like, I get that. We wouldn't need that. But I'm just saying, like, you would think that because of the big legal implications with this, like this is a big deal. You would think that the person that they do life with, they would consult with, right? But instead, it's like they don't even talk to those people that are actually in their lives that they could be impacting. They rely on their YouTube acquaintances or buddies, their mods and stuff or another creator, Spanky, to justify their actions. Like, it's just weird to me that they take more guidance from fellow YouTube creators that are complete strangers than they do their own households.
Of the Delaware
That's weird to me.
County Courthouse. This is huge, y'all.
That's big. If they're doing a presser on it, I'm just saying that's pretty big.
It's freaking what I didn't even realize how big this was, y'all. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, it didn't even dawn on me that one of the attorneys that joined the team is actually, what was he, the former attorney general?
The former attorney general. He was lead in President Trump
Here we go again.
impeachment trial, and he was also special deputy attorney general, special assistant district attorney, twice elected district attorney of Montgomery County from 2000 to 2008. Mr. Castor was later the special prosecutor. He was commissioner on January 7, 2008, concentrating on the public safety aspects of government buildings in his career in law enforcement. Mr. Castor retired from the Montgomery County Solicitor General and became the acting attorney general during the time of great turmoil in that office.
Autumn, was it that meme? I don't even want to know now. That's what you got me.
The general focuses his practice
Yes.
on general civil litigation, especially for victims of crime. The rare criminal case,
I saw your comment, looked up, and I went, "Oh my God, she's right."
grand jury, trial strategy, tactics, and conducting discrete internal investigation for corporate clients. General Castor is a trial lawyer with special experience being part of government agencies. For example, General Castor acted as solicitor of the
They do crafty.
I don't know how you pronounce that. I don't know how you pronounce it. Something Valley District Court from 2015 to 2018.
Oh, any
Coquitlam Valley District, 2018. Numerous legal groups, publication
Autumn, it was once one of those things that once you see it, you can't unsee it.
frequently in routinely list of list Mr. Castor among America's top lawyers.
They were really overly confident about this whole co-counsel.
America's top lawyer.
Yeah, numerous legal groups and publications frequently and routinely list Mr. Castor
Wow.
among America's top lawyers.
Wow.
He has a career in law enforcement. He was
Mm.
especially noted for investigating either in the field or by way of grand jury and prosecuting homo cases. In 1995, Mr. Castor received a Trial Advocacy Award for the National Association of Government Attorney for his work investigating and prosecuting homicides. He received statewide recognition for his effort by the Pennsylvania General Assembly on 2 occasions, as well as Governor Ridge and Casey. General Castor has helped the top
Good night, Duchess. Get some rest. I will keep my fingers crossed for the Duke in the morning.
AV rating for nearly 30 years, and it is listed in the Martindale-Hubbell Lawyer Bar Register for lawyers. Mr. Castor is in Pennsylvania's super lawyer each year from 2005 to 2008 and 2011 to present and list among.
Crafty girl, they never want to talk about the fact that Trump was at Mar-a-Lago throwing shit at his TV as Castor was giving the opening statements in that impeachment trial. Like, he was throwing shit at the TV and had to be like consoled because he was so pissed off at Castor. Like, they don't ever want to talk about that part of the whole thing, but you know,
The top.
He's not their attorney as is, but still, they were really bragging about it for quite some time, and I was laughing about it. I actually found all like the segments mocking that happening in some of his like opening, and we reviewed it and laughed our fucking asses off as soon as they started running around like praising their representation.
Top 100 trial lawyers in America, 2012 to present.
Wow.
It just keeps going on and on and on.
So I want to let me see real quick.
I would not fuck with that,
Right?
in my opinion, allegedly.
Let me see. I'm looking through steps real quick. I just want y'all to think about how dirty this is. Right here it says,
How dirty this is.
I'm looking for Michaela's part because this really pisses me off.
She's looking for Michaela's part. However, it has nothing to do with the defendants. Michaela's part has nothing to do with the defendants. Michaela's part had nothing to do. Sure, that's the one part you want to read, of course.
Okay, right here. It says, around that time, Mr. Rogers began a relationship with Michaela, who, based on information and belief, was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive of using SEX as a manipulation tool, similar to tactics employed by intelligence agents, but without any legal authority. During the course of the relationship, she covertly emailed herself confidential files related to Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, is attached here to Exhibit 10. And so just think about that for a minute. Think about that. How contrived and manipulative does one have to be to do something like that, y'all? Seriously. I mean, what for? Like, honestly, to what? Get more information on a case that, I don't know. It talks about these enterprises, and this part's got me interested too, Justin. Like hearing that there's this weird underground behind the scenes thing going on.
Well, I mean,
To hear that there's this weird underground behind the scenes thing going on. This bitch thinks it's the underground mafia. This bitch really just. Oh, take the fucking wheel and or my little pen here away. The
You know,
fuck?
this attorney does.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
I just read it. What did it say? Conducting discrete internal investigations for corporate clients as
She did spell out SEX. What is she signed all of this? Yeah, she signed she signed it. Yep. Sure did. All these papers under perjury, and they even reiterated that.
well.
Yep.
Uh,
In rare cases, I mean, she knows how to get the information
oh, Music City
Yeah.
Mom. She should be.
that he needs.
See. She's a
Rico law.
head.
Mhm.
Rico law.
I think that this is going to go so much further than we know, you guys. Because, like I said, don't look to me for information or Justin. Like, the only thing that I really know is about my filing. You know what I mean? I'm not privy to anything else. So this stuff that we're reading in this filing is news to me too. So when I see them speaking about enterprises and things going on behind the scenes, it really makes me wonder. I'm like, damn, because I'm just an average person that's got a channel that comes on here to hang with y'all at night and talk about true crime. But it really looks like some of this stuff is going to open the doors to a lot of things.
So let me get this straight. She didn't know that there was an enterprise that existed. But in her part right here, let's just go up here right quick. In multiple live broadcasts, coordinated attacks, these statements are not isolated incidents, but rather form a sustained campaign of targeted harassment, threats, and defamation, violating both Pennsylvania and federal laws and fitting into a pattern of conduct that constitutes part of a corrupt enterprise. But she didn't know. She signed this. This is her part. This is the
that none of us knew were going on.
That's the Brittany part, and she didn't know about this though. But that's what her part says. That's what her part of the complaint says, is that she knew about this, and this is the harassment that she's been enduring. So which is it? Which is it? Did you know about this? Or are you just learning about this covert operation behind the scenes, even though your sworn statements allege that there's this thing behind the scenes?
Read Tony's.
Let me see. Where are you at, Mr. Mathis?
Well, and not to mention, this is the second. Is it the second cease and desist that Seth has put out before?
Yes.
And
Yep.
And this is what happens after a cease and desist, right? The cease and desist.
That's been a tactic. They haven't done that for a while, that they're getting death threats. But if they are getting death threats, people have acted crazy in this whole thing, and people act out all the time and do crazy shit and say crazy shit. But if they act, I mean, they've been trying to use that for quite some time with the death threats thing that amps up here and there and everywhere. There was a post that was shared earlier on X with something about shooting somebody in the face. Like, that was what was shared. So I don't know what they're doing. It's crazy.
So saying,
I don't know who runs these accounts that are saying the things that they're reposting and fighting with. Like, it's too much. It's gross.
okay, tone it down or knock it off, right? And well, here we are.
Yep.
This is why we can't have nice things.
That's so funny, but it's so true though. So yes, Tony, 100.
I mean, what does that have to do with Granny again? What that had nothing. Why aren't they going after Michaela? Why isn't Michaela listed?
100%. So you crawl into a grieving father's bed, you wait until he goes to sleep, and then you get into his phone and send yourself confidential documents regarding his missing son. Okay, got it. You're right. What does that tell you?
Aries, I think this happened on X, I think is where the stuff that they are talking about is happening. I think it's X posts going back and forth. Honestly, like it's all weird. Like, I don't even I have gotten to where I just ignore, because people have gotten so out of sorts with stupid shit on this.
So either we have a situation where we have a girl that's like beyond obsessed with true crime enough to where she's willing to go through great lengths to get inside information that probably would come out anyway eventually. You know what I mean? Good God, girl.
I don't think she was obsessed with true crime. I think she was
the latter, yeah.
obsessed maybe with something else, someone else.
Yeah. There's so much that is just beyond me. Let me see. And here's another thing I think is really sad in that complaint too. Nick's parole officer. Everybody called his parole officer. Everybody. What is wrong with people? You wanted this guy in jail because what, he was saying some things that you didn't like? Really, what did Nick do? Honestly, what can you say that he did really? That's crazy.
Well, I mean, he even went to the feet. And
Well, obviously, what was said and proven to his parole officers was enough to get him restricted. So therefore, that's between whoever called his. Yeah, that's again his consequences of his own actions. He was reaching out to people after they asked not to be like, yeah, you don't get to play games with parents of missing children and expect them not to say enough is enough. Leave us alone.
Tried to, wanted to, speak to them and tried to, get things to stop for them. And, the more, things just kept happening, and he saw it for what.
Revival, I don't remember even early on with him. I think it was very soon into it that he started calling them nicknames. Like, we have nicknames for creators, but parents of missing children, that seems odd to me. That's just fucking gross. When we don't have, I don't care for them. A lot of, like, on a personal level, we don't know these people. We're not supposed to care for them. We're not supposed to be buddy. Like, that's weird. But to insult them constantly and I don't know. It grosses me out when people do it.
What it was.
Yeah.
Once he got this thing, what was going on here?
I want to read this part too, because this is, just because people think, for some reason, I don't know how you guys in the back really think that I have some type of control. Nick works with a major corporation. I promise you, little old Brittany J over here.
Oh, so At Night Media is a major corporation, just so you know. I don't know what to believe on the whole Michaela Sess situation. I wasn't there and I have no idea. I would think that he was probably willingly giving her stuff. Wasn't she the one that went to North Carolina or South Carolina with him to go to that park and check out that sighting or something? Didn't she go? I think they were pretty I don't know. He obviously felt that they were pretty involved. So probably if she got stuff, it was more willingly, I'm assuming, on his behalf.
Here, I don't call the shots.
Brittany, don't even give it. Like, come on.
No,
if people think that, they're morons. They think that. I'm sorry.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you've got this power over, the former attorney general here, and, president of the United States owes impeachment trial to the attorney. So, like, come on.
Right, you're true. You're right. I shouldn't even let myself go there. Absolutely. But I do want to. I'm just going to read a little bit of what was done to Seth. Like, without me, let's just talk about what this person's done to Seth. Defendant GW. I'm gonna call her GW. Okay, I'm not going to say her name. Repeatedly twists Mr. Rogers' words, portraying him as an insincere, manipulative, and unfit as a parent.
We just read all of this. Now I want you to listen to the spins that are placed here.
This is not just a personal vendetta, but part of a larger coordinated attempt by the enterprise to discredit Mr. Rogers.
She just said she didn't know anything about the enterprise.
In the eyes of the public. The mocking and distorting of his words serve the dual purpose of undermining his credibility and inciting further harassment from defendant GW's audience. GW mocks Mr. Rogers and stating, I want a divorce so I can start again, turning this into the opportunity to paint him as someone dismissive of his responsibilities. She sarcastically thanks him for being so nice during the divorce, encouraging his audience to view him as deceitful. A true and correct copy of that. Okay, and then they put the exhibit. The distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflect the broader strategy of the enterprise, with defendants GW and the other barbecue coordinating efforts to undermine victims' credibilities through mockery, manipulation, and defamation as tools of harassment. It goes. I ain't gonna keep on doing this, but I just want to say, I want to just give a shout out to Seth and say, I only wish that I could be as strong as this guy is to be going through all of this, and mainly his child's missing.
It's
shameful.
The lack of even awareness of what she says about Chris and Katie on the nightly, but sharing this. Okay, gotcha.
And when you're doing everything you can,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Everything.
Like everything you can,
Good night,
everything
Pat.
you can to
Oh, can you make tacos tomorrow, please?
Yes.
she'll make them tomorrow. I promise. I'll make sure she
Yes.
does.
Sorry.
You want soft or hard tacos?
He's laying on the couch asking for tacos tomorrow. I will make tacos tomorrow. I promise.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with craving tacos.
He's so funny.
It's gonna be Taco Saturday.
I
Tacos
know
and-
you love tacos. Well, I don't know, you guys. I honestly think there are 50 others. The 50 other thing, I don't know. I mean, it just remains to be seen. I think, maybe other. I mean, we know it's other people, but I don't know, guys. We just have to wait and see how it plays out.
Well, I mean, I would think, you would probably know who you are if,
Right. Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, if you've been a part of, the
Right.
any
Other
of it, yeah.
active participants probably makes sense to me. And I mean, because it's a widespread problem. And I do want to say this too, never once, not even now, not when Seth handed out the first line of cease and desist. None of this is saying don't talk about Sebastian, because that's another thing I'm so tired of hearing. You're going to make it where Sebastian's not talked about. None of this has anything to do with
No.
speaking
Very
about
good point.
Sebastian. It's not trying to shut people. Why is Seth trying to shut people down for speaking about Sebastian? No.
Lindsay, I don't know who you're talking about. Time out. Are you guys saying that Nick and At Night are not the same person? No, they are. At Night Media is ran by Nick the Hat and Hong. No, we're not saying they're separate people, unfortunately. It's the umbrella company over Nick and Hong. They're supposedly like the CEO, and then they're the Dumb and Dumber of At Night, in other words.
No. Seth is trying to make people stop.
That's the thing, is about getting
defaming
it back on Sebastian.
him. Yes.
Getting
Yeah,
it back
that's-
on the case.
I
That's what
heard
it's about. Is it getting
heard-
it back on?
Oh, as far as who's operating the accounts, I don't know who's operating which account for which one. I think some of them are operating Dobbs accounts on YouTube too. I don't think any of us know who's behind At Night's posting and stuff. I'm sure they kind of go back and forth with it. When one's busy, the other one takes over or whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't be doubting if they're switching it up and going back and forth. I don't think there's a way to tell who's operating. Well, they probably can on the back end. I don't know. There are different IPs of where they're logging in from.
Yeah, I heard somebody today. Y'all, these people are so ingrained in their hatred that they don't even realize what they're saying. But there was somebody today that actively admitted, without even realizing what they were saying, well, we don't even hardly talk about Sebastian. So why is this happening? That's the problem. That's the
That's-
problem.
yeah.
They have this thing, right? Where they go through the live stream and it detects the keywords, right? And you're talking about Sebastian's name in an entire live stream, okay, that's supposed to be about his case. Sebastian's name was mentioned 5 times.
Wow.
You want to know how many times Seth's name was mentioned?
How many?
Like 300.
Holy moly. There you
Oh my
go.
God, y'all, come
There you
on.
go.
That's one live stream.
Did you check yours? Did you check your own? I wonder if you checked your own. Just curious.
I mean, like, if I ever have to spend my time playing someone else's live about
Oh.
what they said about a case or whatever, oh God, I can't imagine. I just can't.
That's all they do, though, is regurgitate rumors. Justin just thinks he's at the top part. So he's the one who's gathering and collecting the emails and the voice recordings and the things like that. So the trickle down effect, he's at the higher top of the pyramid of the trickle down effect of the misinformation. So he gathers the Facebook discussion groups and the salacious rumors. And then the other people play his content to continue and further the rumors. But he plays other people's bullshit all the time. The lights, videos, the sounds, all that shit. These people act like they are so above talking about other creators. Yeah, you're scared shitless, you chicken shit bitches. You'll go after parents of missing children because you're above going after other people, right? But you'll sit there and every day, all day long, have a fucking chicken party making fun of parents of missing children. But you're so above the rest of us, right, Spanky? No, you're the bottom of the fucking barrel. You're beneath the bottom of YouTube. You are one of the most exploitive, weirdest, fucking gross, vile, degrading pieces of shit on this app to parents of missing children and have zero remorse for it.
Can't imagine living a life like that. Like, speak about the case. The case.
Yep.
The case.
Talk about timelines. Talk about,
Talk about timelines. These, oh my God.
So it's
Act like you're so smart and you're going to solve a case if you just continue to get insider information and turn it into rumor mill. Oh.
Well, Seth, that's the beautiful thing about documentation, because I don't even know how many times we have that, where that's exactly what you have stated over and over and over verbatim. The live would be about anything, and you're like, I don't care. I just want Sebastian to be found and brought home.
Oh, Mind of Monsters. Are you talking about Michael Monkey Vaughn and he had clutched those pearls across the entire thing? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, how disrespectful. Brandy just wants the truth out there, and to do that, I think that's probably what you're talking about. Freaking nothing shocks me with him. Nothing anymore. He is one of the, I can't understand how people praise him. Like he is just this so sweet, so polite, nice man who would never do nothing. Like it is delusional at the finest. He is so manipulative.
What any interview that you watch, Mr. Rogers, what can we do for you? Just help me find my boy. That's what he says. Help me bring my son home. All right, it says, Justin, off topic, just see you and your monkey wearing matching sweaters. What?
damn straight.
What? You and your monkey wearing matching sweaters?
And lipstick.
Zoots and Boots says, tell their story, share opinions, but when it becomes beyond, they exploit victims as vehicle for viciousness, not
Bingo.
returning serves, just trying to deliberately hurt others. It's a crime online, yes. And that's what I'm saying, Zoot. I think
these people fucking live in a disconnected reality. That's all I got to say is they live in such a disconnected reality from what is truly going on. They are so disconnected from the fucking reality that is upon us of what this actually is. They can see it from one side. People can one side or the other, and they think that their favorite creators are in their right when all of it is wrong. Everybody is kicking parents of missing children, families of missing children, thinking that it's their duty to dig into all these people surrounding these people, not having oh my gosh, and these people like this, oh, that tell their story, share opinions. But when it becomes beyond, that's what these people do. The very people you're saying that to are doing that. They exploit victims as a vehicle for viciousness. That's what they're doing.
that what would be appalling to the average person that's not engulfed in this community. Well, I don't want to say this community because it feels like we're talking about us, but on this platform, to so many on this platform is it's just normalcy. Oh, it's just another day. You showed her whole house, just another day. You called him a pedophile, just another day. Nobody even gives it.
You showed their house, just another day. You guys all dissected the floor plan of Chris and Katie's home, the home a child went missing out of. Then turned around and said, oh my God, I don't think the other minor child is safe going there. What makes you think that? The fact that you blasted their floor plans all over the internet, and who knows what happened, like how dangerous this could actually be by blasting the floor plans of a home of a family. And then you want to cry that somebody put up a public news article from outside your home, but you're okay with send me all the information that you got on Lori. Let's do a deep dive. A friend of hers might have been there consoling her because her child's missing, but she's fair game. let's throw it all out the window, right? Going to church, their place of worship, and taking pictures and blasting them on the internet. That's okay. Taking pictures of them out in public eating dinner. That's okay. Following them to their workplaces, their RV campsites when they're out of town working to keep a roof over their heads when your job is to exploit them at their worst time and kick them. That's your job. You're making money off of stalking and harassing and hoping that they lose their jobs. Your job is doing, yeah, gross. Fuck out of here.
Thought of the consequences that these things can cause. Not just for me, anybody.
Hey, Denise.
It's disgusting.
Why
And they can,
does everyone care about?
right,
I just don't get it. It's not a case. Why does it matter?
right. We should throw Justin a monkey baby shower. He's going to need a baby. For sure.
To whoever the account is, I don't know if I think all my mods went to bed. Sorry. If you guys see something, let me know. I got that one, that Michelle. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Thank you, that Michelle. You will not call Seth those names in my comment section. You can have your opinions, but they will not be put in my comment section over here at all. That's a warning, or you'll get blocked. We don't do that. We don't need to do that. Thank you, that Michelle, for pointing that out.
Nicole.
I'm totally down. I'm totally down. Are you having a monkey? A baby monkey?
Yes.
You already got the chickens.
Yeah.
Oh, and it is. Wait, what? It is. It's always online. It's forever.
That's what I'm saying. It's forever online. Like, I wouldn't dare, like, be screaming at the.
Yeah, Angel. Yeah, 100%. He's still the father of a missing child. It doesn't matter how we feel about him. Yeah, Autumn. Yeah. If you guys see anything like that, just let me know. I'm paying attention. Sorry, I was on another screen and it's late, so most of my mods are on the other coast, so they're all getting ready for bed and doing their things. So sorry about that, guys.
The top of my lungs about someone, like, you know, your grandkids is going to see this one day.
Oh, how embarrassing.
And then, like, I just don't, you know, people won't remember.
Your grandkids are going to see this one day. Oh, how embarrassing. Really? You would, yeah. I would hope you'd be embarrassed by this being seen by your loved ones.
Remember a lot about you, but they'll remember the way you made them feel, right?
1,000%.
And it is really about, like, we don't have to agree on cases at all, right? I mean, because that's the thing. It is, a lot of these cases we talk about is a mystery until it's not.
Yep.
But, you know, there has to be something that's solid about what you're speaking about. Otherwise, it's purely fantasy.
Yep. 1,000%.
In that case, anything can be possible. Nana, my monkey's name will be Pearl.
Pearl's perfect. Well, how about this? Do y'all want to, if anybody's wanting to stay up with me, we can end this out and talk about updates from the trial today, or just do a hangout. I want to leave this one where it's at. I don't want anything attached to it, but I don't necessarily want to go to bed either. So if anybody wants to stay up with me, I can open up a live stream. I can end this and open up a live stream. It's up to y'all. Put a 1 in chat if you want me to do that. Do another stream. We can call it a night. It's up to y'all. I just need to go get something for a
I'm
headache.
done.
I can
Gonna
tell
go,
you're
go for it.
I can tell.
I got a headache. I have been in front of the computer all week.
You are a champion. Let me tell you. I am loving your court cover.
As low as it will go. Robo, what do you mean? Slow them down as low as it will go? What are you, like this?
I can't sit through all of
This?
it, but I do come in and I catch
I mean,
every.
that just sounds normal speed to me anymore. That's about what I hear them without 2 times speed. Oh, There, no.
I try to watch at least. And if I watch the hearing, I use yours, so you get.
I have to do it for
you
Quinn.
for it.
I have to.
I love it. I do the updates. I can't do the hearing; it'd be impossible. But I love that you do that, and you are making.
Sadly, I think we all know exactly what she said because our brains are working faster than I thought stoners feel. Oh my god.
I love your art.
We got to see it
I
through.
love it.
We got to see it through for Quentin. You know.
Oh, I know it. I know it. This was a. And let me tell y'all, I want to talk to y'all about it so bad. I do, and I know you're tired tonight, but I do want.
Where did they both steal their avatar pictures from now? Looking at that. The one that was like a freaking 80s glamour pic of Spankies, and this one, who the hell is this? Your sister? Like whose profile picture did you steal?
We want you to. We got to do a live. I want to do a. I want to collab and talk about everything one night when you're free.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll do it.
All right. I'm gonna hold you to it now.
Of course, I'm ready.
We're gonna get up here and cuss Leilani together.
Yeah. Listen, I cuss her every day. Honestly, they've got so much evidence against her. It's crazy.
All right.
So much.
I mean, I fucking catfish you guys all the time. Sometimes I'm done up, sometimes I'm not. Like the picture on the thumbnail of this one, I had makeup on and my hair done. Do you think I look like that very often? Hell no. But at least I can look like that. Like this isn't physically even possible to look like these people. Where they stole these from?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't even know why they didn't offer her some type of a deal. Because I mean,
they probably did, but
I mean, let me go back here. Hold on. Okay. Look at the avatar picture. I'm gonna be mean for a minute. I mean, why fucking not? I made her cry yesterday, I guess, for existing. So here we go again. I make people cry all the time for just existing because they're shitty humans and they think I'm a shittier human than them. Yeah. But who's this? Who's this? Again, I'm not mocking anything besides who is on her picture. That's all I'm saying here. Who is that? They're not the same nose. They're not the same eyes. They're not. Pineapple. Oh, Pineapple, I hope you're doing okay. I think about you all the time. I'm really hoping you guys are getting through okay. I'm so sorry your year started off with such a shitty way. That's got to be hell. So I'm really glad you're back and doing as best as you can be. But thank you for stopping by. I'm glad to see you out and about. I'll continue to send good thoughts your way. But who the fuck is this? Back to this. I mean, I'm a full catfish. I'll admit. Like I fully catfished the fuck out of you guys with this thumbnail. But I can at least look that way. I mean, right there. Arms up. Right there. No, go back. Hi. Hi. Look over here. Hi.
hello, hi guys, welcome.
She couldn't even get the shape of her eyebrows like that. Come on now. Who is that in the picture? Who is it?
Welcome. I click
Who is that?
crap tonight, but I'm gonna be on camera. I look like death warmed over.
Look at those.
Don't know what kind of background noise you're gonna hear, but hello, hey everybody, welcome. I'm tempted. Should I?
Shut it off.
I'm trying to figure out if I should open up chat. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine, Mystic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hold on. You ain't gonna let me do it, guys. I ain't gonna be able to turn my camera on. Not until he goes and he lays down. No, I shouldn't. Okay.
they're not. I don't know.
She does it again. I'm sorry. Who's on the picture? Okay, there she is. Again, she could be a beautiful girl. I'm not saying that. She could be a beautiful young lady. Okay, let's just say. But who the fuck is in the avatar? All right, that's all I want to know. Whose avatar picture? You want to see Mia's? You want to see here, Brittany? I'll do some self-deprecating things for you. I'm not cracking on anything besides who the hell is in the avatar picture. That's all I want to know. But here, this is me as Mrs. Doubtfire, aka Robin Williams. Not that one. Damn it. This one. See? That's me as Mrs. Doubtfire. I got Mrs. Doubtfire features. But what is up with this? You think it's her, just a younger her stitching? The features don't even look the same. It's the side of my face. Oh, the one on here, Duchess did this one for me. Sorry. She's made fun of my looks, so you know what? I'm not even making fun of her looks. I'm just asking a question. You think it's her from 10 years ago? It doesn't look like her at all. I don't know. Anyways, 15 years? No. You guys, when I was 18, I was like 105 pounds soaking wet. And you can still tell it's me. Like, it is very identifiably me. Like, there is not a big difference between now at 42. Like, it is very. You think this is just young? You think it's Snapchat filters? Huh. Interesting. I thought it was a whole different person. AI? Maybe. Maybe. No, it's not. I don't know. I don't know. Huh. Anywho, there's nothing more interesting in this one. But we're going to come back and do the rest of the filing tomorrow. We've been here for 5.5 hours almost. Yeah, it just doesn't. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not at all. Like, again, she could be a beautiful woman if the inside wasn't so fucking poor. Okay. Like, I can look like a troll most days. Honestly, that is not what I'm saying. Stitching. I made myself have them. I refaced myself as Mrs. Doubtfire because I love Mrs. Doubtfire. Fucking love Mrs. Doubtfire. So when they started calling me that, I was like, that's like the best compliment ever. Robin Williams is incredible. There will never be an insult in that. But yeah, that's a good picture of me. That's a real picture of me. Just ran through an AI thing for the color and stuff. That just made me that. Let me see. Do I have a picture with actual makeup on here? Oh yeah, here I do. There's makeup. Me with makeup. I mean, look at what a catfish I am. Put makeup on me and do my hair and get my hair colored. I'm a total catfish compared to what I look like right now. Oh, it's scary. It's scary. Sis did my makeup in that picture. You look like a troll too. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's Sunday. We're supposed to look like trolls. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Oh, I've shown you guys. Actually, my members got to see what I looked like when I was 18. You guys saw Kenzie's baby pictures and pictures of me at 18. You guys already saw those. I showed you guys that. I've shown you guys pictures of me as but my features don't change ever. Like, my face is chubby as is. Like, I have a very round face. So maybe that's why I've always looked, even when I was tiny, like itty bitty, my facial, like, I've always had a very round face. So maybe that's why I always look like me. And my nose is really weird shaped. So maybe that's funny too. Yeah, you can totally see. Kenzie can make my like features change though with makeup. It's freaking weird and I do not like it. Oh, crafty girl. Yeah, that's stuff like that takes a shut it, revival. No, stitching. You did not say you. Who's that? They did. First of all, nobody better have said that. Secondly, you better not have said that about yourself. You do not, and revival, you do not have a face for radio. Stop it. You have a C&D face at a security guard on a riverboat. Hold on. Thought I was Rosanna Arquette. about 10 years ago. That's funny. You never learned makeup, just go clear. I don't even enjoy doing makeup. Truly, I don't like having things on my face. Yeah, I think she stole a picture of some real estate agent and his catfish. Just kidding, for legal purposes. Oh, Marcy, yeah, she doesn't have them up anymore. She just she don't really she's so amazing at makeup and stuff, and she is. Oh, Tempest. There's so many of those though. Like that's just one little drop in an iceberg of so much. I forgot a lot about what was going on. Stitching, he's okay. He is back in Washington working on the farm. He had to go finish that project, so I've been nervous as hell about him being sick and overdoing it, but he's been doing pretty good. Sorry, reading these really quick. He has been sending me pictures and videos of baby cows again, and they are so freaking adorable. That little black and white one is so adorable. You don't care much for filters? The TikTok filters freak me out, Lauren. Sometimes I'm like, who is that? Ooh, with a little bit of makeup, I could look like that. You guys are cracking me up. I am beautiful affirmations before going to sleep, J Fox. And Yaka, I just went back up when you hit the camera app by accident and see Shrek. I hate that. You guys are cracking me up though, because a lot of us have such self-deprecating humor and we don't give a fuck. Like we wear our skin, we own our skin, we're comfortable in our skin. Like we can talk shit because we all have the moments when you like look over and you're like, God damn, I look like a freaking hot train wreck. And then the next day you're like, okay, I can do myself. Okay, I look fine again. I look human again. We all have those moments. Yeah, Stitching, he can't rest. He back to work. The man he is a hard worker. That is one thing for sure. He will never he was sick for a long time and he's still it worries me sick, but I'm trying to just be okay. Lynn Love and Light, there are certain things about it that I highly disliked, of course, about TikTok and how the platform is ran. But at the same time, like there are so many people, small businesses that operate through TikTok, like decent small businesses, not just the grimy scammers and stuff, that really did get their word out there and build a customer base off of being able to use that app. So people really, I don't like that for anybody. I don't like the child exploitation and things like that. Makes you realize that there's a lot more control. If they really wanted to end certain things, they could probably do a whole lot more about a lot of things, as we know. Yeah, and it's back already. Cash is so funny. I've had 7 live births. LOL, my belly is like a busted can of biscuits. No matter what I do, there's always this layer of gel that won't go away. Miss upper thigh. First and foremost, 7. Oh my God. Hats off to you. That is a lot of shitlins. That I have a hard time keeping track of 3. I don't know how people do it. You guys, my aunt had 8, and I know like other big, huge families that have like 10 to 15, and I'm just like, I don't know how they do it. Miss Upper Thigh, that's amazing. That's truly amazing. Good night, Nita. Thank you. I love TikTok because of the cow and the cat videos, but that's about it. Yeah, there's a lot on there that I don't like. I just feel bad for the people with legit businesses, but a lot of those people also were smart enough to have other stuff, so it's interesting. Yeah, Chico, people, yeah. But think about if YouTube went down. Think about if they shut YouTube down, how many people would be up shit creek without a paddle? We see, like, a lot of us over here see it as a very different, like, not a professional platform, but that's because of like the genre of the people that we've seen over there. There are some very professional, like, people that do use it as a form of their business too. It became like advertising for them in a way. So it's really interesting to see all the different variations of things that I never thought about. You're a YouTuber for life. You're waiting on CapCut to come back. Meg. Oh, Meg. See, I've always twins. I don't know. Ugh. Twins is a lot to carry. I can't. You'd miss all your virtual friends. That's understanding, Sachin. Thankfully for me, like all of the people that I'm really close to on here, I talk to off this app or completely separate from this. And 9 times out of 10, that's what we talk about. It's funny shit, or we do catch up on stuff around here, of course, too. But we talk about a lot of random shit throughout the day, too, or when we catch up and stuff. So I'd miss the social interaction with you guys, though, for sure. You guys are cracking me up with your comments. Back to the comment about your belly button or your belly. I've had 4 laparoscopies through my belly button and then my hysterectomy. So I have like all these random cuts through my belly button, and it looks completely distorted. Oh, grits and biscuits. Interesting. She just started claiming it's an old picture. It was made by a sub friend several years ago. Same person made her intro stuff and got mad. So she had to pull a lot of what the person's work. Ah, gotcha. So it is a picture that somebody made for her that's not based off of her. It's totally fine. Like, be whoever you want. Like, whatever. I've seen some people really, really morph themselves into something. And then when you see, like, do you, whatever floats your boat. But it's just like, don't be afraid when I say jump scare, I mean. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure that did. You paid good money for your belly button to be put back? Yeah, mine looks like there's like an alien popping out of it or something. I don't know. It's weird. Um, the weirdest thing is when you have stitches in your belly button. I had sutures, like dissolvable sutures, like the little knots, you know how they tie them at the end and they're supposed to dissolve? Well, sometimes those knots don't. And in your belly button, they'll embed in that, like, those wrinkles. It took years for one of those little knots to fester its way out of my skin. It was disgusting. I thought, "What the hell is wrong with this thing?" Here it was, one of those freaking knots of stitches that they never dissolved. Oh, you did too? Yeah. See, Casey? Yeah. Tummy tucks I've heard BBLs. When I hear anybody getting a BBL, like, I worry for them. People have their, like, desire for body modification, and I'm all about do whatever you need to do or feel is best for you. Like, people make their own choices all the time. I'm not against plastic surgery, whatever people want to do you. But BBLs scare the ever loving bejesus out of me. Anytime I hear anybody going in for a BBL, like you see it on TV, on TikTok, on these apps or anything, like they scare the absolute bejesus out of me. Brazilian butt lift. But a lot of them are, like, having BBLs and other things done at the same time. There's a lot of people that have died from them. Hey, Smiles, it's good to see you. Oh, my that Michelle, my gallbladder sucked. Agreed. The gallbladder sucked for, purposes of looking like they have a fuller booty or, like, thinner thighs and bigger butt. There's drains and ugh, never mind. It's a lot. Nope. I have not had appendicitis, but I know people that have had their appendix rupture. I actually just found out, I didn't tell you guys this, but sorry, I'm going to get off here in just a minute now. I'm just bullshit with you guys before I leave. Kyle's not home. I can't sleep. You guys know that. One of my friends I just talked to, she's been crazy busy, and she called me last weekend before. Her other half was shot in September, and I didn't know. He was shot by 3 people. They ordered an Uber. He got there. They opened, it was supposed to be one rider. 3 people walked up on the car, grabbed his car doors, pulled out weapons. He drove off. They shot 11 times and hit him twice. He survived. Somehow he survived. He was hit twice. They caught 1 suspect so far, and the suspect was 15 that they caught so far. Happened in Texas. 11 times. Yep, and the 1 suspect that they've caught is 15. She was actually, that's why she didn't even tell me, because she was actually gone on vacation and he was here. She had just gotten on her vacation, was supposed to be in another country for 2 weeks when she got the call that he was in the hospital. Yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah, I had no idea. There's some of my friends I talk to every day. Some I talk, well, not very many people do I talk to every day, if I'm being honest. There's very few. Some I talk to a couple times a week, every other week. It just depends. And I hadn't talked to her in a while. And I was like, what the absolute hell? I felt so freaking bad. Outside of Houston, not in Houston, no. Actually, hold on. I have the news article. Let me see it. Hold on. I'll find it for you guys. I was like, what the fuck? Just horrible, horrible shit that happens to people. Give me a moment. There's a YouTube video about it, or a news segment about it. I thought I sent it to myself. Maybe I didn't. I was in the midst of all sorts of crazy shit. Oh, here it is. Dallas.
After being shot overnight during an attempted robbery in Dallas, Fox Sports' Sean Rabb is in downtown Dallas right now. What's the story, Sean? Yeah, he was shot twice. An Uber driver is recovering after being shot overnight during an attempted robbery in Dallas. Fox Sports' Sean Rabb is in downtown Dallas right now. What's the story, Sean? Yeah, he was shot twice, Steve, and now Dallas police tried to develop leads on the 3 suspects. Dallas police detectives go over the SUV belonging to an Uber driver who was shot early Tuesday morning during an attempted robbery. The driver on a service call that took him to 1600 Pentagon Parkway and Rugged Drive in Oak Cliff, the Oak Park Estates neighborhood. He was approached by 3 men with guns demanding his property. He tried to get away from the trio. Multiple shots rang out, some striking the vehicle. The driver's wallet lay on the ground. Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Carolyn King Arnold represents the District 4 neighborhood where it happened and called it frustrating to learn of another assault on a rideshare driver.
We are not going to tolerate these assaults on these. These are hardworking people.
and they have made a decision to serve because they need to feed their families. The driver was hit twice. In a statement, Uber tells us this reported act of violence is terrifying. And as soon as we were made aware, we banned the rider from the platform. We've been in touch with the driver and are wishing them a speedy recovery. We're standing by to assist law enforcement in their investigation. The city put up close to $5 million incentive dollars to bring an Uber hub to Dallas, the largest Uber hub outside of San Francisco. It makes you angry knowing that many of these people who are out there are working either a second job or a third job. If we continue to see these assaults against hardworking people, hardworking communities, we may very well have to suffer the consequences of having a void in terms of those resources. And mobility is definitely number one on our list. So Dallas police, again, hoping the evidence will help them develop leads on the suspects, as well as possible video from surveillance cameras in that neighborhood. In the Uber statement, you saw there where they say they banned the rider from the platform. That does not mean this person was involved, but it's possible they can help police with this investigation in some way.
Yeah, that's all. That's it. That was all that was said. So, according to what she told me, the one that they've caught so far is 15 years old so far. He was shot twice, or hit twice, 11 times they shot at the car. Crazy. Unfortunately, it seems like that's a very common thing. When I was looking for that article, when she was telling me, I was like, holy shit. There was a lot of them, though. That sounds like quite kind of a thing that's happening quite a bit down there recently. Unfortunately, those big cities need Ubers too. Like when we travel, we use an Uber quite a bit to and from airports and destinations and stuff like that. Like it's just easier. Like when we were in Vegas, even though we drove to Vegas, we took an Uber downtown from our hotel because it was easier than paying for parking. Yeah. Crazy shit. For sure. All right, y'all. I'm going to take this stuff downstairs. Ugh. Sticking to my damn. Well, I'll leave that upstairs. I'm going to go down and smoke right quick. One more time. I'm going to shut my dogs in my bedroom so they don't follow me because I don't want Bella following me down the stairs. She gets up and follows me, and sometimes I think she's half asleep and she fell down the stairs a couple days. Well, it's been a couple weeks now, but that scared the bejesus out of me, so I can't have her doing that anymore. So now at night I just shut the door behind me so she can't get out of my room and try to follow. Oh, YouTube bad actors, thank you. These longer ones like this, when there's just a lot that you should, like, separating this out would make sense. Like a lot of us would understand that. Oh, heck no. No, Roro, and we have a coyote out here. Well, we did. I can't say it too loud because she's probably listening. But she had a few sleepless nights because of the coyote out here and worrying about her outside cats. And she sat up the first night and watched on the video camera to make sure everyone came to eat that night. Oh God, yeah, that's Chico, that's rough. Hold on, I'm going back up. Thank you all for being here. Hey, Terry. Yeah, Rocky, it really does save time. Oh, wait. Miss Upper Thigh says. Oh, gosh, you lived there for a while. Oh, Miss Upper Thigh, that's wonderful that she's doing good. I'm glad to hear that. Beep, beep. Angel, we were shit, what was I going to tell you guys? There was something it just went from my mind. You said beep beep and then something to do with the bus, Dutch bus. Oh, we got to all sit down and think of like all the things that make what's the starter pack? Dowsing rods, the Dutch bus, holy water, deception deck cards, bullhorn. You're going to the garage to smoke with you. It's cold. Well, I'm not going to say that smells. Never mind. I'm not going to say it's cold here because let me just stop myself because our cold right now is nothing in comparison to those of you that are going through like absolute upside down hell where it's negative degrees. Crystal balls. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Tinfoil hats, computer cables, routers, headphones, garlic. German Shepherd, 140. Yeah, some of you guys got big old pups. You're going in the garage for one too. We all need it. Yeah, see, I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to shut up. I'll be good because I was going to complain about how chilly I am. No. Yeah, Marcy, the sea. I'm going to make a whiskey compilation. Her birthday's coming up in April. And I have some of the cutest videos from when she was little, like when she was falling asleep in my hand upside down when I'd rub her belly. And she would sit there and purr. Some of you guys remember those videos. It's been a year almost that we rescued that little shit. And she is so codependent and the biggest holy terror ever. She is such a bottle-fed baby. God, she is such a bad cat. She plays fetch, you guys. Kenzie had to order her these special hair ties and she lost them all. So Kenzie reordered these fucking hair ties, these thick hair ties. They're not these like cheap little, she has to have these certain ones. And she plays fetch with them and she brings them all to you all day long. And then she starts whining if you don't throw them for her. And then she won't bring them back. And then she will. And then she won't. And then she loses them under the couch. And then oh my God, she is ridiculous. But not a fucking snowsuit, right? Yeah, you two bad actors, you're good. We're not weird like that. Oh, Lauren had Brandy on tonight. That's worth a watch. Definitely worth a watch. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, you two bad actors, you don't ever have to, like, if it's something good, that's a good highlight, things like that, you guys don't ever have to ask my permission. You can mention them. Pretty much everybody knows who the fuck I stay away from. Like, fuck that shit. There's just, but good shit like that, Lauren does great. You guys are free to mention shit because people enjoy watching. Yeah, that's a good way. Duty Ron had what is it? God, it's gonna slip my mind. It's been on my mind. Chico covered it too. Chico, are you still here? You might have fallen asleep. Hold on. It's right on the edge of my Robert Brooks. Is that his name? Am I fucking that up? Probably. I thought I shared it. Did I not share it? Oh, I might have just shared it with my friends. I meant to share it, damn it. Duty Ron did a video the other night. Yeah. I haven't finished it yet. Thank you. Robert Brooks, Rochester, New York. It's sad. Chasing shared it out. That's probably why it was in my timeline and popped in. Most of the time, like, I'll send something to the girls and be like, this is something good. And we'll all already be watching it. They'll be like, I was watching it. Oh no, Kay. Oh goodness, I hope you feel better, Kay. I'm so sorry. I hope you really don't have that. Aries, I don't know if he's 100% better and through everything yet, but I think he was doing pretty good. No, you two bad actors. I have to work tomorrow, actually. A lot of people have to work tomorrow. I think it's mostly only, well, schools are out. Thanks.
I'm going to the gas station real quick.
Okay. All right, y'all. Now I'm yawning. Now I'm ready for bed. It's past my bedtime. None of it's good, Aries. None of it's good. You two bad actors. There was a video of yours that came in my timeline the other day, and I watched it, but I had to I've never watched Who You Cover ever really myself. I don't think I've ever watched a full stream over there. So I didn't really know what to expect. In fact, I know I've never watched a full stream.
Did you lock your door?
Yeah, I did. I did not. I was stunned. I was kind of taken aback, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I was really taken. Great news. Well, no, YouTube, it was just like, because so many people leave it on. Okay. No, thank you, sis. So many people like really like it or like him. And I was like, wait, is this an older video? Like I was really shocked. I didn't know what to think. Oh goodness. Let me see. Let me go see which one it is. Okay. You had rave reviews on it. And I was like, what the hell? Gray holds this show hostage for $11. That's the one. I was like, huh? Yeah, that Michelle, so I don't know how to take this because a lot of people have said I'm kind of like the Gray Hughes over here. And I'm like, then I watched that video and I was like, I think I'm lost for a minute. I've never watched, I couldn't tell you the content over there. You guys, I don't get out of my bubble very much. And when I do like go enjoy stuff that I'm not doing for content, it's nothing in this arena. Nothing in this arena. Like nowhere close. A lot of people do, Mariah. A lot of people do. A lot of people over here compliment him all the time. So it was funny to me to see, like I didn't know. It's weird. You just don't see things, I guess. I just miss a lot. It just, yeah, some things you just don't catch on to, and you're like, nothing wrong. We all have like eccentric stuff. I was like, huh. I've heard he's done a lot of Rochelle, I don't know. I never knew, like, I don't know much about him. So when people have made the comparison, I'm like, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. And I guess it depends on who's saying it and how they view him. It's what it is. Mariah, I have that effect on people too. I grow on people. A lot of times people come in here and they're like, ooh, she's mean. She's rough. She's this, she's that. And I'm like, what? If you guys only knew, I am all of like, you guys see a pretty good representation of who I am. I'm just sometimes more of a space cadet. I don't know. I guess I'm spacier sometimes in real life than I am on here, or like not as talkative. I drive Kyle nuts. That's what I do in my daytime. He's the only creator that, what did you say, Revival? Out of sheer terror. Michelle Philly here. Am I a mean girl? No, I'm not a part of the Mean Girl series. I do YouTube bad actors. I do just say it like it is, but he's no nonsense. See, I don't have to. I don't either. Like, I don't have time for the sugarcoat and shit. Like, some days, well, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to sugarcoat a little bit of shit, unfortunately. Sometimes even those of us that are no bullshit sugarcoat a little bit of shit because sometimes it's just not fucking worth the fucking headache, if I'm being honest. Wait, most of his subs are blocked from his channel? No. Are you serious? Oh, I can see him and Chasing getting along really well, though. Like, I can. Because of the no nonsense bullshit that you guys are saying. Like, Chasing's very straight to the point, too. Yeah. But he's a bit rough with people, though, Krista. See, I've heard he does wonderful things for charities. I can never hate on that. That's cool. But I mean, if he's scaring people into donating, well. I mean, uh, he's got great content. He's just really harsh. You guys crack me up because you guys are like, no, he's that lovable asshole. Basically, that's what you guys were all saying. He's that lovable asshole. I will. YouTube bad actors. I will watch it. I will. You guys crack me up. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know if people are supposed to know that or not. I don't know if that's a secret. It might not be, and people might know that, but I don't know that. So I don't want to get us in trouble. Oh my gosh, you guys cracked me up. Oh, he tells it. Okay. It's like me saying my name is Becky, but some people call me Contessa and okay. Sorry. You know how it is. Some people, they do know. Some people, they don't. All right, you guys. Well, Miss Upper Thigh, sometimes, most of the time on here, I'd like to come on here with a plan, though. I don't like to come on here and just like, well, what are we going to do today, guys? Like, I have something like if I'm going to come on here and bullshit with you guys, especially for like these 6-hour lives, I'm going to have something laid out. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you yawn, but I need to have something to like keep my own self occupied. I can't just sit here and talk about nothing. Well, yeah, I probably could because I've been on the phone with some of my friends for hours on end. So I probably could talk on the phone for a few hours. So I probably could hear too. But I still like to have a layout. All right, good. There I go again. Okay, it's time to go. All right, I'm gonna pull a BJ on you guys. I'm just joking. I try to, Chico. I try to. But the sad thing is for a lot of these like more intricate pieces, in order to really get people to like understand, doing them like this and the longer form content really does help. I hate that they're long, but the people who want to learn will watch like this in 4 segments and come away from it and go, holy shit, that has been so impactful lately. People have been messaging me, and a lot of you guys I have not even remotely touched the surface of responding to, but people are seeing things that they didn't before. And it's been so interesting to see what people are picking up on and really identifying that need to change. It's actually been really effective and really amazing to see the reaction and the response. A lot of good thoughts and like good conversation about, this is a problem. And I never realized this until being able to see it's crazy. But okay. No, Cheryl, there still has not been there's no hearing scheduled as of right now. We will be back tomorrow and I will finish I'm going to do the exhibits part 2, and we'll do the rest of the 50 plus pages, and I'll find some more clips to throw in with it tomorrow. So we'll do that. And then we got to get back on track with the optics, but there's just so much to cover. And I'm one person and I work and have little ones and am full-time little ones right now because my other half is gone. Thank God I have sis, but I have a zoo. So you guys know it's just busy, but you guys get me a lot because Kenzie will step in and help. So, oh, thank you, Krista. Just scratching the scab, I know. Okay, stay warm, and you please keep us posted on how you're feeling. Good night, y'all. Get some rest and have a good Monday. Remember, we can make this week good or shitty. Don't let them have your energy. Bye.